Chapter 118. The King of Song had left early in the morning, but returned very late. "Your Highness, how was it?" Lu Ting hurriedly came forward to greet the King of Song as soon as he got off the carriage. In fact, he had never left. Ever since the King of Song set off, he had been waiting at the entrance. But for some reason, Lu Ting felt that the King of Song was restless when he returned. Moreover, he looked very tired, as if he had gone through several battles. The King of Song lowered his head and did not speak. His brows were deeply furrowed. After following the King of Song for so long, this was the first time Lu Ting had seen him like this. Everyone in the surroundings, including the guards and maids, had already dispersed. Prince Shou's matter was no small matter. Lu Ting had already contacted the old butler to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "I can't tell you in detail. Let's talk inside." There was a deep wariness in the King of Song's voice. This cautiousness was something Lu Ting had never encountered before. Lu Ting had thought that the guards and maids near the entrance would be enough to deal with Prince Shou's matter, but it seemed like this matter was much more serious than he had imagined. When they arrived at the King of Song's residence, the main hall was tightly shut. All four corners outside were guarded by experts from the King of Song's residence. The old butler was personally overseeing things outside. Even a mosquito would not be able to fly in. Shang said it. When they entered the main hall and there were no outsiders, the King of Song's expression visibly relaxed. In the beginning, he was inarticulate. When I asked him, he kept evading the topic and refused to admit it. If I hadn't watched him grow up and brought out the decree His Majesty gave me this morning, I'm afraid he would never have opened his mouth. "What did Prince Shou say?" Lu Ting's heart buzzed, and he immediately blurted out. The King of Song's brows furrowed even tighter than before. He did not answer me directly. He only kept hinting to me to not pursue the matter of Consort Taizhen. "Ah!" Lu Ting gasped softly. He looked very surprised, but he quickly reacted. "Is Prince Shou unwilling to disobey His Majesty?" In the matter of Consort Taizhen, Prince Shou was undoubtedly a victim. The pain of a father stealing his son's wife was something that could not be told to outsiders. However, Prince Shou was a filial son. It was understandable that he advised the King of Song not to pursue this matter. "No." The King of Song shook his head. His expression was solemn as he denied Lu Ting's guess. "That's what I thought at first. But that was not the case at all. Although San didn't say it directly, he kept hinting to me that this matter might not be as bad as others think, and that he wasn't as wronged as others thought." "Ah!" Lu Ting exclaimed softly. He was truly shocked. The matter of Consort Taizhen was a case of a monarch stealing his subject's wife, and a father stealing his son's wife. This was a fact that all the civil and military officials knew. Moreover, Prince Shou and Consort Taizhen had been together for several years and had always been in love. This was also known by everyone. Precisely because of this, so many officials opposed the Holy Emperor and Consort Taizhen to enter the palace. On this matter, everyone was on Prince Shou's side. What does Prince Shou mean by this? Could there be some secret behind this? Lu Ting asked in surprise. This political storm in the imperial court involved all the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty, and even some minor officials in the prefectures. Many people were indignant and attacked Consort Taizhen. The Yao clan and King Qi, who supported Consort Taizhen to enter the palace, and tried to persuade the Holy Emperor. But no one considered Prince Shou, and no one asked Prince Shou. In this matter, everyone thought that Prince Shou was the most serious victim. No matter how harsh one was, no one dared to risk universal condemnation by adding insult to injury by asking Prince Shou. If not for the fact that the King of Song had received 5 imperial edicts in a row and was ostracized from the imperial court, perhaps even the King of Song wouldn't have thought of paying a visit to the King of Song. "I can't think of anything about this matter either." The King of Song shook his head. This was actually one of the deepest doubts in his heart. The matter of Consort Taizhen is very clear. Back then, when Shang'er got married, I even attended his wedding banquet and gave him a pair of jade lions. I really can't think of any other secret behind this matter. Prince Shou's attitude and the taboo words suddenly shrouded this matter in a layer of fog, making it difficult to understand. Your Highness, can you tell me the details of your meeting with Prince Shou? Lu Ting suddenly asked. The King of Song nodded. Lu Ting was his trusted aide. If he couldn't even trust Lu Ting, then there really wasn't anyone he could trust. There were too many strange things about this matter. The King of Song had to find someone to help him think about it. Immediately, the King of Song recounted the entire visit in detail. In between, Lu Ting interjected with a few words, especially asking about Prince Shou's expression and attitude when he spoke. When the King of Song finished, Lu Ting fell into silence for a long time. Your Highness, I'm afraid that we have really overlooked many things regarding the matter of Consort Taizhen. Although I don't know what kind of secret lies behind it, Prince Shou clearly isn't as sorrowful as we thought. Indeed, the King of Song nodded. This was also what he felt. But Your Highness, have you ever thought that even if Prince Shou doesn't wish for Your Highness to pursue the matter, and he himself said that he isn't as hurt and aggrieved as others think? Since that's the case, why didn't he come out to explain it to everyone? His Majesty has always been filial. If he comes out to explain this matter, the resistance His Majesty will face will definitely be much smaller. The resistance Your Majesty will face will definitely be much smaller than now. The King of Song was also stunned. You mean that Shang'er is lying? Are you saying that Shang'er is lying? Impossible. I watched this child grow up. He would never do such a thing. Your Highness, there are only two explanations for this matter. The first is that Prince Shou is lying. What he said isn't the truth. The second is that Prince Shou is indeed telling the truth. The reason why he didn't come out is that someone stopped him from speaking. But the second is that Prince Shou is indeed telling the truth. The reason why he didn't come out is that someone stopped him from speaking. But Lu Ting took a deep breath. He really didn't want to say this out loud. But Your Highness, have you ever thought that Prince Shou is a member of the royal family and a prince of the empire? Who is it that can stop him and make him shut up? You mean His Majesty. The King of Song's body jolted. His mind buzzed, and a thought flashed across his mind. Li Mao was personally conferred the title of Prince Shou by the Holy Emperor. In terms of standing, even though the King of Song was the imperial uncle, they were on equal footing. Even he and King Qi were incapable of silencing him. Needless to say, others. In the entire Central Plains, there was only one person who was capable of doing this, and that was the unparalleled Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven. But this was a thought that even the King of Song didn't dare to think about. As long as Prince Shou spoke, His Majesty would face fewer obstructions. But why didn't His Majesty allow him to speak? In that instant, the hall fell silent. Neither of them dared to speak. It's a mess, it's all a mess. The King of Song raised his head. His mind was in a mess. For the first time, the King of Song felt his vision blurring, as though an impenetrable veil was shrouding him. Make preparations. I'll be making a trip to the palace tomorrow. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed across his mind. The King of Song suddenly made up his mind. Your Highness is going to meet the Emperor? Lu Ting was alarmed. At this moment, the Holy Emperor would never meet him. No. The King of Song's reply surprised Lu Ting. I'm going to meet the consort Taizhen. The sky had already darkened, but the King of Song's actions were faster than Lu Ting had expected. That very night, the King of Song's carriage was already prepared. The gates of the royal palace were closed after nightfall. However, the King of Song was different. As a member of the royal family, the King of Song had special rights. After the gates were closed, he could enter the palace to meet the emperor. Although the carriage was ready, the King of Song did not enter the palace alone. Yin Shan pays his respects to the King of Song, Your Highness. At night, an old man wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat appeared on the King of Song's carriage, with a black veil hanging from his head. The old man bowed and lowered his head. He seemed to be deliberately hiding his face, not wanting anyone other than the King of Song to see him. At this time, even Lu Ting, whom the King of Song had always trusted, was cast aside. "Mr. Inshan, you've worked hard. When my father was still alive, we had an agreement not to trouble you for anything unusual. However, there's a reason for this, so I'll have to trouble you to go to the palace with me." The carriage door was open. The King of Song had been waiting at the door for a long time. He looked very respectful. "Hee, there's no need to be so polite, Your Highness. Whether it's the King of Song or Your Highness, they're all trustworthy people. Ever since you took over as the King of Song, Your Highness has only used Inshan a few times. The last time was 6 years ago. Now Your Highness has a need. Would Inshan dare to disobey?" Mr. Inshan chuckled. His voice was low, hoarse, and there was an indescribable strangeness to it. The King of Song nodded and moved aside. Mr. Inshan lowered his head and slid into the carriage like a shadow. He did not make any sound. The King of Song did not know much about this Mr. Inshan. He only knew that he was an extraordinary person passed down from his father. His father respected him very much. It could even be said that it was beyond respect. The King of Song had once told him not to easily ask for Inshan's help unless it was absolutely necessary. If not for the 5 imperial edicts, if not for the fact that the matter of Consort Taizhen concerned the entire civil and military court, if not for the fact that Prince Shou's words were too strange, the King of Song would never have asked for Inshan's help. "Let's go." As soon as Song Yinchuan's voice fell, the carriage immediately moved away. The rumbling of carriages could be heard outside, but the interior was deathly silent. Neither King Song nor Mr. Inshan spoke. After entering the carriage, Mr. Inshan automatically sat in the furthest corner of the carriage, blending in with the shadows. It was as if he was naturally afraid of sunlight. Boom! Chapter 119. As the carriage entered the imperial palace, an invisible pressure spread out from the center of the imperial palace in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Any martial artist, even an expert like the King of Song, would feel a sense of pressure. In the carriage, Mr. Inshan was curled up into a ball, not making a single sound. At such a close distance, even the King of Song wouldn't have been able to sense Mr. Inshan's presence if he hadn't known beforehand. The royal palace had always been the place with the most experts in the Central Plains. Even describing it as a tiger's lair wasn't enough to describe it. Mr. Inshan clearly didn't want to attract the attention of the experts in the royal palace. The carriage was even quieter than before. Hung long. After an unknown period of time, the rumbling of a carriage suddenly sounded from outside. "Is that the King of Song ahead?" A sharp voice sounded from outside the carriage. "That's right. His Majesty has ordered that no one is to meet him today. The King of Song should return." The eunuch's voice was calm. "Yes, I understand. Gong, please return. I'll be back soon." The King of Song was silent for a moment before replying. Outside the carriage, the eunuch didn't think too much about it. After receiving the King of Song's words, he immediately turned around and left. The rumbling of the carriage soon disappeared outside. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, the King of Song listened intently in the carriage. The moment the eunuch disappeared, he immediately ordered the coachman to head in the direction of Yujin Palace. A prince had to have a reason to enter the royal palace, and meeting the emperor was the best one. The King of Song knew that he would be rejected, but his goal wasn't to meet the emperor. "Mr. Inshan, we can't stay in the royal palace for too long, nor can we venture too deep. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the royal consecrators in the royal palace. We don't have much time, so I'll have to trouble you," the King of Song said. The King of Song didn't know much about Mr. Inshan. They only knew that he had the innate divination art, could read faces, and could measure numbers. Moreover, He also had a long-lost ability, or a divination. It was rumored that different people's heads would emit different chi. The Son of Heaven had the chi of the Son of Heaven. The Minister of Generals had the chi of generals. The young had the chi of vigor. The old had the chi of grayness and decrepitude. Ordinary people can't see these chis, but warlocks who are good at observing chis can see them. Mr. Yin Shan's chi observation technique was different. He could observe one's appearance through chi observation. The carriage rumbled on for an unknown period of time. Through the window of the carriage, one could see a palace that resembled colored glass, brightly lit. Mr. Inshan, that's true jade. The King of Song was about to tell Mr. Inshan that the Yuzhen Palace was up ahead, but he was interrupted. It's done. Your Highness, we can leave now. It was Mr. Inshan's voice, coming from the corner. Only the King of Song could hear it. The King of Song was stunned. He originally wanted to tell Mr. Inshan that they didn't have much time and wanted Mr. Inshan to finish as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Mr. Inshan's chi observation speed was much faster than he had imagined. He had only lifted a corner of the curtain, and it seemed that Mr. Inshan had already finished his chi observation. Yes, mister. The King of Song was taken aback, but he quickly agreed. The carriage rumbled as it left the palace, just like when it entered. It didn't attract anyone's attention. It was not until they were far away from the imperial palace along Chang and Street that the carriage stopped by the roadside. Mr. Inshan, did you see anything? In the night, the King of Song looked at Mr. Inshan with a grave expression, his eyes filled with anticipation. Nothing. Like a curled-up bird, Mr. Inshan stretched his body and abruptly sat up in the corner. However, his body was still like a shadow, making it impossible to sense his aura. I can't see anything from his chi. Entering the palace means that he is under the protection of the Son of Heaven. With the protection of the purple Son of Heaven's chi, I can't see anything from him. However, I did see something. What is it? The King of Song's expression tensed up. Previously, His Highness told me that the person he wanted me to see was Consort Taizhen. And how long has she been married to Prince Shou? Mr. Inshan raised his head and stared at the King of Song. His gaze was faint, and there was an indescribable feeling in it. That's right. The King of Song was puzzled. Then why is it that what I see is a ball of virgin chi? What? How is this possible? The King of Song was shocked. His first reaction was that Mr. Inshan must have made a mistake. Consort Taizhen and Prince Shou were married a few years ago. How could she still be a virgin? Could Sir have made a mistake? This sentence was blurted out. However, the moment the words left his mouth, the King of Song realized that he had said something wrong. Mr. Inshan was an expert in chi observation. In this aspect, he would never make a mistake. Moreover, he had already said that Consort Taizhen was protected by the Purple Emperor's chi. Even if Mr. Inshan didn't know Consort Taizhen, the Purple Emperor's chi protection had already pointed him in the right direction. Hee, your Highness understands? Mr. Inshan laughed and cupped his hands in greeting. His Highness asked me to perform chi observation for Consort Taizhen. I'm done with my task, and it's time for me to leave. The general trend cannot be disobeyed. Your Highness, take care. Mr. Inshan's last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning. The moment he finished speaking, he slid out of the carriage like a shadow and disappeared silently, just like how he had appeared. The King of Song had already stretched out his arm, but he retracted it in the end. Mr. Inshan's task had been completed, and the rest had nothing to do with him. Consort Taizhen was actually still a virgin. This was something the King of Song hadn't expected. However, Mr. Inshan would never lie. What exactly is going on? The King of Song's mind was in a mess. Return to the residence and immediately summon Academic Lu for questioning. In the main hall of the King of Song residence, the King of Song, Lu Ting, and the old butler were gathered together. None of them spoke. Your Highness, could Prince Shou be? Impossible. Lu Ting originally wanted to say that Prince Shou was impotent, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the King of Song. Shang was no longer a virgin at the age of 14. Many people in the Prince Shou residence know about this. Could it be that His Majesty intentionally placed it with Prince Shou to deceive others? Lu Ting asked again. This was the only answer he could think of. This was the only explanation as to why Prince Shou didn't mind the sage king forcefully seizing Prince Shou Mao's wife. Furthermore, even after 2 years of marriage, consort Taizhen was still a virgin. His Majesty is the emperor, and his words carry enormous weight. If he likes a woman, no one in the palace would dare to object. Why would he need Prince Shou to cover it up? The King of Song asked. This, Lu Ting was also stunned. If the emperor fancied a woman, he would be frank and open. There was indeed no need for Prince Shou to cover it up. There was no concubine in the palace who dared to be so jealous. Furthermore, there's another suspicious point. This isn't the first day consort Taizhen entered the Yuzhen Palace. I heard that His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, has been there several times and even stayed the night there. Since His Majesty likes her so much that he even went to the extent of denouncing the King of Song. Why is consort Taizhen still a virgin? The old butler asked. It was understandable if Lu Ting said that Prince Shou was impotent, but the Holy Emperor was someone who favored the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. He wasn't an abstinent person. It didn't make sense that consort Taizhen was still a virgin even after entering the palace for more than a month. In the main hall, the brows of the trio were deeply knitted together. Your Highness, I think that we should ask someone about this matter. Lu Ting suddenly chuckled. Who? The King of Song asked. Wang Chong. Lu Ting chuckled. Upon hearing those words, the bodies of the King of Song and the old butler trembled. That's right. Now that they thought about it, all of this was caused by the 3rd son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. If not for him, the King of Song wouldn't have thought of asking Prince Shou about it, nor would he have realized that consort Taizhen was still a virgin. There was no doubt that Wang Chong was the best person to ask. I underestimated him back at the 4 Quarters Embassy. Recalling the past, the King of Song suddenly let out a long sigh. Lu Ting, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Wang clan. Tell him that I have something to ask of him. Now, I can only discuss this matter with him. Lu Ting smiled, clasped his hands, and took his leave. In the courtyard of the Wang clan, a figure was seated motionlessly. Mist was gathering from all directions, shrouding his entire body. Ignoring the commotion in the royal court, Wang Chong was cultivating might of the barbaric god alone in the residence. Endless origin energy was gathering from all directions, seeping into Wang Chong's body, turning into weak origin energy that circulated through his meridians before settling in Wang Chong's dantian, turning into strands of origin energy. This was might. What might of the barbaric god cultivated wasn't just origin energy, but layers upon layers of might. This might was stronger and more explosive. It was completely different from ordinary cultivation techniques. 6th layer. After an unknown period of time, when the might in his body condensed into a circular shape and settled in his dantian, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. The 1st layer of might of the barbaric god was the cultivation of might. But before the 9th layer, what was cultivated wasn't called beast might, but the basic Yuan Qi might. Wang Chong spent several days cultivating day and night before he managed to cultivate Yuan Qi might to the same level as him. Yuan Qi might level 6. Let me test out the power of Yuan Qi might. Wang Chong's eyes focused on a fake mountain in front of him, and there was something special in his eyes. Pung! Wang Chong suddenly punched out, and this punch was more than twice as fast as Wang Chong's previous punches. The fist struck the fake mountain, and it suddenly exploded with a bang. Smoke rose into the air, and it turned into the smallest powder. Hee, not bad. Looking at the fake mountain that turned into powder, Wang Chong laughed. When ordinary martial artists punched out, they would at most smash the fake mountain into countless tiny pieces. But Might of the Barbaric God was different. Punching the fake mountain with Might of the Barbaric God. The fake mountain didn't just shatter, but completely disintegrated. This was the greatest difference. Not only so, my strength has increased by quite a bit. Wang Chong looked at a fake mountain that weighed more than 400 jin, not too far away. Stabbing his palm into the bottom of the fake mountain, he exerted his strength. Hong long long. This fake mountain, which was impossible for an Origin Energy Tier 6 martial artist to lift, suddenly rose into the air. Wang Chong supported it with a single hand, and he even spun it around in his palm before putting it down. Young Master, Academic Lu Ting, is here. Chapter 120. You're finally here. It's much earlier than I expected. Hearing Shen Hai and Meng Long's words, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. He smiled as he retracted his cultivation and walked out slowly. Even though Lu Ting didn't say why he was looking for him, Wang Chong knew that it was most likely to consort Taijin. Even though Wang Chong didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the royal court, he knew that it had been a few days since the King of Song attended the morning court assembly. Wang Chong thought that the King of Song would need at least 10 more days before he would wake up. Yet he came so quickly. It was much earlier than he expected. Wang Chong met Lu Ting in the main hall of the Wang family residence. Lu Ting sat by the tea table with a porcelain tea-gu in his hand. He seemed to have been waiting for a moment. Upon seeing Wang Chong enter, Lu Ting's eyes flashed. The 15-year-old Wang Chong walked in wearing a loose, gray training robe. His belt was tied casually, and his black hair, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes made him look extremely handsome. He didn't notice it in the past, but upon seeing Wang Chong this time, Lu Ting suddenly realized that this youngster had a calmness and confidence that none of his peers possessed. It was as though he had a motive for everything he did. Regardless of whether it was the vast Crane Pavilion or the Four Quarters Embassy, no one could treat him as a teenager. In fact, there were times when Lu Ting felt that he was ignorant and unknowingly treated him as a peer whom he could seek guidance from. In the past, this would have been unimaginable for Lu Ting. Gongzi, Lu Ting pays his respects. Lu Ting abruptly stood up and bowed deeply. Lord Lu, why are you bowing? I'm not worthy of it. Wang Chong stood at the entrance and chuckled. This Lu Ting gave him a playful feeling. He thought that he had carried out the matter at the vast Crane Pavilion discreetly, but this Lu Ting seemed to have seen through his plans. Furthermore, regarding the matter of Consort Taizhen, Wang Chong was willing to bet that Lu Ting was involved. He was certain that Lu Ting had connections in this matter. Hee, young master is truly a godly person. Consort Taizhen's matter had been guessed correctly by young master. I can accept this gift. I can accept it. Lu Ting could not help but laugh in his heart. Just a moment ago, she had thought that he was mature and steady like an adult. But at this moment, Wang Chong asked a question he already knew the answer to, like a child. What? I don't remember saying anything. Wang Chong pretended not to understand. Hee. At the Four Quarters Embassy, didn't you want to dissuade the King of Song from Consort Taizhen? Lu Ting bowed and cooperated. Lord Lu, you must be mistaken. I don't remember dissuading the King of Song. I only asked the King of Song to visit Prince Shou and catch up with him. The smile on Wang Chong's face grew wider. Young master, don't tease me. I was in the wrong previously. I was in the wrong, all right? If Gongzi has any opinions in the future, feel free to voice them. I will try my best to persuade the King of Song. Lu Ting shrugged and admitted defeat with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. Wang Chong laughed. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh along with him. Some matters were better left untouched. Back at the Four Quarters Embassy, Lu Ting shared the same thoughts as the King of Song. They thought that Wang Chang's persuasion was an act of treason. This was the first trust crisis between them. If there was no trust between them, it would be impossible for them to work together. This was the reason why Wang Chong feigned ignorance and Lu Ting admitted defeat. Only by breaking through the barrier in their hearts could they truly continue to cooperate. Lord Lu, remember what you said. Wang Chong pointed a finger at Lu Ting with a smile. Of course, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. Chong Gongzi has already proven himself with your capabilities. How could Lu Ting dare to say anything else? Lu Ting said. This wasn't a compliment, but Lu Ting's heartfelt words. Regardless of whether it was the matter at the vast crane pavilion or the matter regarding Consort Taizhen, they weren't small matters. Even though Wang Chong was young, the wisdom and insight he displayed on such a huge matter left even Lu Ting in awe. Yao Guangyi's defeat was the best proof of this. Chong Gongzi, due to the matter regarding Consort Taizhen, the King of Song has been ordered by the Holy Emperor to recuperate at home. This matter is of utmost importance, so I'll have to trouble Gongzi to accompany me to the King of Song's residence. His Highness has been waiting for a long time. Lu Ting said sincerely, I'll be troubling Lord Lu then. Seeing the severity of Lu Ting's words, Wang Chong didn't turn down the offer. The two of them entered the carriage, and from the king's residence, they headed straight for the King of Song's residence. Wang Chong met the King of Song in the main hall of the King of Song's residence. The King of Song, Lu Ting, the old butler, and Wang Chong made up everyone in the main hall. Other than them, there wasn't a single person in the main hall. The doors to the main hall were tightly shut, and the surroundings, corners, and roofs were filled with experts from the king's residence. Even though this was the first time Wang Chong had entered the King of Song's residence, he could sense the heavy atmosphere. Chong Gongzi, are you going to tell us now? In the main hall, the King of Song, the old butler, Lu Ting, and everyone's gazes were gathered on Wang Chong. The matter regarding King Shou and Consort Taizhen had been bothering the King of Song for a very long time. In the King of Song's opinion, there was only one person who knew the secret behind it. That person must be Wang Chong. If not for Wang Chong's reminder, the King of Song would never have thought of meeting King Shou, nor would he have realized that his consort Taizhen, whom he had been married to for several years, was still a virgin. When they first met at the Four Quarters Embassy, the King of Song still blamed Wang Chong for his lack of propriety. But now he no longer dared to harbor such thoughts. Your Highness, do you think that I know the truth? Just as everyone was anticipating Wang Chong's answer, Wang Chong's reply surprised everyone. You don't know. The King of Song was taken aback. The reason why he invited Wang Chong over was because he was certain that Wang Chong knew the answer. He didn't expect Wang Chong to say that he didn't know either. Your Highness, you overestimate Wang Chong. I would like to know the truth, but I don't know the truth either. Wang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. The matter of Consort Taizhen was a mystery to Wang Chong, be it in his previous life or his current one. In fact, on the way here, when Wang Chong learned from Lu Ting that Consort Taizhen was a virgin, Wang Chong was even more shocked than Lu Ting. Regardless of which time-space continuum he was in, it would only mean that Consort Taizhen and King Shou didn't have any offspring. However, there was no mention of Consort Taizhen being a virgin when she married into the royal palace. How could Wang Chong not be surprised by this outcome? The King of Song was looking forward to hearing an answer from him, but Wang Chong probably didn't know much more than him. Chong Gongzi, that's not what you said on the way here. If you don't know the answer, why would you advise your Highness to meet King Shou? Lu Ting frowned as well, as he was in a hurry to bring Wang Chong to meet the King of Song. He didn't pursue the truth along the way. On the other hand, Wang Chong asked him about King Shou and Consort Taizhen. Your Highness and Lord Lu have misunderstood. Wang Chong didn't hide anything and revealed the matter of him seeing King Shou. However, Wang Chong changed the matter from his previous life to this life. So, you grew suspicious because you saw King show? The disappointment in the King of Song's eyes couldn't be concealed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He thought that Wang Chong would know the answer, but he didn't expect it to be the case. Hee, Your Highness, I thought that this isn't what you are worried about. Wang Chong looked at the King of Song and smiled. Is the truth really important? I just want to know, regardless of what the truth is, has Your Highness thought of what you should do next? Hearing Wang Chong's words, the faces of the King of Song and Lu Ting immediately darkened. The old butler looked at Wang Chong with a solemn gaze. Your Highness, regardless of what the truth is, there are only two possibilities. The first is that Your Majesty has indeed snatched King Shou's wife, and this is against the moral principles. There's no need to elaborate on this. The second is that there's more to it than meets the eye. This matter isn't what the outside world thinks, where a group snatches the wife of a subject, or a father snatches the wife of a son. If this is the case, has Your Highness thought of how you should deal with it? Wang Chong met the gaze of the King of Song and said calmly. These words were extremely bold. In the past, Wang Chong would never dare to say such words. But times had changed. Now, the King of Song had taken the initiative to invite him over. Moreover, the matter of Consort Taizhen was of great importance. Not only did it concern the King of Song, but it also concerned Big Uncle and the Wang clan. Wang Chong couldn't just ignore it. Wang Chong was well aware that the King of Song didn't have much time left. Wang Chong, how can you speak to the King of Song in such a manner? Lu Ting reprimanded. It doesn't matter. The King of Song waved his hand, a contemplative look on his face. In the past, if Wang Chong dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would definitely fly into a rage. But now the 5 imperial edicts had given him a wake-up call and calmed him down. The King of Song wouldn't be the same as he was in the past. Wang Chong, what are you trying to say? The King of Song let out a long sigh, and his figure revealed a sense of exhaustion. Your Highness, the matter of Consort Taizhen will be settled in a few days. Your Highness really doesn't have much time left. Wang Chong sighed and changed his tone. His voice was much gentler. It was actually very strange for a teenager to say such words. But whether it was the King of Song, Lu Ting, or the old butler who hadn't spoken much, none of them thought much of it. They seemed to have naturally accepted Wang Chong's attitude. Your Highness, His Majesty's stance on this matter is clear. His Highness and my big uncle led the officials to join hands and oppose His Majesty and Consort Taizhen. In order to protect Consort Taizhen, His Majesty didn't hesitate to issue 5 imperial edicts to expel Your Highness from the royal court. Has Your Highness ever thought that if even Your Highness is like this, what would happen to the other officials? When this matter is settled, what will happen to Consort Taizhen? If Consort Taizhen becomes the empress one day, how do you think she will treat those who opposed her? Wang Chong's words were very gentle, but when they landed in the main hall, they were no less than a heavy bomb. You mean that this matter will implicate the other officials? The King of Song's expression finally changed. He had been hesitating about what to do about this matter, to oppose His Majesty or not. But Wang Chong's words made his heart turn cold. He had been focused on what he should do, but he had neglected what this matter would do to the royal court and the other officials. Impossible. His Majesty definitely wouldn't dare to do this. That's half of the officials. The King of Song's face paled. What do you think, Your Highness? Wang Chong let out a long sigh in his heart. If the King of Song didn't change his attitude, this wasn't a question of whether it would happen or not. It was something that would definitely happen. No one understood why the Holy Emperor would be so protective of a woman, but this was the truth. Consort Taizhen's place in the Holy Emperor's heart was far more important than anyone could imagine. As for the reason, it was destined to be a mystery, and there was no way to explain it to outsiders. The main hall was quiet. The King of Song's eyes were wide open, and cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Lu Ting's expression was definitely not any better. Looking at Wang Chong, Lu Ting looked like he had seen a ghost. This young man's insight into the affairs of the world was far beyond his imagination. While he and the King of Song were still trying to figure out the secrets of King Shou and Consort Taizhen, Wang Chong had already considered the possible consequences of this matter. At this moment, Lu Ting couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had noticed Wang Chong in the vast crane pavilion and invited Wang Chong over. Otherwise, no one knew when they would wake up to reality. Just the thought of the consequences of having half of the officials involved in this matter left even Lu Ting feeling fearful. At this moment, the main hall was deathly silent and only heavy breathing could be heard. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong nodded his head slightly. It was already impressive that the King of Song and the others were able to realize this point. At least his efforts in the Four Quarters Embassy weren't in vain. Has your Highness ever thought about it? If half of the officials were to be demoted or even exiled to other prefectures, with King Qi and the Yao clan in charge of the royal court, what would happen next? It's fine if it's the Yao clan. Old Master, Yao, still wants to save face. But what about King Qi? Given King Qi's personality and style, do you think that he would let go of such an opportunity? If the military affairs of the royal court were to fall into the hands of selfish people like the Yao clan and King Qi, what do you think will happen in the future? Wang Chong said earnestly. Only at this moment did Wang Chong voice out the words of advice he had been harboring in his heart. In the Four Quarters Embassy, Wang Chong didn't say these words, and he couldn't say them. But now, the King of Song had accepted 5 imperial edicts and was idling at home. The weight of his words was far greater than before. The complexion of King of Song turned even more awful. The old butler and Lu Ting's complexion didn't look too good either. What Wang Chong said was something that they had never considered before. What do you think I should do? The King of Song finally raised his head and stared at Wang Chong. Looking at this upright third son of Wang Yan, the King of Song no longer dared to underestimate him due to his age and appearance. At this moment, the King of Song had truly regarded Wang Chong as a little strategist, and one that carried a lot of weight. Hee, I'll have to ask your Highness about this. On one side is a private affair, and on the other side is a national affair. Which does your Highness think is more important? Wang Chong smiled. He knew that the King of Song had already made up his mind. But are you going to disregard the relationship between an official and a ruler? The King of Song asked in return. Then, which does your Highness think is more important, the reputation of an official or the national affairs of the Tang dynasty? Wang Chong said fearlessly, Sigh. The King of Song let out a long sigh. A deep sense of defeat suddenly welled up in his heart. He already knew what he should do. Your Highness, you don't have to blame yourself. In this matter, Prince Shou wasn't harmed, Consort Taizhen wasn't harmed, and His Majesty wasn't harmed either. Isn't that enough? To benefit the country, one's life and death is at stake. How can one avoid it because of misfortune or good fortune? As long as it's beneficial to the Tang dynasty and the country, why should your Highness care about personal gains and losses? Wang Chong comforted him. Wang Chong respected the King of Song from the bottom of his heart. If an ordinary person were to encounter the King of Song's situation, they would probably have surrendered long ago. Only an upright person like the King of Song would feel tormented and struggle for so long. To benefit the country, one's life and death is at stake. How can one avoid it because of misfortune or good fortune? Well said, well said. The King of Song let out a long sigh and returned to his original appearance. Chapter 121. The King of Song sighed in his heart. What was done could not be undone. The current situation was no longer one where he could do whatever he wanted. In the court, the Holy Emperor's 5 imperial edicts had already excluded him from the scope of court discussions. Moreover, all the civil and military officials would follow his lead in this matter. Now that half of the court officials were vehemently against it, His Majesty and Consort Taizhen would definitely blame it on him. No matter what he did, he could not change the situation now. The main hall was quiet, and the atmosphere was heavy. Even without the King of Song's explanation, everyone knew what situation the King of Song was in. The Emperor was not joking. In the current situation, even if the King of Song changed his attitude, it would be difficult for him to return to the court and regain his previous position. The victory of King Qi and the Yao family was inevitable. What I'm worried about now is the officials in the court. I hope His Majesty will not demote half of the officials because of this matter. The King of Song's voice was full of worry. Your Highness, is it possible to meet the Holy Emperor? With His Majesty's trust in you, there might be a chance to salvage this matter. The old steward, who had not spoken much, had a thoughtful look in his eyes. It's impossible. His Majesty is really angry about this matter. All of us have underestimated His Majesty's position on this matter. Now he will definitely not meet me. And in the court, King Qi and the Yao family will definitely do everything they can to not give me this chance. The King of Song said. A trace of helplessness flashed in the old steward's eyes. Although he was unparalleled in cultivation, he was not good at this kind of court strategy. Moreover, if I suddenly change my attitude, how will the officials in the court view me? How will His Majesty view me? How will the court view me? Even if I suddenly support His Majesty, it may not be as effective as you think. The King of Song sighed. Lu Ting was also speechless. There was no turning back. This was the situation the King of Song was facing now. No matter what he did, the blame would be placed on him. Now, even Lu Ting couldn't think of a solution. One wrong step in the imperial court would lead to many wrong steps. Even though they foresaw that half of the civil and military officials would be implicated, even though they foresaw that King Qi and the Yao clan would rise to power in the imperial court, they could do nothing. Is there really no other way? Lu Ting said unwillingly. Actually, regarding this matter, Your Highness doesn't necessarily have to express your support for Consort Taizhen. After an unknown amount of time, just as everyone was in a daze, Wang Chong's voice rang in everyone's ears. His voice was clear and unrestrained. At this time, it gave people a feeling of being able to see the sun through the clouds. The three of them were shocked and looked at Wang Chong. Wang Chong, do you have any good ideas? The King of Song said, Indeed, Chong Gongzi, you don't have to hide anything in front of the King of Song. Just say what's on your mind. Lu Ting encouraged as well. Haha, Your Highness, actually not objecting is already supporting it. Wang Chong said, As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. The world is not a game of black and white. However, I'm afraid that this is far from enough. Lu Ting said hesitantly, Haha, Lord Lu, do you still not understand? The reason why His Majesty is angry isn't because of the King of Song's objection. Rather, it's because of the King of Song's objection that His Majesty is in a difficult position. Consort Taizhen will be faced with great opposition. If Consort Taizhen can successfully enter the palace, if the opposition isn't so great, do you think that His Majesty will care even if there are objections? Wang Chong said with a smile. The eyes of everyone in the hall lit up upon hearing his words. Even the King of Song was surprised. He suddenly realized that not summoning Wang Chong in on the matter of Consort Taizhen was his biggest mistake. This child's way of thinking seemed to be different from others. In the same matter, he could always find something that others couldn't. If that was all, it would be fine. However, after careful consideration, Wang Chong's words were reasonable and often gave people a feeling of being enlightened. Go on. The King of Song was much more spirited. He looked at Wang Chong with an expectant look. He was getting more and more curious about this youngest son of the Wang family. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Chong bowed in response and continued. His calm and composed expression was so infectious that people couldn't help following his train of thought. Your Highness has great rallying power in the imperial court. With a summon, the officials will gather. This is also the reason why His Majesty is dissatisfied with you. However, if your Highness suddenly changes your attitude from vehement opposition to silence, the officials in the imperial court will definitely be puzzled and curious. At that time, as long as your Highness says that there's more to the matter of consort Taizhen and the truth isn't what everyone thinks, at that time, given your Highness's influence, it will definitely cause a huge reaction in the imperial court. As long as there's hesitation in their hearts, the opposition will definitely not be so intense. As long as half of those who oppose change their attitude, the matter of consort Taizhen entering the palace will be settled and unstoppable. As long as the opposition in the imperial court isn't so intense and resolute, as long as the resistance isn't so great, His Majesty will definitely not pursue this matter. Even if there are people who oppose it, he won't care. This way, the reputation of the officials will be preserved and at the same time, the officials in the imperial court will be protected. Wang Chong said. In the great hall, the King of Song and the old butler looked at each other in shock. The affairs of the imperial court were unpredictable. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. The complexity and risks involved were not something that outsiders could understand. The King of Song had thought that Wang Chong was more or less unfamiliar with the affairs of the imperial court. However, listening to his words, he didn't sound like a child. Instead, he sounded like an old official who had been in the imperial court for decades. Moreover, after careful consideration, Wang Chong's method had considered all aspects. Even the King of Song had to admit that this was currently the best method. This child is really too shocking. The King of Song's heart thundered. A 15-year-old child could be so experienced. If he hadn't heard Wang Chong say this with his own ears, the King of Song wouldn't have believed it. Previously, he had heard from the Wang family that Yao Guangyi's matter was entirely due to Wang Chong's efforts. The King of Song had more or less felt that the Wang family was exaggerating and purposely trying to promote this junior. But now, the King of Song believed that the Wang family had indeed produced a Qilin son. The impression that Wang Chong gave him was even deeper than that of his eldest and second brothers. As these thoughts flashed across the King of Song's mind, he quickly turned to look at Lu Ting. Lord Lu, what do you think of this matter? Your Highness, pardon my bluntness, but this is probably the best solution for now. Lu Ting pondered for a moment before speaking seriously. It's a pity. Even if the officials in the imperial court are protected, it will be difficult for your Highness to return to the imperial court. At the very least, it will be impossible for you to do so within half a year. By then, the matter will have already been settled. King Qi and the Yao clan have already taken over the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments from your Highness. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Punishments were the two departments with the most authority in the imperial court. The Ministry of Punishments was one thing, but the Ministry of War was of utmost importance. The King of Song relied on his immense influence in the military to gain the respect of the imperial court and the right to speak. If the Ministry of War were to fall into King Qi's hands, even the officials in the imperial court would be safe. The King of Song would lose. Furthermore, given King Qi's personality, he would never let go of military authority once he grasped it. The King of Song's subordinates in the military would probably be cleaned out in a short period of time and replaced with his own men. The military is a matter of national importance and cannot be ignored. If the Ministry of War were to fall into the hands of someone like King Qi, the empire would truly be in deep trouble. Although I am unwilling, it is best to choose the lesser of two evils. This is the only way this matter can be. The King of Song looked to the heavens and sighed, his heart filled with indignation. Wang Chong looked at the two of them in silence. Wang Chong had already done his best to consort Taizhen's affairs. However, Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Your Highness, in truth, King Qi might not have won this matter. King Qi might not be able to seize the authority of the Ministry of War. These words caused the King of Song to tremble. He had been trying his best to maintain his composure, but upon hearing these words, he could no longer hold back. "What should I do?" the King of Song asked. His expression was one of unprecedented respect. "To eliminate the influence of this matter, there is actually a way. Everything only needs one person. As long as you can get this person's consent, everything can be resolved." Wang Chong said, "Who is it?" The King of Song, the old butler, and Lu Ting asked simultaneously. The 5 imperial edicts were an insurmountable chasm. The 3 of them found it hard to believe that Wang Chong could still help the King of Song return to his original position. "Consort Taizhen." Wang Chong smiled and spat out a name. "Everything is because of Consort Taizhen. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. If the King of Song wishes to return to the royal court, he will need Consort Taizhen's help." The hall was quiet. The 3 of them looked at Wang Chong with their eyes wide open. They felt as if they were looking at a lunatic. Crazy, completely crazy. If not for Wang Chong's previous performance, the 3 of them would have cried out. The biggest obstacle to Consort Taizhen entering the palace was the King of Song. The 2 of them were enemies. She hated the King of Song to the core. How could she help her enemy? Wang Chong actually wanted Consort Taizhen to speak for the King of Song. This was simply wishful thinking. Even the craziest lunatic would not dare to say such a thing. "Ha ha ha!" Looking at everyone's shocked and incredulous gazes, Wang Chong laughed inwardly. He felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Right now, in the entire Central Plains, if there was one person who could change Consort Taizhen's attitude and make her not hate the King of Song, but help the King of Song instead, only one person could do it. Chapter 122. Wang Chong, if you can do it, I really admire you. It's already good enough that Consort Taizhen doesn't hate us. How could she possibly help us? Hee Wang Chong, if you can even do such a thing, I can promise you one thing. No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely promise you. No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I'll definitely promise you. The 3 of them looked at Wang Chong said, obviously feeling that it was impossible. How could Wang Chong dare to think of letting his enemy speak for him? The King of Song had seen all kinds of people in the imperial court. There were people who begged their enemies for forgiveness. But not only did they beg their enemies not to hate you, but to help you instead, there wasn't a single one. Even the Yao family, who had always been known for their wisdom, didn't dare to say such words. As expected, Wang Chong was still young and impetuous, which was why he would say such words. Wang Chong laughed. He could clearly see the expressions of the 3 of them. Without a doubt, the 3 of them felt that it was impossible. Even Lu Ting, who had the most favorable impression of him and trusted him the most, felt that Wang Chong's words were too shocking and unlikely to be realized. However, Wang Chong didn't refute it. Facts spoke louder than words. No matter how much he said, it wouldn't be as convincing as making it a reality. Your Highness, there's nothing in this world that I'm completely sure of. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely be able to do it. However, if Your Highness doesn't mind, I can try my best. However, if I want to do this, I'll need Your Highness's full help. Wang Chong said, That's not a problem at all. Do whatever you want to do. If you need anything, just tell me or Lord Lu. I'll give you my full support. The King of Song said with a smile. His expression was relaxed. Clearly, he didn't believe that Wang Chong could succeed. Because of this, he didn't feel burdened and simply let him do it. Thank you, Your Highness. Wang Chong bowed. He wasn't being polite about this matter. If he wanted to do what he said, he needed the help of the King of Song. After leaving the King of Song's mansion, Wang Chong sat in the carriage, a contemplative look in his eyes. Although he had made a solemn vow in front of the King of Song, Wang Chong knew that it would not be easy to achieve this. Spilled water could not be retrieved. Words that had been spoken could not be taken back. The King of Song had objected so fiercely before. Moreover, he had gathered the ministers to oppose him. It was basically impossible to consort Taizhen to have a good impression of him and change her attitude toward him all of a sudden. However, this matter was not absolute. Wang Chong sat in the carriage, his heart in turmoil. He remembered something about consort Taizhen. At this moment, everyone was full of criticism toward consort Taizhen. Their understanding of her was probably limited to a woman, or a calamity that brought disaster to the country's people. As for the real situation, no one understood it. Only Wang Chong knew that this woman wasn't just princess consort show, or a woman that could be summed up. Regardless of which parallel universe she was in, this woman's beauty was renowned throughout history. She was definitely one of the most beautiful women in the thousands of years of history of the Central Plains. For a woman to be able to leave her mark in history just by relying on her beauty, one could imagine how beautiful this woman was. However, other than Wang Chong, no one had noticed this point yet, other than her beauty. Wang Chong also knew that consort Taizhen had a hobby, and that was to love poetry. In fact, it far exceeded the scope of ordinary love. Consort Taizhen was especially fond of talented poets. In the future, after entering the palace, consort Taizhen would often summon those famous poets and listen to them recite their poems. She would guide them and bestow them with large amounts of gold and silver. As for those poets who were struggling to make ends meet, consort Taizhen would often bestow them with an additional sum of money. Thus, among the poets of the Tang dynasty, consort Taizhen's reputation had always been the best. Consort Taizhen loved poetry, and her love for poetry had reached an unimaginable level. When she came across a good poem, consort Taizhen would often fall in love with it. She wouldn't let go of it for even a moment, and she would bring it with her even when she slept. There were a few lavishly decorated chests in her room. They weren't used to store gold and silver, but the poems she loved. At the same time, like other women, consort Taizhen also had her own thoughts. Consort Taizhen loved poems with talent, and if these talented poems could praise her a little, consort Taizhen would like it very much. She would often bestow additional gifts. Due to the pursuit of martial arts, the poetry of this world wasn't very developed. In his previous life, when he heard that consort Taizhen loved poetry, Wang Chong already had some ideas, but he never had the chance to do so. If I can take out that poem, perhaps this matter will be very successful. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he recalled a poem. This world actually had many aspects that were completely different from the Tang dynasty in Wang Chong's impression. For example, there was no Li Bai and there was no Du Fu. Although there were many popular poems and many famous poets, in terms of standard, they were far from the level in Wang Chong's impression. At the very least, Wang Chong knew that many poems had a weight that completely crushed the poets in this world. I'll use that poem. I'll know if I can achieve the effect after trying it out. There was nothing in this world that was 100% certain. However, in Wang Chong's mind, at least this heavyweight poem could completely change the impression that consort Taizhen had and ease the relationship between her and the King of Song. After returning to the residence, Wang Chong didn't waste any time. He immediately picked up his brush and wrote down the Song of Purity and Peace. Although he had a lot of clever ideas, it had to be said that Wang Chong's handwriting wasn't very good. Although he had tried his best, the words were still crooked, and it could only be said that it was barely readable. From this aspect, Wang Chong was quite in line with his identity as the son of a general. Fortunately, although the words weren't very good, the content of the poem was still very weighty. It's about time. Looking at the content on the Xian paper, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. His forehead was covered in sweat. Picking up a brush and wielding a saber were two completely different things. Pung! Looking at his work, Wang Chong nodded his head. Then he grabbed a large seal by the side and imprinted Li Chunqi seal on it. This was the seal of the King of Song. It was something that Wang Chong had requested from Lu Ting at the last minute before he left. The King of Song was rather generous. After asking Lu Ting to retrieve his seal, he passed it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong blew on it. After the ink on the paper dried, he stuffed it into a large envelope. After writing a few lines of words on the envelope, he stamped the seal of the King of Song residence on it. Meng Long, your subordinate is here. Meng Long answered the call and entered respectfully. Bring this letter to the royal palace and pass it to Consort Taizhen. Also, pass this seal to Lord Lu Ting. Wang Chong pointed to the letter and seal on the table. The current Holy Emperor had built a Yuzhen palace in the royal palace, and Consort Taizhen resided there. It was impossible for an ordinary person to deliver a seal to the royal palace. However, Wang Chong knew that given the identity of the King of Song, as long as he flashed the seal on the letter, it would be successfully delivered. Whether I can help the King of Song or not will depend on the effects of this letter, Wang Chong thought. After handing over the letter and seal, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. After dealing with the King of Song, Wang Chong turned his attention back to his cultivation. His might of barbaric god 1 Dan origin energy force 6 Dan was compatible with his current cultivation realm. If he wanted to reach higher realms, he would have to reach origin energy tier 7. In other words, it was impossible for him to raise his might of barbaric god anymore. However, it was fortunate that once he mastered might of barbaric god, Wang Chong would be able to absorb origin energy from the outside world. Compared to before, the speed of cultivation was completely incomparable. If I want to reach higher realms, I can't stay here any longer. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he turned his head to look through the window at the faintly discernible mountains beyond the capital. In terms of origin energy, the forest was undoubtedly much more abundant than the city. If Wang Chong wanted to raise his cultivation realm to higher realms and bring out the full might of barbaric god, he would have to leave the capital and enter the forest. However, I can't rush this matter. Wang Chong stretched out his right index finger and lightly tapped on the table as his mind word. Subconsciously, Wang Chong thought of the Eastern Islands female assassin. With the specter steps and outstanding assassination skills, that female assassin was no different from a specter, making it hard to guard against her. If not for Wang Chong's scheming against her back then, he would have long been dead. The capital was currently heavily guarded, so naturally, that female assassin wouldn't dare to come. However, if he were to leave the city and enter the complicated environment of the forest, it would be hard to say what would happen. That kind of environment was extremely advantageous to assassins. Shun Hai, Meng Long Arloja, and Ablonidin might not be able to protect him. Perhaps even a few of them might die. If that was the case, Wang Chong's heart would ache. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting wood. If I want to resolve this matter, I'll have to find a powerful bodyguard. Wang Chong rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on. His mother and little sister were in the Wang residence, so he couldn't bring the guards in the residence with him. Thus, Wang Chong could only find a way to find a few formidable experts from the outside. Wang Chong racked his brains to recall the experts he knew. I've got it. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly recalled something. If he wanted to find an expert, there was no better and more convenient way than to hire an expert. Wang Chong knew of an extremely formidable expert who was hired. However, it was a pity that this person had an eccentric temper and his exorbitant price. On top of that, he had an unattractive appearance and shabby clothes. Thus, no one paid him any heed. It was only a few years later that this expert rose to fame due to a coincidence. It was only then that many people realized how formidable this person was. However, by then he had already been recruited into the residence of a king of the royal family as his personal guard. However, it hadn't been long since he appeared. Given his temper, his exorbitant price, and his indifferent attitude, no one would have noticed him other than Wang Chong. Ha ha ha, it's him. Chapter 123. The Tang Dynasty was a world of martial arts. At the very least, it wasn't the ordinary world that Wang Chong thought of. It was precisely because it was a world of martial arts that there were many cultivators that could be hired. These cultivators were of different backgrounds, and their hiring habits were different as well. Some of them would only accept a single mission. Some of them would work for a period of at least a month, and some of them would have all kinds of bizarre conditions attached to their jobs. Furthermore, these people came from different backgrounds, and there were many reasons behind their hiring. Some of them simply wanted to earn money, but there were also some who had ulterior motives. In the past, it wasn't as if there weren't any cases of hired cultivators purposely killing their employers and robbing them of their belongings. Thus, it was up to the employers to check on them. This is the place. In the southwest of the capital, near the city walls, Wang Chong lifted his head and stared at the ordinary-looking tea house before him. There were only 4 simple words on the tea house: House of the 4 Seas. The paint on the signboard was slightly peeling, and it seemed to be quite old. Young master, is this the place? This place looks really shabby. Shen Hai and Meng Long frowned in bewilderment. Even though it was a tea house, there weren't many customers here. Furthermore, the location was extremely remote. Given the circumstances of a tea house, if there weren't any customers, they would definitely have to pay for it. Don't worry, this is the place. Wang Chong chuckled. If it was really a tea house, of course he would have to pay for it. But it wasn't here. There wasn't a single place in the entire Tang dynasty that hired cultivators in the bustling city. The more remote the location, the better. The House of the 4 Seas that Wang Chong was looking at was just one of the many places that hired cultivators. Beckoning to Shen Hai and Meng Long, Wang Chong led the 2 of them into the tea house. Even though the exterior was dirty and old, the interior of the tea house was extremely clean. Walking in, Wang Chong noticed that the wooden stairs were spotless, and the paint on them was extremely neat. In addition, the floor was very clean. Although it couldn't be said to be luxurious, it definitely wasn't as simple as it looked. At the very least, it had reached a normal standard. There were many tables in the tea house. Many cultivators wore different clothes and had different temperaments. Some were lying down, some were sitting, some were resting with their eyes closed, and some were drinking alone. When Wang Chong entered, he found that there were still a lot of people here to hire people. Many of them were dressed like wealthy merchants, so the appearance of Wang Chong and the others did not attract much attention. Shopkeeper, who has the highest hiring price here? Wang Chong did not beat around the bush and went straight to the chubby, fierce-looking shopkeeper behind the counter. Hey, do you see that guy in brocade clothes and a blue hat? According to the mission records, each mission would cost at least 300 taels of gold. People gave him the nickname of Dripping Blood Sword. The swordsmanship was very fierce. He was a true martial tier 1 expert. With his rank, he was more than qualified to be a guard in the prince's mansion. This kind of person is not too bad. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper glanced at Wang Chong and then pointed at a middle-aged man who was immaculately dressed and had a cold expression, exuding the air of an expert. Shen Hai and Meng Long were tempted. If a true martial realm expert were to help them, the safety of the prince's mansion would be greatly increased. However, Wang Chong wasn't too satisfied. 300 taels? Is there a higher price? Wang Chong asked with a frown. 300 taels of gold might be sufficient to show his strength here, but the person Wang Chong was looking for wasn't of this level. In his impression, the price of that person wasn't just 300 taels. Higher? The chubby, fierce-looking shopkeeper suddenly sneered coldly. He assessed Wang Chong carefully, as though this was the first time he had noticed him. After all this time, it turns out that you were just feigning ignorance. You are here to cause trouble for me. Fine. The person you are looking for is on the 2nd floor in the corner. Don't worry, there's no mistake. As the shopkeeper spoke, he stuffed his hands into his sleeves and turned his head to the side, ignoring Wang Chong. Wang Chong smiled and thanked him. Then he walked up the wooden staircase to the 2nd floor. When Wang Chong reached the 2nd floor, he finally understood why the shopkeeper said that he wouldn't make a mistake. There was a clear distinction between the two floors. Half of it was occupied by the hired warriors, while the other half was occupied by a gray-robed warrior. This gray-robed warrior was around 34 years old. His beard was unkempt, and he didn't care about his appearance. His gray robe was slightly tattered as well. From the looks of it, there was a huge gap between him and the other warriors around him. Even so, his price wasn't low. In front of him was a half-chi-long signboard with a few dazzling numbers written on it. 5,000 gold taels. Upon seeing this price, Wang Chong finally understood why no one was willing to sit with him. This person truly had no friends due to his high price. Compared to others, his price was more than 10 times higher. Most wealthy merchants might not even be able to afford to hire him. That's the one. Wang Chong looked at the wooden signboard on the table and smiled. This person had just appeared in this tea house not too long ago. 5,000 gold taels wasn't considered high. After a period of time, Wang Chong knew that the price of this person in front of him wouldn't be this high. Shin Hai, bring a jar of your best wine over. Wang Chong said, Yes, young master. Shen Hai quickly responded and left. Wang Chong also began to walk toward the gray-robed martial artist. Do you see the signboard on the table? If you're not sincere, go over there if you want to drink and drink. You're not welcome here. The gray-robed warrior's voice was very deep and carried a sense of alienation. He was naturally unsociable. Although he was speaking impolitely, he didn't even raise his head. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself. He was drinking the lowest quality wine that cost a few copper coins. I'm here to look for you. Wang Chong faintly smiled and shot him a meaningful glance. Shen Hai understood and slammed the jar of green pine wine that cost a few gold taels onto the table. Shen Hai lightly tapped on the clay seal. A fragrance of wine immediately wafted out from within. The fragrance was simple and elegant. However, there was a hint of sweetness to it. With just a sniff, one would feel relaxed and happy. It was as if they had suddenly left the bustling city and entered a secluded mountain. This is my gift to you. This place is simple and crude. This is the best wine we could find. Wang Chong smiled. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. To those who were truly capable, Wang Chong had never been stingy. Therefore, the contract in Hyderabad was only for 90,000 gold taels. However, Wang Chong had given Ablonaden and Arloja over 100,000 gold taels. The alchemist's secret organization needed 200,000 gold taels to become a shadow. However, Wang Chong didn't feel any heartache at all. As long as it was someone who was truly useful and talented, Wang Chong would be very generous. A jar of wine that cost 6 to 7 gold taels was already very expensive. However, to Wang Chong, the person in front of him was worth far more than that. Asking him to drink wine that cost 6 to 7 gold taels was already a grievance. Looking at the green pine wine on the table, the gray-robed middle-aged man's eyes finally became sober. Although his expression was still cold, it was no longer as distant as before. Let me say this first. My price is not low. 5,000 gold taels? Monthly. The gray-robed, middle-aged man said. Got it. Wang Chong smiled. 5,000 gold taels per month. In a year, it would be 60,000 gold taels. With such a high price, even those rich merchants would find it hard to accept. As for the aristocratic families, they would also find it hard to hire an outsider at such a high price. However, Wang Chong didn't care. 5,000 gold taels per month. 60,000 gold taels per year. It might be a lot for others, but it was nothing to him. What Wang Chong needed the most right now was a true expert. Behind the table, the gray-robed middle-aged man finally revealed a serious expression. After staying in this tea house for so long, most people either ridiculed him or distanced themselves from him. Wang Chong could be considered the first person he met. He was also the only person who would actually hire him. Let me say this first. My employment has conditions. Speak. First, the commission must be paid in advance. I don't accept credit. Sure. Wang Chong nodded. Second, I don't accept orders. After accepting the employment, I will only be responsible for your safety. I don't care about anything else. Sure. Wang Chong nodded again. Third, I don't accept restrictions. After accepting the employment, I will be able to go wherever I want without any restrictions. As long as I guarantee your safety, it's up to me whether I appear or not. Before Wang Chong could say anything, Shen Hai and Meng Long's faces had already darkened. Sure. Wang Chong nodded once more. Fourth, if I wish to leave, I can leave at any time. The gray-robed, middle-aged man said the last condition. What kind of joke is this? Is that still considered employment? 5,000 gold taels per month? You can appear and go wherever you want? How can there be such a thing in the world? Before Wang Chong could speak, Shen Hai and Meng Long couldn't hold themselves back anymore. How is this hiring a martial artist? He is practically hiring a master. This isn't acceptable, and that isn't acceptable. Yet the price is so ridiculous. Does this person really think that others are fools? The gray-robed, middle-aged man didn't say a word. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Chong. Young master, this won't do. If we do things this way, how can we still hire him? What if something happens? Won't young master's money go down the drain then? Shen Hai objected vehemently. The moment he said those words, a burst of laughter sounded behind him. You only know now. Why do you think we aren't sitting together with him? This bastard really thinks that he is a master, arrogant but incompetent. Do you know how formidable he is now? You fellows just love to find trouble. Everyone had noticed the commotion behind them the moment Wang Chong and the others entered. This sight wasn't out of their expectations at all. Sirs, we have quite a few experts on our side. Why don't we have a chat? There were also some who tried their best to entice Wang Chong and the others to hire them. Sure. Just as everyone was laughing, Wang Chong finally spoke up. It was just 2 words, but it seemed to have infinite magic power. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Wang Chong in shock. Chapter 124. The gray-robed, middle-aged man knew how harsh his conditions were. This was precisely the reason why he didn't harbor much hope for the young man before him. To think that the young man whom he didn't harbor much hope for would actually agree to it. Insane! What in the world is that fellow thinking? He actually agreed to such conditions. Is he really so rich that he doesn't know where to spend his money? Even if that's the case, there's no need to spend so much money on trash like him. Besides, do they even know where that fellow came from? Behind him, in the tea house, a group of hired experts found the situation inconceivable. 100 gold taels was sufficient to hire a formidable expert here. But this young man was willing to spend 5,000 gold taels to hire someone else. More importantly, he didn't even know the other party's background. This behavior was simply incomprehensible. How is it? Did you agree to it? Wang Chong asked with a smile. His expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if what the gray-robed, middle-aged man proposed was just an insignificant matter. The gray-robed, middle-aged man stared at Wang Chong in astonishment. For the first time, he found himself unable to comprehend the young man before him. Just as Wang Chong was anticipating the other party's reply, a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. If you wish to earn so much money, you must have the capability to do so. Young master, allow me to test him on your behalf. Before he could finish his words, the air suddenly exploded. A sturdy fist abruptly burst forth from beside Wang Chong, and with a powerful gust of wind, it headed straight for the gray-robed, middle-aged man. There was even a faint white ripple around the fist. This was the symbol of an Origin Energy Tier 9 expert, Ripple Halo. Shanghai, don't. Wang Chong's face warped in horror. He wanted to stop Shanghai, but it was already too late. A cold harumph sounded by his ear, and when Shanghai's fist was still several chi away from the gray-robed, middle-aged man, It seemed to have struck an invisible wall, and it abruptly came to a halt. Humph! You overestimate yourself. In an instant, a voice that wasn't too loud nor too soft sounded clearly in everyone's ears. In the next instant, a powerful aura burst forth from the gray-robed, middle-aged man's body. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out as a gale rose within the tea-house, causing everyone's robes to flutter. Amidst this gale, Shenhai was sent flying like a rubber ball by the power that erupted from within the gray-robed, middle-aged man's body. With a rumble, he smashed into the wall on the other side of the House of the Four Seas. Deal! The gale calmed down, and the gray-robed, middle-aged man slowly stood up from his seat like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed from its sheath. In front of him, about 100 feet away, Shenhai stood up from the ground. He was completely unharmed. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Standing beside Wang Chong, Meng Long was completely dumbstruck. The House of the Four Seas was just a very ordinary tea house. As a stronghold for hiring martial artists, it was a relatively low-level establishment. No one would have thought that there would be such a powerful expert hidden in this tea house, especially those hired experts who had been with him for several months. They were incomparably shocked. Releasing internal qi, this person has at least reached the true martial realm. Looking at how easily he did it, it's clear that he didn't use his true strength at all. His true strength is far greater than what he shows on the surface. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to send Shenhai flying so far shows that his control over his strength has reached a level of perfection. This person is at least at true martial realm 6 Dan. His strength can only be higher, not lower. Looking at the gray-robed, middle-aged man before him, thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind. As the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, his eye of discernment was top-notch. However, it was a pity that due to his limited cultivation, Wang Chong was unable to see through the true strength of these people. Deal! As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Wang Chong swiftly stretched out his hand and shook hands with the gray-robed, middle-aged man. The name of the gray-robed, middle-aged man was Li Zhuxin. This was something that Wang Chong learned after passing him the 5,000 gold taels. As for his background, Li Zhuxin was extremely secretive about it, not saying a single word about it. After receiving the 5,000 gold taels, just as he said, Li Zhuxin only appeared for a moment before disappearing from sight. Shenhai and Meng Long felt deeply stifled by this situation. Only Wang Chong paid it no heed. Wang Chong didn't know much about Li Zhuxin. All he knew was that the other party was a man of his word and deeds. Since he had promised to do something, he would surely do it. If he couldn't even do this, the princes of the Tang dynasty wouldn't have kept him by their side as their personal guard. Now, I can cultivate might of the barbaric god without any worries. Standing beside the carriage outside the home of the Four Seas, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. With an expert like Li Zhuxin around, he had gained an additional layer of protection. At this moment, he could finally head into the forest to cultivate and raise his cultivation without any worries. Jaya! With a loud shout, the carriage galloped off. However, it didn't return to the Wang clan. Instead, it headed toward the mountains outside the capital. While Wang Chong was training in the forest outside the capital, another storm was brewing in the royal palace of the Tang dynasty. Your Highness, His Highness the King of Song has sent a letter. Amidst the hoarse voice, an old nanny whose face was as wrinkled as the skin of a tangerine walked into the lavishly decorated Yuzhen palace with a letter in her hand. What? Pa! A crisp sound echoed from within the red tent. Consort Tai Zhen's furious voice sounded from within. Li Qingqi, you are going too far. Haven't you humiliated me enough? It's one thing for you to collude with the crowd to slander me in the royal court. Yet, you even wrote a letter to scold me. How did I humiliate you for you to want to slander me like this? Of all the officials in the royal court, if there was one person she hated the most, it would be the King of Song Li Qingqi. If not for him, she would have already gotten together with the Holy Emperor. Because of Li Qingqi, she was dragged into the center of the whirlpool and was criticized by all the officials in the royal court. How could consort Taizhen not hate him? Li Qingqi's prejudice against her ran too deep. She didn't even need to think to know that this letter was meant to humiliate her. Your Highness, what about this letter? Do you need me to teach you? Take it and burn it. Consort Taizhen said coldly. Yes, this old servant will do it right now. The old nanny felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly lowered her head and left. In a spacious and bright side hall of the Yuzhen Palace, a delicate maid in her teens was kneeling on the ground. A lamp was lit in front of her. Further ahead, a furnace was burning. Many clothes were placed by the side. In the royal court, the old clothes of the consorts and concubines couldn't be casually thrown away. Instead, they had to be burned to prevent others from desecrating them. Such a place was known as the Clothes Incineration Workshop. Take this letter. Her Highness wants it to be burned. The old nanny in palace attire threw the King of Song's letter on the table. She didn't wait for the maid's reaction and turned to leave. There were many matters to attend to in the royal court. This kind of trivial matter could be handled by the maids. An experienced nanny like her had more important matters to attend to. The young maid in her teens stared blankly at the old nanny's departing figure. She then picked up the letter on the table and took it out. She always had a habit. She would always take a look at the exquisite things in the palace before burning them. However, when the young maid took out the letter, she was stunned. Consort Taizhen suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the Yuzhen Palace was a little strange recently. When the young palace maids brought her clothes, they kept sneaking glances at her through the curtains. When the maids brought her pastries, they did the same. They clearly finished the pastries, but they just stood there with the plates and didn't know how to leave. Even the old nannies in the palace felt that something was wrong. When Consort Taizhen was in the palace, she would often hear people outside talking about clouds and flowers. This situation was nothing for a day or two. However, for several days, the atmosphere didn't change. Instead, it became more and more serious. In the end, even the guards of imperial insignia at the four corners of the tent became a little distracted. What's going on? When a young palace maid spilled the pastries that the Holy Emperor gifted her because she peeked at her, Consort Taizhen finally couldn't take it anymore. Your Highness, please calm down. Your Highness, please calm down. The young palace maid knelt on the floor and trembled. Even if she didn't understand, she knew that she had spilled the pastries that the Holy Emperor gifted to Her Highness. Xiaoyu, what's going on with you recently? Why are you so distracted? What are you doing? Consort Taizhen's voice sounded from the tent. Your Highness, please calm down. This servant heard a poem that praised Your Highness. That's why I couldn't help but peek at Your Highness. The young palace maid knelt on the floor and trembled in fear. A poem that praised me? Consort Taizhen was astonished. The anger in her heart dissipated in an instant. That's right. It's not just me. Xiao Ying, Xiao Mei, and the others are all like this. Everyone says that Your Highness is beautiful. Otherwise, no one would be able to write such a beautiful poem. That's why this servant couldn't help but peek at you. Knowing that she had committed a grave mistake, the young palace maid hurriedly revealed everything that she knew. Call Xiao Ying, Xiao Mei, and everyone else over. This time, Consort Taizhen's curiosity was piqued. In just a short moment, everyone in Yuzhen Palace had been gathered. The palace maids, servants, old nannies, and even the eunuchs of the palace had been summoned. A huge crowd of people knelt outside the tent. Everyone said that it was because they thought that Your Highness was beautiful that they couldn't help but peek at you. This made Consort Taizhen even more curious. And when Consort Taizhen asked about the poem, something strange happened. Although everyone said that the poem was beautiful, no one could remember the entire content of the poem. Everyone only remembered bits and pieces of it. Some said, "The clouds are like the rain." Some said, "The clouds are like flowers." Some said, "The spring wind is strong." And some said, "The Chinese gate is beautiful." In short, no one knew the details of this poem. Even the same sentence had 3 or 4 different versions. This made Consort Taizhen even more confused. The only thing that was certain was that there really was such a poem that had triggered this change in Yuzhen Palace. Tell me, who did you hear this poem from? Finally, Consort Taizhen thought of an idea. He asked everyone to tell him who they heard it from. Xiao Ying, Xiao Mei, Xiao Yu. But when she traced it back, the source of all this was an unexpected person. It was Xiao Zhu of the Clothes Incineration Workshop who told me. When Xiao Zhu of the Clothes Incineration Workshop was summoned, she knelt on the ground, trembling. What Consort Taizhen received was an unexpected answer. "Your Highness, please calm down. I read that poem from His Highness the King of Song's letter." The King of Song. Chapter 125. In the palace tent, Consort Taizhen could not believe that this matter had anything to do with the King of Song. "Are you talking about the letter that I asked you to burn?" Consort Taizhen said in a low voice, but she was not angry. "Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant was bold enough not to burn it. This servant really could not bear it. Give it to me." Curiosity overcame everything. She was not in the mood to blame this palace maid for secretly keeping the letter from the King of Song. In her heart, Consort Taizhen was also very confused. In her impression, the seal that the King of Song had sent should have been to scold her. But how could it have anything to do with a poem? How could a poem scold someone? Moreover, it was really scolding someone. Forget about this palace maid and servant. What was up with those old nannies? These thoughts made her more and more curious, and she had no time to blame them. The letter was quickly taken out. It was still in its original state, but the lead seal was gone. Consort Taizhen sat in the palace tent. This was the arrangement of the Holy Emperor and that master diviner. No one was allowed to approach her. Even the palace maids and servants lowered their heads when they entered to deliver clothes, snacks, and serve her, not daring to look at her. According to that master diviner, this was the only way for the phoenix spirit to seal Hong Wan and Consort Taizhen to safely survive this calamity. "Open the letter and read it to me," Consort Taizhen ordered. It was impossible to make out her expression. "Yes, Your Highness." The palace maid of the Clothes Incineration Workshop, Xiao Zhu, was trembling all over, but she suppressed her fear and took out the letter. In an instant, all the palace maids, servants, maids, guards, and even the stern old nannies in the room subconsciously looked over. In the past, they had all more or less heard fragments of this poem, but none of them had heard the complete poem. They only remembered that it was extremely beautiful. "Read it," Consort Taizhen said with a hint of anger. She really could not understand what the King of Song had done to mess up her Yuzhen Palace after he had sent her a letter to criticize her last time. "Yes." Xiao Zhu of the Clothes Incineration Workshop answered and took a deep breath. At that moment, everyone could feel the change in her. Just a moment ago, Xiao Zhu was still trembling in fear. But in the next moment, when she held the poem in her hands, she suddenly calmed down. Her delicate face shone brightly, revealing a soul-stirring gentleness. It was as if she was looking at her lover. "Song of Purity and Peace." Xiao Zhu recited the name of the poem. Her voice was very clear and gentle, as if it tugged at one's heartstrings, causing one's heart to feel an indescribable tenderness. "This is a folk song poem." Consort Taizhen was stunned. She did not expect that it was really a poem. "So it's called Song of Purity and Peace." A commotion broke out among the palace maids, servants, and maids. This was the first time they had heard of the name of the poem. In the past, it had been passed around. Due to Consort Taizhen's ban, no one dared to discuss it openly. Therefore, no one knew what the name of the poem was. Most of the palace maids and servants were illiterate and did not know much about literature. Therefore, they could not say what Song of Purity and Peace meant. They only felt that the name of the poem had an indescribable elegance to it. Continue reading it. Consort Tai-jun was getting more and more confused. The name of the poem did not sound like it was meant to scold anyone. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, thinking of beauty in the flowers. Xiao Zhu's voice became even gentler. Her soft voice swept through the Yuzhen palace, as if it had a boundless magical power. In an instant, all the palace maids and servants fell silent. They stared blankly in the direction of Xiao Zhu of the clothes incineration workshop and the letter in her hands. It was as if they had lost their souls. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, thinking of beauty in the flowers. So it's thinking of clothes in the clouds, thinking of beauty in the clouds. This was the first time they had heard the true content of the poem. Inside the red tent, Consort Tai-jun was also stunned. It was not clouds in the rain, nor was it clouds like flowers, but clouds thinking of clothes in the clouds, thinking of beauty in the flowers. In that instant, a certain part of Consort Tai-jun's heart seemed to melt. Her attainment in poetry was much higher than these palace maids and servants. Therefore, she could feel the charm and elegance of the poem, as well as a hint of laziness. Faintly, it was as if there was a figure lying lazily among the flowers under the moonlight, raising his head to look at the graceful clouds above his head and the tender and beautiful flowers beside him. He thought of the beautiful woman in his heart and revealed a strong feeling of longing. Although no one knew what the woman in his heart looked like, everyone knew that the woman must be extremely beautiful, as graceful as the clouds and as beautiful as the flowers. Consort Tai-jun was momentarily stunned. Although these palace maids did not have much attainment in poetry, they were right about one thing. This poem was truly beautiful. It was much more beautiful than any poem she had ever read before. The spring breeze caresses the balustrade. The dew is thick. Xiao Zhu recited the next line. The Yuzhen palace became even more serene. Even the golden guards at the four corners of the tent couldn't help but tremble. Thinking of clothes in the clouds, thinking of beauty in the flowers, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade. The dew is thick, truly beautiful. All of the palace maids and servants were in a daze, speechless. This was the first time they truly understood the content of the poem, and it was even more beautiful than they had imagined. If not for meeting at the top of the Jade Mountain, when the third line was recited, the breathing in the tent quickened. We'll meet under the moon at the Jade Pavilion. When the last line was recited, the entire Yuzhen palace fell silent. Ah, the spring breeze, brushing the balustrade. One could vaguely see the beauty of that woman. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Could it be that I accidentally entered the Jade Pavilion? Otherwise, she must be a fairy from the Jade Pavilion, right? After the poem was recited, the entire Yuzhen palace was suddenly filled with a strange charm. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful mood of the poem, and for a long time, no one said a word. Everyone was in a daze. Just like those unsmiling old nannies, there was a strange gentleness on their faces. Their youthful memories had been stirred up by this poem. Even though their sideburns were gray and their hair was gray, who hadn't been young before? Who hadn't experienced the first awakening of love? Even if they were old nannies who were cold, serious, and did not know how to flirt, they could still sense the beautiful artistic conception in the poem. Silence. Absolute silence. Consort Tai-jun sat in the red tent, feeling as though her heart had melted. After a long time, everyone finally awoke from the mood of the Song of Purity and Peace, and they secretly glanced at Consort Tai-jun in the red tent. Even though they weren't literate and didn't know any poems, they knew that this elegant and enchanting poem was praising a woman. This letter was given to Consort Tai-jun by the King of Song. Without a doubt, the fairy-like and beautiful woman in the poem must be Consort Tai-jun. This was also the reason why everyone had been sneaking glances at Consort Taizhen these past few days. Even though Consort Taizhen had been in the palace for quite some time, due to the Holy Emperor's orders, not many people had seen her true appearance. There were many concubines and princesses in the palace, so everyone had thought that no matter how beautiful this Consort Taizhen was, she would only be comparable to the other concubines. But after hearing this poem, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. For a woman to be praised in such a manner in the poem, she must not be an ordinary beauty, right? She must be extremely beautiful, just like the poem said, like a fairy from the Jade Pavilion. That's it. The voice in the red tent suddenly asked, with a hint of disappointment in it. That's it. Xiao Zhu replied respectfully. The tent was quiet. Consort Taizhen sat there in a daze, an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. She suddenly lost her composure, but no one had ever praised her like this, described her as beautiful, just like how one's eyes couldn't see one's own face, even though Consort Taizhen knew she was beautiful since she was young. She didn't know how beautiful she was. No one had ever described her as beautiful as this. There was no one who disliked others saying that they were beautiful, and Consort Taizhen was no exception. Am I really that beautiful? Consort Taizhen suddenly felt a little unconfident. That poem described a woman as too beautiful, so beautiful that Consort Taizhen suddenly felt a little unconfident. Was that woman really herself? Was she really that beautiful? Bring that letter over. Consort Taizhen suddenly said, Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Zhu bowed, lowered her head, and respectfully sent King Song to the edge of the tent. Consort Taizhen walked over, stretched out her hand, and took the letter from the King of Song. Song of purity and peace. 1. But with just a glance, Consort Taizhen's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Zhu, why didn't you say that this was only one of the poems? Hearing this, Xiao Zhu hurriedly knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant didn't know that the word 1 had to be read out loud. The red tent came. Consort Taizhen looked at the first line of the letter. Beside the word Song of Purity and Peace, there was indeed a 1. In other words, the poem she saw was only one of the poems. In other words, there might be a second and third poem of purity and peace. Are there any other poems in the envelope? Consort Taizhen asked. None. Your Highness, this is the only poem I saw in the envelope. Xiao Zhu trembled. Hiding a letter from the Queen of Song was no small matter. Forget it. I believe that you wouldn't dare to do so. You may leave. Everyone else may leave. Consort Taizhen sighed and waved her hand. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd immediately lowered their heads and left. But before they left, they couldn't help but sneak a peek at the red tent. This concubine was actually this beautiful. Yuzhen Palace was silent. The clouds think of her clothes. The flowers think of her face. The spring breeze caresses the railings. The dew is thick. If not for meeting at the top of the Jade Mountain, we will meet under the moon at the Yaotai. She's really beautiful, really beautiful. In the red tent, Consort Taizhen's eyes were dazed. She muttered to herself as she held the letter from the King of Song tightly against her body. That poem had melted her heart. To put it bluntly, Consort Taizhen hated the King of Song to the bone. This prince of the imperial family had slandered her time and time again. He had even led the court officials to submit a petition to strongly oppose her entering the palace and to oppose her being together with the Holy Emperor. Given his past actions, no matter how much she hated him or how she dealt with him in the future, it wouldn't be too much. But for some reason, when she read this letter and the poem on it, the hostility in Consort Taizhen's heart seemed to dissipate. She actually couldn't bring herself to hate him. How could she hate someone who praised her and missed her so much? But in the depths of her heart, Consort Taizhen had another indescribable feeling. that the King of Song had slandered her so much and opposed her so much. Why would he send her a letter that praised her now? What was he trying to do? Chapter 126. That night, Consort Taizhan had insomnia. Lying in the palace tent, Consort Taizhan tossed and turned in bed. All she could think about was the poem Song of Purity and Peace. There had never been a poem that could describe the depths of a woman's heart, and there had never been a poem that could touch a woman's heart like this. Even the illiterate old nannies could feel that the poem was extremely beautiful. Holding the letter, Consort Taizhan suddenly understood why the palace made of the clothes incineration workshop had been so bold as to risk execution to hide this letter and this poem. It wasn't that she was bold, but that even though she knew this, she couldn't bear to do it and couldn't bear to do it. What made Consort Taizhan even more unforgettable was that this Song of Purity and Peace was clearly only one of the poems. There was bound to be a second and a third. The first one was already so beautiful. What would the second and third be like? Consort Taizhan lost her composure. In Yuzhen Palace, while Consort Taizhan's heart was being stirred by the Song of Purity and Peace, another storm was brewing in the court. The King of Song hadn't attended court for several days. He had been forced out of court by the Holy Emperor by resting at home. This matter angered the officials, and their opposition became even more intense. The supporters and opponents of the two sides were clearly divided, and the debate had reached a white-hot stage. At this time, some officials suggested joining forces with the King of Song to gather officials from all over the Tang dynasty and gather a list of 10,000 names. Then, together, they would submit a petition to stop the Holy Emperor. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. The most vehement opponent of the Consort Taizhan incident, and the leader of everyone's opinion, the King of Song, suddenly chose to remain silent. This sudden change caught the officials by surprise. No one thought that the King of Song was afraid. Some ministers who were familiar with the King of Song went to visit him, but they received an unexpected piece of news from the King of Song. The King of Song had been determined to consort Taizhan into the palace. But recently, the King of Song had learned something new, although the King of Song said it vaguely. However, the ministers still received a shocking piece of news from the King of Song. Consort Taizhan's case had a hidden story. The real situation might not be what everyone thought it was. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everyone knew the King of Song's character. He would never lie about something like this. As a prince of the Tang dynasty, there was no need for him to lie. It was precisely because of this that the King of Song's silence caused such a huge shock among the court officials. No one knew what the hidden story the King of Song was talking about, but it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The King of Song's attitude had a shocking effect on the officials. Originally, everyone was prepared to stop Consort Taizhan from entering the palace, no matter what, even if it meant death. They had to stop this farce of human relations between the emperor and the ministers of the Tang dynasty. But in an instant, many of the civil and military officials, as well as the local officials, all hesitated. Just a moment of hesitation was more than enough. As long as there was the slightest bit of hesitation in people's hearts, they could no longer oppose it as resolutely as before. For a moment, the voices opposing Consort Taizhan in the court were suddenly reduced by more than half. Just like that, the whole matter had a reversal that no one had expected. Ha ha ha, here comes good news. Great news! In Yuzhen Palace, Yang Zhao, dressed in a long white robe, walked in with a ruddy face and a scroll of memorials in one hand, laughing heartily. Our biggest enemy, the King of Song Li Qingqi, has actually changed his temperament. Not only did he not oppose us, he even spoke up for us. Yang Zhao was beaming with joy. After so many days, this was the happiest he had been. What? In the red tent, Consort Taizhan suddenly stood up and walked to the edge of the tent. She also had a look of surprise on her face. Yang Zhao did not hide anything and recounted what had happened in the court. Sister, you don't know. Without the King of Song, those who oppose us in the court are no longer what they used to be. The current situation is very good for us. Yang Zhao was beaming with joy and excitement. Humph, what do you mean by very good? This is clearly because, after the King of Song was demoted by His Majesty, he is afraid and wants to take the initiative to express goodwill to us. Consort Tai Zhen thought for a moment and suddenly snorted coldly. She had long known that the King of Song had offended the Holy Emperor and received 5 imperial edicts. In her view, the King of Song was clearly showing weakness. You can't say that. Although he was demoted, his influence is still there. If he were to make a public appeal, the officials would still respond, which would be very disadvantageous to us. Now that he has taken the initiative to remain silent, this is good news for us, Yang Zhao said. Consort Tai Zhen snorted, but she had to admit that her cousin Yang Zhao's words made sense. The Holy Emperor could completely ignore the officials and forcefully welcome her into the palace as a concubine. But the feeling of being criticized and reviled by the entire court was not a good one. If he could enter the palace safely and peacefully, that would be for the best. After all, if she wanted to ascend the throne after entering the palace, she could not ignore the criticism of the officials. Little sister, what's that in your hand? Yang Zhao's sharp eyes suddenly noticed that Consort Tai Zhen was holding something in her hand. Moreover, it seemed to be a letter. Yang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. His little sister had no relatives in the capital, other than him. She had no other relatives, so why would anyone write a letter to her? Little sister, can I take a look? Yang Zhao extended a hand and asked. Consort Tai Zhen hesitated for a moment. But she also knew that her cousin Yang Zhao was the sort of person who would spend too much effort until he achieved his goal. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly handed over the poem of purity and peace. This is a poem? Yang Zhao was dumbfounded. He had thought of everything, but he didn't expect his little sister to be holding a poem in her hand. Consort Tai Zhen nodded. Return it to me after you're done. Don't damage it. Yang Zhao was stunned for a moment. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes before he lowered his head and continued reading. Yang Zhao didn't have much attainment in poetry. It would be more appropriate for him to roll dice. However, even though Yang Zhao was lazy and ignorant, he could still tell that the poem was well written. Good poem. It is indeed a good poem. Even a crude person like me can tell that it's a compliment to a woman. Yang Zhao answered perfunctorily with disinterest as he casually asked, The King of Songli, Qingqi. What? Like a bolt of lightning falling in the hall, Yang Zhao was dumbfounded and his eyes almost fell to the ground. The King of Song? Li Qingqi? How is that possible? Yang Zhao looked at his little sister in disbelief. This news was really unexpected. Yang Zhao felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. Do I need to lie to you? The letter was sent a few days ago, before you came here, Consort Tai Zhen said coldly. Yang Zhao suddenly felt that his brain wasn't enough to process the information. A few days ago, he didn't receive any news about this at all. But why is this happening? What does he want to do? After calming down, Yang Zhao felt very puzzled. Humph, I really didn't understand before. But now, after hearing what you said, I understand. I've just said that Li Qingqi is afraid. He's deliberately trying to please us, Consort Tai Zhen said coldly. Thinking of the grievances, accusations, and abuse she had suffered before, she still felt a little wronged. I didn't know that this was sent by the King of Song, but this doesn't seem very good. Yang Zhao picked up the letter in his hand and read it again. He frowned. Although I don't know much about poetry, I can tell that there seems to be a sense of longing in this poem. Sister, if this falls into the hands of the Holy Emperor, it won't be a good thing. Why would the King of Song send you such a poem? Brother, you're thinking too much. Look at the words on the paper. Does it look like something written by the King of Song? Unexpectedly, Consort Taizhen smiled coldly and didn't care at all. Indeed, if this poem was written by the King of Song, there would probably be some rumors. But Consort Taizhen was sure that this was not the handwriting of the King of Song at all. This is not the handwriting of the King of Song? Yang Zhao copied the letter and smiled awkwardly. He had just noticed that although the poem was well written, the poem was crooked. It was a little ugly to look at. But he was new here and didn't know much about the court, so he thought that this was the handwriting of the princes of the Tang dynasty. It turned out that this was not written by the King of Song at all. Humph! Although it's not written by the King of Song, it has a seal on it. At least he has reached his goal in this letter and represents his intention. It's absolutely right for him to express his goodwill to us in this way. Consort Taizhen said calmly. In the past, she would never have been able to understand the political situation in the imperial court. But slander and abuse, as well as the criticism from the court, were the best medicine for a woman to grow up. Although she wasn't proficient in politics yet, she was definitely no longer the innocent girl who knew nothing about politics. Sister, in fact, if the King of Song expresses his goodwill to us, maybe it's also a good thing for us. Yang Zhao said carefully, weighing his words. He could tell that his sister was very dissatisfied with the King of Song, which was reasonable. But Yang Zhao had a different view. Growing up in a gambling house, Yang Zhao was very familiar with this kind of relationship. The King of Song, Li Qingqi, was a prince of the Tang dynasty with high status and power. Although he was demoted by the emperor for a while, his identity as a prince was still there. The brother and sister had just come to the capital and had no support in the court. Although King Qi and the Yao clan supported them, according to Yang Zhao's investigation, the reputation of these two clans wasn't very good. They might not be purely helping them. If they could get the support of a prince of the Tang dynasty, like the King of Song and Li Qingqi, it would be of great help to their situation in the court. Who was the most profitable person in the gambling house? The banker. Why? Because no matter who was gambling with whom, the banker would always be able to take all the money. Therefore, Yang Zhao thought that King Qi and the Yao clan were too dangerous. Pulling the King of Song over and benefiting from both sides would be the most helpful for the brother and sister. Humph! I've suffered so much and almost died because of him. I'm not willing to let him go just like that. But Consort Taizhen was unwilling to let the matter rest. Sister, what do you want to do? Yang Zhao asked carefully. Big brother, help me write a letter. Tell him that you've received the letter and ask him one question. Why was the ruler so arrogant and then respectful? Consort Taizhen said with a mocking expression. If she didn't vent her anger and mock Li Qingqi, she would never be able to take it lying down. Who? Hearing Consort Taizhen's words, Yang Zhao heaved a long sigh of relief. At the very least, his sister was still willing to write a letter. This meant that she wasn't ready to completely fall out with the King of Song. There was still room for reconciliation. All right. Chapter 127. In a grand hall in the King of Song residence, Lu Ting, the old butler, and Wang Chong were gathered together. However, the King of Song wasn't around. Wang Chong had said that if Consort Taizhen were to send a letter, Lu Ting was to intercept it and inform him to come over immediately. Also, he mustn't let the King of Song know of it. Chong Gongzi, what did you write to Consort Taizhen? Looking at the letter sent by Consort Taizhen, Lu Ting and the old butler stared at one another in dismay. I have read the letter. My lord, why are you so deferential now? This short sentence was filled with blatant sarcasm. That was the entire content of the letter. It wasn't surprising that Consort Taizhen would write a letter to mock the King of Song. Just based on the prince's fierce objections, it was normal for Consort Taizhen to write a letter to lash out at him. More importantly, after so many things had happened, the relationship between the two had deteriorated to the point that they were as incompatible as fire and water. The fact that Consort Taizhen was still willing to write a letter was already beyond their expectations. Without a doubt, Wang Chang's strategy was working. They had no idea what means he used to ease the relationship between Consort Taizhen and the King of Song residents. I didn't do anything. I just wrote a poem for Consort Taizhen. Wang Chong chuckled, displaying his youthful temperament at the right time. He didn't want to leave an impression on Lu Ting and the old butler that he thought too highly of himself. Poem. Lu Ting and the old butler were at a loss. They couldn't understand what kind of poem Wang Chong had written. What kind of poem could achieve such an effect? Inexplicably, even the old butler felt that the young man before him was too naive. His thoughts had transcended the boundaries of an ordinary person. Writing a poem for Consort Taizhen? This was something that no one would have thought of. But why can't Her Highness know about it? The old butler asked doubtfully. Wang Chong declared in advance that he could not let the King of Song know. Even the old butler felt that it was difficult to keep up with Wang Chong's train of thought. You've also seen Consort Tai Zhen's reply. There are some things that we should not trouble the King of Song and reduce the burden on the King of Song. If the King of Song is in trouble, isn't it normal for us to help him out? Wang Chong raised his head and laughed. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the old butler could not help but laugh. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had a good impression of this child. We'll do as you say. The old butler was the kind of person who was suspicious and difficult to get close to. Even back then, the old butler did not trust Wang Chong's father, Wang Yan. But for some reason, the old butler could not feel any enmity towards Wang Chong's third son, nor did he suspect him. This was the feeling that Wang Chong gave him. Lord Lu, thank you. Wang Chong looked at Lu Ting and said, I really don't understand. You're so young. How did you know that I can imitate the King of Song's handwriting? Lu Ting smiled bitterly. He looked at Wang Chong as if he was looking at a shrewd person. He was very close to the King of Song. It had been more than 10 years since they were young. They spent a lot of time together. In addition, when the King of Song had many things to do, Lu Ting assisted him. So he had unknowingly imitated the King of Song's handwriting. Few people knew about this, but for some reason, Wang Chong knew about it. Lord Lu, please. Wang Chong only smiled and did not reply. He kept urging Lu Ting. Lu Ting could not only imitate the King of Song's handwriting. Wang Chong knew that this scholar Lu was extremely intelligent. He was born with a strong ability to imitate calligraphy. He only needed to see 3 pieces of anyone's handwriting to be able to imitate 70 to 80% of it, and if he studied it more, he would be able to imitate it to perfection. The number 1 imitator of calligraphy in the Tang dynasty was this person in front of him. But this Lord Lu was also famous for keeping a low profile. Lu Ting shook his head, but he still carefully laid out the paper, ground the ink, and picked up the brush. Although he was joking and had a relaxed expression, the moment he picked up the brush, Lu Ting and the old butler's expressions turned grave. Although it was just a letter exchange, it was related to the most important matter in the entire imperial court. In the future, would the King of Song be able to return to the pinnacle and take control of the imperial court? Would King Qi and the Yao family be able to cut off the claws of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice? Would the rift between the King of Song and the Holy Emperor, as well as Consort Taizhen, be mended? The impact of this matter on the civil and military officials, as well as the impact of the future, all of this was decided by these simple letters. The 2 of them knew that it was already quite good that this crisis could be resolved to this extent. All of this was Wang Chong's credit. Regarding this matter, the 2 of them were completely helpless. They could only place their hopes on Wang Chong. Asking Consort Taizhen to speak up for the King of Song was a ridiculous idea that they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Only Wang Chong, who was like a newborn calf that did not fear tigers and had a different way of thinking from ordinary people, dared to propose such an outrageous idea. Chong Gongzi, what should we do next? Lu Ting turned around and looked at Wang Chong. For a scholar of the imperial court to seek help from a child much younger than him might sound unbelievable. But that was exactly what Lu Ting did. Perhaps he didn't realize it himself, but deep in his heart he had already built up a deep trust in this child. "My lord, there is no need to be humble." These were the original words of Consort Taizhen. Even though he didn't know what Wang Chong wrote to Consort Taizhen, he knew that it was definitely words to fawn on her. However, this letter from Consort Taizhen wasn't easy to reply to. In the past dynasties, these words had always meant undisguised mockery. Most negotiations would end in failure. It wasn't easy to reply to these words. It would be even more difficult to change Consort Taizhen's mind and attitude towards him. This wasn't an easy task at all. However, Wang Chong's expression wasn't what everyone expected. He seemed to have predicted Consort Taizhen's reply before coming here, so he seemed to have a plan in mind. Leaning in close to Lu Ting, Wang Chong whispered into his ears, "Ah!" Hearing Wang Chong's words, Lu Ting stared at him dumbfoundedly. "This isn't too good, right?" "What's not good about it?" "Lord Lu, you just have to think about it. This isn't the real King of Song, so wouldn't it be fine?" Wang Chong laughed heartily in his heart. Lu Ting had always been winning from all sides, and this time he finally had him in his grasp. "Lord Lu, I still have to cultivate. I'll have to trouble you with the rest." With that, Wang Chong left with a smile. Only Lu Ting was left behind with a long face. "Lord Lu, what did that child say?" the old butler asked curiously. "Sigh, I finally understand why he called me over, but didn't inform the King of Song." Lu Ting smiled bitterly and told the old butler what had happened. The old butler couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. Not only did he not help Lu Ting, he even spoke up for Wang Chong, who had already left. "That child is right. This matter isn't suitable for His Highness to deal with. Scholar Lu, please bear more responsibility for His Highness's matter. I'll have to trouble you with the rest." The old butler flicked his sleeves and actually left, leaving Lu Ting alone in the main hall. Lu Ting smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he dipped his pen in ink and pondered for a moment. In the end, he imitated the tone of the King of Song and wrote a letter according to Wang Chong's instructions. "Send this letter to Yujin Palace. To Your Highness. Your Highness is an outstanding beauty. You look like a fairy, like a celestial being. You are rare in this world. I was rude before and didn't know that Your Highness is so beautiful. I have offended you. I hope Your Highness will forgive me. His Majesty is the ruler of the ages, and Your Highness is the beauty of the ages. Both of them are rare in this world. I believe that with His Majesty's achievements, only Your Highness is worthy of him. I only hope that Your Highness will be able to help His Majesty with your virtue and talent. His Majesty will be worry-free, and his achievements will be unparalleled. Even if Your Highness blames me for my previous offense, I have nothing to say. I only hope that Your Highness and His Majesty will grow old together and enter the Yujin Palace as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, the King of Song, Li Qingqi." In Yujin Palace, Consort Taizhen was stunned as she read the letter from the King of Song. Although the previous letter only contained a few sentences, it was extremely sarcastic. Consort Taizhen had thought that the King of Song would fly into a rage after receiving such sarcasm. She didn't expect that it would be such a reply. "Sister, what did the King of Song write?" Outside the tent, Yang Zhao looked at Consort Taizhen, who was holding the letter in her hands and staring blankly into space. He was extremely curious, as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart. Ever since the Queen received the letter, she had been standing there motionlessly. Yang Zhao was really curious about what the King of Song had written to make his sister behave like this. "Take a look for yourself." With a flick of her wrist, Consort Taizhen handed over the King of Song's letter. This, after reading the King of Song's letter, Yang Zhao was dumbfounded. Was this really written by the King of Song? "Yes," Consort Taizhen said faintly. She could still recognize the handwriting of the King of Song. This was undoubtedly the handwriting of the King of Song, Li Qingqi. She could tell that her cousin, Li Zhao, was surprised. But it wasn't just him. Even she was very surprised when she saw it. The previous poem was a compliment, and this letter from the King of Song was even more undisguised praise. When reading this letter, Consort Taizhen couldn't help but wonder if the King of Song had really changed so much because he didn't know how she looked. However, the King of Song's tone in the letter was very sincere, which made Consort Taizhen unable to doubt it. Moreover, it was a great compliment for her to be able to change the attitude of the King of Song in the court because of her beauty. Women were different from men. Praising a woman's beauty was the greatest flattery to her. There was no woman who did not take pride in her beauty. It was the same for Consort Taizhen. She had a lot of dissatisfaction with Song Qingqi, but at this moment, she suddenly couldn't hate him. You don't hit a smiling face. How could Consort Taizhen bear a grudge against someone who praised her? However, to be honest, what he said was not an exaggeration. Yang Zhao pondered for a moment and soon calmed down, although the flattery in the King of Song's letter was a little undisguised. Yang Zhao didn't think that the King of Song's words were exaggerated. His cousin had been a national beauty since she was a child. Obviously, she was going to be a stunning beauty. The older she was, the more beautiful and obvious she was. Sometimes, when people of the same clan saw her, they couldn't help but feel a ripple in their hearts. However, ever since that mysterious warlock came to visit, all the people of the Yang clan knew that his cousin had the fate of a phoenix and the disposition of a palace. Everyone protected her and didn't allow her to come into contact with outsiders. His cousin was probably the only one who didn't know how beautiful she was. Back then, when he last saw his cousin, she was only 12 or 13 years old, but she was already an outstanding beauty. After marrying into Prince Shou's residence for so many years, to be honest, even Yang Zhao hadn't seen what his cousin looked like now. Chapter 128. However, what does the King of Song mean by this? These two letters clearly look different. Yang Zhao did not continue asking. Instead, he thought of the previous letter. At that time, he could not feel it. Now that he looked at it, the handwriting of the two letters was completely different. One was crooked. Even Yang Zhao's writing was better than his. The other was firm, forceful, and full of character. It was written by a completely different person. Moreover, why would that poem be stamped with the King of Song seal? What is the King of Song up to? Moreover, that poem is very inappropriate. Is he not afraid of causing His Majesty to misunderstand? Yang Zhao was puzzled. You'll have to ask him about this. Consort Taizhen said calmly. She spoke calmly, but the fluctuation of her voice at the last moment revealed her true feelings. What letter the King of Song replied was no longer important. Consort Taizhen was only concerned about one thing. Who wrote that Song of Purity and Peace? Was there another Song of Purity and Peace? And Song of Purity and Peace? This time, the King of Song finally received the second letter from Consort Taizhen. The three of them, the King of Song, Lu Ting, and the old butler, sat together. Consort Taizhen's letter was placed on the black gold hollowed-out dragon table. Along with this letter was Wang Chang's crooked Song of Purity and Peace. Consort Taizhen's letter and Wang Chang's Song of Purity and Peace had been placed side by side on the table for 2 hours. The three of them looked at it over and over again, their expressions indescribably fascinating. Good poem, it is indeed a good poem. Wang Gengji, was a military general at the borders. For his son to be so talented in poetry, it is truly amazing. Lu Ting was the first to break the silence. He stared at the poem on the table and was not stingy with his praise. This poem was simple and unrestrained, beautiful but not overbearing. If it was placed in the 4 seas of the Central Plains, it would be an extremely beautiful and excellent work of art that would be passed down by people. Even Lu Ting had to admit that this poem was the one that crushed most of the scholars in the court. At least Lu Ting couldn't do it. However, for some reason, when Lu Ting said those words, the expression on his face was extremely interesting. It is indeed a good poem. Next to him, the King of Song nodded. The expression on his face was equally marvelous. He had no idea that Wang Chong had used his name to write a poem for Consort Taizhen. It was a poem of love, praise, and even a little ambiguous. In front of Lu Ting and the old butler, he really didn't know where to put his face. The King of Song believed that his actions were upright and above board. He had never done such a thing before. Even though this poem of love and praise for Consort Taizhen wasn't written by him, but by Wang Chong, it was still his, Li Qingqi's, seal on it. Thus, he couldn't say that he wasn't involved in it. It is fortunate that Chong Gongzi is intelligent. He intentionally wrote this poem in a crooked manner so that it isn't your Highness's handwriting. This way, he can clear his suspicions and prevent any misunderstandings. In the end, it was Lu Ting who saw through Wang Chong's thoughts. Her Highness mustn't write this poem. If it were to fall into the eyes of those with ulterior motives, it would surely lead to rumors. However, Chong Gongzi is different. He is only 15, much younger than Consort Taizhen. It is normal for a young man to be in love with her. Even if it were to be exposed in the future, no one would say anything about it. They would only say that it is the true nature of a young man. In this aspect, young Master Chong can be said to have thought through everything for Her Highness. At the end of his words, Lu Ting couldn't help but sigh. There were some things that one would only understand at the very end. When Wang Chong asked for the seal of the King of Song and wrote a letter to Consort Taizhen in the name of the King of Song, but he refused to allow them to read it, they felt that it was a taboo. They didn't know what Wang Chong was up to, but now that they thought about it, this young man was intelligent. Everything he did was for the sake of the King of Song. The relationship between the two clans of the King of Song spanned several generations. From this aspect, this child was truly doing his best for the King of Song. This child is indeed considerate. Your Highness, I think that among the 3 generations of the Wang clan, this child can be groomed. The old butler spoke up. The old butler rarely spoke, but when he did, his words carried great weight. Hearing the old butler's words, even the King of Song was surprised. Most of the time, the old butler would remind him to be careful and not trust anyone easily. This was the first time he heard the old butler recommend someone to him, and this person was a 15-year-old child. Clearly, the old butler had a good impression of the 3rd son of the Wang clan. There's no need to rush this matter. Isn't the royal court discussing the 3 great training camps? I heard that the slots for the first batch are very tight. When the time comes, use my token to register this child. The King of Song smiled. Yes, the old butler nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 great training camps was established by His Majesty, and it was the first of its kind in the empire. Right now, it had attracted the attention of almost all the nobles and scions of the empire. However, due to the limited slots, the competition was intense. It wasn't something that could be described as tight by the King of Song. However, with the token of the King of Song, everything would be different. Academic Lu, what do you think we should do about Consort Taizhen? The King of Song turned to look at Lu Ting. Hee, there's no need for your Highness to be so conflicted. Since Wang Chong didn't hide the matter and allowed your Highness to read the letter, he must have thought of what to do. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Just tell Consort Taizhen. This way, you'll be able to clear your name and avoid any negative comments in the future. Lu Ting said, there was no problem with Wang Chong writing this song of purity and peace one, but there was a huge problem if it was written by the King of Song. Wang Chong was still young, and it was normal for him to yearn for a beauty. No one would say anything about it. However, if it was the King of Song, he would really be impeached by the imperial censors. This matter had to be cleared up before it sprouted. This was clearly what Wang Chong meant. Then we'll do as you say. The King of Song nodded, but he was sighing inwardly. Consort Tai Zhen sent 2 letters in a row. The first one was sarcastic, and the second one was interrogative. The reproach in her tone was significantly reduced. Obviously, Wang Chong's strategy worked. As long as Consort Taijin didn't anger him and the officials in the imperial court because of her entry into the palace, King Qi and the Yao family would find it difficult to use Consort Taijin to gain power in the imperial court. This way, the impact of this matter could be minimized. The King of Song's reply soon reached Yuzhen Palace. This was the first time Consort Taijin learned who the author of Song of Purity and Peace was. Wang Chong. In the tent, Consort Taizhen frowned deeply when she saw the name on the letter. She had never heard of this name before. The speaker didn't mean anything, but the listener knew. Yang Zhao wasn't really interested in the person who wrote Song of Purity and Peace. He was only interested in the dice in the gambling den. He just couldn't convince his younger sister. Just that, upon hearing the name Wang Chong, Yang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Younger sister, what did you just say? Yang Zhao's body trembled as he suddenly asked, Wang Chong? Which Wang Chong? The letter says that he's from the Wang clan, the son of the border General Wang Yan. Wang. Yang Zhao's heart jolted. He widened his eyes in shock. Suddenly hearing this name here really caught him off guard. Why? You know him? Consort Tai Zhen immediately sensed something, and shock appeared on her face. If you're talking about the youngest son of the famous General Wang Yan, then I'm afraid that I might really know him. Yang Zhao nodded his head seriously. There was an indescribable eeriness in the situation. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the young man who sold his sword at the Blue Bottle Pavilion and gave him 1,000 gold taels after he stopped him. Never in his wildest dreams did Yang Zhao expect to hear his name here. How is this possible? Yang Zhao's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. That child was only 14 or 15 years old. To be able to forge the number 1 sword in the world and write such a good poem. More importantly, why would he write a letter for the King of Song? Could it be that this child was highly regarded by the King of Song? For an instant, Yang Zhao felt as though his brain wasn't enough to comprehend the situation. He felt as though he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Consort Taizhen was even more surprised than Yang Zhao. Since her cousin didn't deny it, it was clear that he really knew the other party. But how was this possible? Cousin had only been in the capital for a short period of time. How could he possibly know the person who wrote the poem for him? Sister, do you remember I told you that there was a fool who gave me 1,000 taels of gold? Yang Zhao asked straightforwardly. I remember. What's wrong? That fool is called Wang Chong. Yang Zhao said. Ah, Consort Taizhen was stunned as well. You mean to say that the person who wrote the poem for me is only a 15-year-old child? If he is indeed a descendant of the Wang clan. Yang Zhao lowered his head and said seriously, How is this possible? Consort Taizhen was astonished. She couldn't believe that the person who wrote the beautiful poem of purity and peace, who praised her as though she was a fairy, and who seemed to be yearning for her, was only a 15-year-old young man. But thinking about the crooked handwriting and the yearning between the lines, in the depths of her heart, Consort Taizhen believed it. If the person who wrote the poem of purity and peace was really a 15-year-old young man, wouldn't it be strange for his crooked handwriting to be the same? More importantly, if the poem was written by the King of Song, both she and the King of Song would surely be criticized. But if it was written by a 15-year-old young man who had seen her before, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just that, Consort Taizhen couldn't understand it. She had been residing in Yuzhen Palace all this while. How did that child know her appearance? All kinds of thoughts flashed across her mind. For the first time, Consort Taizhen suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity toward the Wang Chong, whom she had never met before. What kind of young man was he to be able to spend so much money so casually? What kind of young man was he to be able to write such a poem and not conceal his yearning for her? More importantly, he was only a 15-year-old child. Chapter 129. Putting aside Consort Taizhen's movements. Ever since he guided the first letter, Wang Chong led Xin Hai and Meng Long out of the city. "Young master, where are we heading to?" The lush forest was filled with thorns and weeds that reached one's chest. It was extremely inconvenient to move around in the forest. Xin Hai and Meng Long followed behind Wang Chong, cutting through the thorns along the way. Even their faces were scratched. This place was quite a distance away from the capital, and the ground was overgrown with weeds. There were also many towering trees as well, making it difficult to walk. Initially, when the two of them followed Wang Chong, they were excited when they heard that their young master was going to cultivate and absorb origin energy here. However, they realized that this wasn't the case after the past few days. Ever since the first day, their young master seemed to have been leading them around. "Don't worry, you'll know when we get there." As Wang Chong spoke, he chopped down the thorns, shrubs, and weeds in the surroundings. Even though he was leading Xin Hai and Meng Long around the mountain, Wang Chong didn't slack off in his cultivation at all. Might of the barbaric god was different from other cultivation techniques. As long as one could cultivate the 1 Dan origin energy art to 2 Dan, one wouldn't be limited to sitting on the ground. Even while cultivating, one could absorb origin energy from the surroundings to raise one's cultivation technique. The only difference was that the effects of might of the barbaric god wasn't as strong as when one was seated. Even so, it was still incredible. Wang Chong could clearly feel a refreshing sensation coming from his body as he walked. The forest is filled with lush vegetation. Cultivating here is indeed much faster than cultivating in the city. Wang Chong thought, might of the barbaric god could be cultivated while walking, sitting, or lying down. It wasn't without reason that this cultivation technique was recommended as the #1 foundational cultivation technique in the military. Wang Chong's cultivation was still shallow. When he was walking, the effects of might of the barbaric god was only around 60% of what it was when he was seated. As his cultivation rose, this percentage could be increased. At the peak, he could even cultivate even when he was asleep. This was something that other cultivation techniques couldn't match up to. I wonder if I can find that spiritual vein. As Wang Chong cut his way through the thistles and thorns, a thought flashed through his mind. Wang Chong was looking for a spirit vein. This was also the reason why he brought Xin Hai and Meng Long around the mountains for the past few days. There was a spirit vein just outside the capital. Not many people knew about it, but Wang Chong was aware of it. Spirit veins were rich in vitality. If one cultivated in such a place, their progress would be several times faster than in other places. No one knew why this was the case. They only knew that the formation of the spirit veins was related to the formation of the earth a long time ago. There were very few spirit veins around the capital, and most of them had already been occupied. However, the one Wang Chong found was different. This spirit vein was far more powerful than the other spirit veins. However, due to some special reasons, it could not be sensed from the outside. That was why no one had discovered it for many years. On the other hand, it would take many years before this spirit vein would be exposed, when the foreign steel cavalries entered the capital. When the spirit vein burst forth from the ground like a volcanic eruption, many people were dumbfounded. However, by then, it was already too late to make use of it. When Wang Chong entered the forest to cultivate the art of God of Barbarians, he subconsciously thought of this massive, wasted spirit vein. The unique terrain around the capital had trapped the spiritual energy. Until now, no one had discovered the existence of a hidden spirit vein other than Wang Chong. Don't stop, continue forward. I'll clear the path. You all should pay attention to the surroundings to see if there are any venomous snakes. Wang Chong said, in the forest, the greatest taboo was venomous snakes. Even if one were to practice martial arts, a single bite from those venomous snakes would spell certain death. There was a reason why the spirit vein had not been discovered. One of the reasons was that venomous snake. Wang Chong vaguely remembered that there were more venomous snakes in the vicinity of the spirit vein. Compared to other places, there were more venomous snakes in the vicinity. After handing the task of guarding against the venomous snakes to Shanhai and Menglong, Wang Chong began searching for the location of the spirit vein alone. Might of the barbaric god was extremely sensitive to the movement of origin energy. For the past few days, Wang Chong had been roaming around the mountain, using the might of the barbaric god to sense the changes in the concentration of origin energy in the air to determine the approximate location of the spirit vein. In this period of time, Wang Chong had already determined the east, south, and west directions. All that was left was the final direction. It's about time. After an unknown period of time, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he finally found the final direction. The moment he found the final location, the topography of the mountain range appeared in Wang Chong's mind, and he could roughly determine the location of the spirit vein. Let's go that way. Wang Chong suddenly turned around and pointed to a direction. Then, he led Shanhai and Menglong in that direction. The area that Wang Chong had determined was a stretch of mountains, and there were large trees that required 2 men to encircle. There wasn't the slightest hint of a spirit vein in this area. However, Wang Chong could still remember the fluctuations of the spirit vein. In the air, Wang Chong felt a familiar fluctuation. Even though it was weak, it was undeniably there. Wang Chong knew that this spirit vein was extremely unique. Even if one found the spirit vein, one wouldn't be able to sense the presence of the spirit vein beneath one's feet. Only by walking to the nearest mountain peak would one be able to sense the dense origin energy. Wang Chong led Shanhai and Menglong to search the surrounding mountains. Roughly an hour later, when Wang Chong led Shanhai and Menglong up another mountain peak, his mind suddenly jolted. A familiar scent could be felt from the surroundings. However, this fluctuation was at least 10 times denser than at the foot of the mountain. Ha ha ha, I found it! Wang Chong was overjoyed. Shanhai, Menglong, clean up this area. We're going to clear a training ground here. From now on, I'll be practicing my martial arts here. Shanhai and Menglong glanced at one another. They couldn't understand why their young master was so excited. The origin energy here seemed to be slightly denser, but the two of them couldn't sense a thing at all. Could this be what their young master was looking for? The two of them were perplexed. However, even though they were perplexed, they wouldn't disobey Wang Chong's orders. Yes, young master. The two of them drew their sabers and followed Wang Chong's instructions. They walked around the area, clearing the thorny vines and chopping down the trees. He cleared a training ground for Wang Chong on the mountain. When this training ground is cleared, you will know why I chose this place. Looking at the back of the two, Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. It was unknown whether it was due to the unique nature of the vegetation or the soil, but the spiritual energy in the spirit vein was greatly obstructed, such that one could only sense less than 1/100th of it. Shanhai and Menglong were still perplexed at the moment, but when the layer of soil on the mountain was shaved clean, they wouldn't think so anymore. About a few hours later, a simple, small training field on the top of the mountain was immediately cleared out. Seated in this small-scale training ground, Wang Chong began to circulate the might of the barbaric god in his body. He could clearly sense a surge of origin energy that was much denser than that of the other forests gushing in from the surroundings. If he were to cultivate here, not just might of the barbaric god, even his dragon bone art would be greatly enhanced. If I recall correctly, this place hasn't been bought yet. Wang Chong pondered as he cultivated. After spending 8 to 9 days, he finally found this spirit vein. Up till now, no one should have noticed this place yet. However, Wang Chong was clear that as he ventured deeper into the forest, it was only a matter of time before others noticed this place. This was the way of the world. If one didn't discover this place, nothing would happen. But if one were to discover this place, a large number of people would follow suit. The first step was to find this rare spirit vein, and the second step was much more complicated than that for Wang Chong. Shanghai, if I recall correctly, this should still be a barren mountain. No one wants to buy it. Do you still remember where this place is? Later on, make a trip to the Court of Judicial Review and buy this place as well as the surrounding mountains for me. Wang Chong suddenly said, "Ah." Hearing Wang Chong's words, Shanghai and Menglong were taken aback. If one wanted to, one could easily buy all of the barren mountains in the Tang dynasty. In fact, one could even buy all of the barren mountains in the empire. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be able to afford it. The cost of buying a mountain had always been expensive, needless to say, a mountain range. It was still fine if one wanted to buy those astounding veins, but if it was just a worthless piece of trash, one would have to pay for it. The cost of buying a mountain range was no small matter. Even the prestigious clans wouldn't dare to do so casually. "Young master, the mountain range here isn't small. If we were to buy all of it, it would be a huge sum." "That's right, young master. Going by the empire's rules, the cost here wouldn't be less than 80,000 taels. Furthermore, it would only be for 30 years at most." Shanghai and Menglong tried their best to dissuade him. In their view, this mountain range wasn't worth that much money. It wasn't worth it at all. The empire's laws were unique, and there was a time limit to the purchase of any mountain range. If it was an ore vein, one had to dig it dry within 30 years. Dig as much as you could. It's your problem even if you accompany me. After 30 years, you would have to buy it again, and it wouldn't be at this price. "Young master, could there be a ore vein beneath this mountain range?" Shanghai asked carefully. After much thought, this was the only reason he could think of. It's not that." Wang Chong shook his head and stretched out a finger. "It's something even more valuable than an ore vein. In this world, if one wanted to control one's own fate and change the fate of the Tang dynasty and the world, one had to have one's own influence. This was also the reason why Wang Chong asked his little uncle, Wang Mi, to help him find a few formidable imperial army instructors. This was a very vague idea, and it hadn't formed a complete system yet. However, just a moment ago, Wang Chong suddenly realized where his training camp should be located. When his little uncle found the instructors of the imperial army, this spirit vein would be the best base. As long as he could find a way to recruit a large number of truly loyal and reliable people, he would be able to use this spirit vein to train batch after batch of experts in the shortest amount of time possible. Batch after batch of people who were truly loyal to him and could be used by him came to him, just like the troops he commanded in his previous life. Chapter 130. Shanghai quickly left. The mountain range in the distance was shrouded in mist, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Wang Chong took a glance before retracting his gaze. Closing his eyes, he sat cross-legged on the peak of the mountain and began cultivating might of the barbaric god. The origin energy here was much denser than the other forests. Wang Chong knew that the speed at which he could reach origin energy tier 7 here would be much faster than in the capital. Time passed slowly, and the affairs of the royal court were soon forgotten by Wang Chong. He focused his attention on his cultivation. In the forest, Wang Chong sat quietly, and his cultivation advanced with each passing day. With each passing day, Wang Chong's strength advanced by a notch. Compared to other martial arts, might of the barbaric god was much more effective in raising one's strength. The speed at which one could absorb origin energy from the air was far above that of fragrant elephant. As the number 1 martial art of the apocalypse in his previous life, might of the barbaric god became more and more useful the further one progressed. As Wang Chong's personal guard, Meng Long stood by the side, and the more he observed, the more astonished he became. Wang Chong's cultivation was unbelievably fast. Martial arts focused on the subtle effects of influence, but Wang Chong's improvement was visible to the naked eye. Meng Long had been in the military for many years, but he had never seen such a situation before. What kind of martial art is young master practicing? It's incredible. Meng Long was astonished. The feeling that Wang Chong gave him each day was different. He grew stronger with each passing day. Meng Long had been in the military for many years, and he had seen many things. However, he had never seen such a powerful martial art before. Even so, despite his astonishment, Meng Long didn't probe any further. Following Wang Chong, Meng Long had seen too many inconceivable things. There was always an explanation for everything. In Meng Long's view, there was a high chance that the young master's martial arts were bestowed to him by Duke Jiu. Only Duke Jiu would possess such a formidable martial art. Oblivious to Meng Long's thoughts, Wang Chong was fully immersed in his cultivation. The effect of the spiritual vein was far more powerful than he had imagined. The effect of cultivating on this kind of spirit vein was to gather essence, qi. 1 day of absolute qi cultivation was equivalent to 3 days of ordinary cultivation. Strand by strand, the essence in Xiao Chen's body gradually gathered to the thickness of a pinky finger. Wang Chong could sense that he would be able to reach Origin Energy Tier 7 in a short period of time. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, one's origin energy would begin to flow from the marrow, bones, meridians to the skin, flesh, and blood. At this stage, the muscles of the whole body would become stronger, tougher, and full of explosive power. On the outside, the body would become more slender and well-proportioned. The yuan qi in the body would also become more condensed. Unknowingly, several days had passed. Boom! All of a sudden, Wang Chong's body jolted, and following a series of ka-cha-cha sounds, the origin energy in Wang Chong's body finally broke through Origin Energy Tier 6 and reached Origin Energy Tier 7. At the same time, Wang Chong's physical body also began to grow as though bamboo after spring rain, growing several centimeters taller in an impossible situation. Wang Chong's body belonged to the slender category, and after growing taller, it became even more slender and well-proportioned. Origin Energy Tier 7, Origin Energy Tier 7. Young Master, you suddenly reached Origin Energy Tier 7. A delighted voice sounded beside him. The moment Wang Chong grew taller, Meng Long exclaimed excitedly. The first thing Wang Chong saw when he opened his eyes was the excited expression on Meng Long's face. When one's cultivation reached Origin Energy Tier 7, one's body would visibly grow taller. This was the most obvious sign of one's cultivation advancing. As an experienced person, Meng Long was extremely familiar with this phenomenon. Wang Chong nodded his head with a smile. Exerting his strength, he stood up from the ground. With this action, he could immediately tell the difference. Initially, Wang Chong's body was no different from those of his age. However, after his body grew taller, his posture became more upright, and he looked like a 16 to 17-year-old youngster. This time he really resembled the persona Wang Chong had put on at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Not bad, not bad. Meng Long assessed Wang Chong from head to toe, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The current Wang Chong's aura was much stronger than before. Even when compared to him, the difference wasn't as great as before. Young Master, if the old master were to know that you have made such a huge improvement, he would surely be delighted. As Meng Long spoke, he suddenly sent a punch toward Wang Chong. Pum! In that instant, Wang Chong raised his right fist and received the punch head-on. Their fists clashed, and a powerful force burst forth from Meng Long's hands. The immense force sent Wang Chong flying, but Wang Chong somersaulted in midair and plummeted to the ground. 1,000 gene descent. Young Master, it seems like you have really reached Origin Energy Tier 7. A gleam flashed across Meng Long's eyes, and he was astonished. 1,000 gene descent was a technique of Origin Energy Tier 7 martial artists. Upon reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, One would be able to open up many meridians, allowing one's origin energy to flow freely through one's body and gather at the soles of one's feet. Through this, one would be able to focus one's center of gravity on the soles of one's feet, thus allowing one to plummet swiftly from the sky. This was 1,000-gene descent. It might seem like nothing much, but in actual combat, this seemingly useless technique allowed one to swiftly alter the trajectory of one's body, thus allowing one to dodge fatal blows. Knowing 1,000-gene descent was nothing much, but for Wang Cheng to be able to execute the 1,000-gene descent so skillfully despite having just reached origin energy tier 7, it was truly shocking. Even those veterans wouldn't be able to execute it as skillfully as him. Young master, take another move from me. Meng Long was getting more and more astonished. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air as though a cannonball. At the same time, he executed an ordinary military fist technique, slaughter-crushing wolf, and charged toward Wang Cheng with lightning speed. Meng Long, I'll get angry if you continue doing this. Wang Cheng chuckled. Even though he knew that Meng Long was testing him, Wang Cheng didn't back down at all. His dantian jolted, and as though a tidal wave, he gathered all of his strength into his arm. Boom! A powerful gale burst forth from his fist, and while Wang Cheng was sent flying by Meng Long's immense strength, Meng Long also staggered backward. His wrist felt numb, and he couldn't help but be astonished. The might of Wang Cheng's punch was inconceivably great. It had far exceeded the limits of Origin Energy Tier 7. Too powerful. With this kind of advancement, young master's future will be limitless. Even though Meng Long's wrist was numb from the impact, he couldn't help but feel excited. The higher the young master's cultivation, the more prosperous the Wang clan would be. If the old master were to learn of this news, he would surely be overjoyed. The young master was finally no longer the rebellious and profligate young master of the past. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Your strength is too strong. You don't seem like an Origin Energy Tier 7 expert at all. Meng Long waved his hands as he shouted. He only wanted to test out Wang Cheng's skills. If he were to continue fighting, he would be going all out. Given his Origin Energy Tier 9 pinnacle cultivation, it wouldn't be meaningful even if he were to win. That's fine too. I'm out of energy anyway. Leaning against a towering maple tree, Wang Cheng chuckled. He had cultivated might of the barbaric god, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary Origin Energy Tier 7 expert. If Meng Long thought that he could suppress him easily due to his lack of strength due to his recent breakthrough, he would be gravely mistaken. It's a pity that the Herculean fist is too exhausting, Wang Cheng thought. The might of the Herculean fist was immense. Even an Origin Energy Tier 9 pinnacle expert like Meng Long would be able to withstand a few blows from it. However, the price to pay was the same. It was too exhausting. Leaning against the tree, Wang Cheng rested for a moment before he regained his strength. After reaching Origin Energy Tier 7, Wang Cheng's first thought was to raise his cultivation. Now that my strength has reached Origin Energy Tier 7, I might be able to cultivate that swordsmanship. Wang Cheng thought as he suddenly thought of a certain swordsmanship. Regardless of what kind of martial art it was, strength was the foundation. As long as he could raise his strength, he would be able to pursue something of a higher level. The first thing that came to Wang Cheng's mind was swordsmanship. It was impossible for him to defeat an opponent with a sword barehanded. Furthermore, after obtaining Hyderabad and forging the Woozy steel sword, swordsmanship naturally became an option for him. More importantly, it was different from the Herculean fist. Swordsmanship was powerful and lethal, but it wasn't as taxing on one's stamina as the Herculean fist. Thoughts flashed across Wang Cheng's mind, and he naturally thought of a certain swordsmanship. Single character consecutive / After his reincarnation, Wang Cheng had sorted out his meridians. After mastering the Herculean fist, the swordsmanship that was most suitable for him was the single-character consecutive slash. This ultimate technique was concise, efficient, lethal, and extremely powerful, given Wang Chong's current realm. It was difficult for him to bring out all of Wang Chong's strength. More importantly, this swordsmanship was incomparably imposing. Its attacks were as swift and vicious as a tidal wave, making it impossible for one to block it, as long as one wasn't able to seize the initiative and was suppressed in a single move. One move after another would follow until one was killed. But correspondingly, due to its overwhelming might, it was difficult to cultivate. More importantly, cultivating the single-character consecutive slash had a high requirement on one's strength. Just origin energy tier 6 cultivation wasn't enough. One had to reach origin energy tier 7 first. This is the swordsmanship. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he quickly made up his mind. Unlike the Herculean fist art, the single-character consecutive slash was created by Wang Chong after he experienced countless battles of blood and fire. He had survived countless perilous situations and created it. This single-character consecutive slash was an amalgamation of the strengths of countless sword techniques. It was the result of Wang Chong's painstaking efforts to perfect it. Wang Chong didn't create many martial arts himself, and the single-character consecutive slash was one of them. It carried the distinct characteristics of Wang Chong's original world. In the army, Wang Chong had required all low-ranking officers, from 5-man squad leaders to 100-man squad leaders to ordinary lieutenants, to learn it at the very least. The moment the single-character consecutive slash was activated, all targets in a straight line would be within its attack range. The momentum it exerted would destroy everything in its path until the last target was slain. Chapter 131. Unlike other martial arts, the single-character consecutive slash was created by Wang Chong himself. The principles behind its creation, meridian circulation, pulse circulation. Wang Chong knew every single detail of it, like the back of his hand. For Wang Chong to cultivate such an ultimate technique, it was much faster than other ultimate techniques. Leaning against a towering tree, Wang Chong drove the thin origin energy in his body to open up a brand new pathway in his body. It wasn't easy to open up this pathway, but Wang Chong had plenty of experience in this field. What others would require hundreds or even thousands of tries to master, Wang Chong was able to accomplish easily. Usually, he would only need 2 to 3 tries before he could succeed. This was the benefit of creating one's own martial art. However, even though it was easier to cultivate it now, the process of creating it back then was extremely arduous. Wang. A low rumbling sound could be heard from Wang Chong's body. Soon, he entered a state of tranquility. Young master has become a martial arts fanatic. If old master were to see this, he would definitely not believe it. Meng Long was taken aback. Recovering from his daze, he walked over to stand guard for Wang Chong with a smile. The mountain peak gradually regained its tranquility. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's body jolted. Finally, he had cleared up the main meridian circulation of the single-character consecutive slash. Just as he was about to clear up some minor details, a soft sound suddenly echoed in his ears. "Someone's here." Wang Chong opened his eyes and looked down the mountain. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The other party didn't seem to be intending to conceal their presence. In just a moment, Wang Chong heard a familiar voice through the gaps in the dense forest. "It's indeed Shanhai." Wang Chong chuckled. Shanhai went down alone, but when he came back, he wasn't alone. Instead, he brought along a few guards from the Wang family residence, as well as a few bare-armed commoners. Every single one of them carried tools with them, and it was clear that they were here to help Wang Chong construct this training ground. He, young master. I've already taken care of the mountain range. We'll buy the entire area. Also, I've brought the person with me. We can start to build a few houses here. Shinhai was in a good mood. As he climbed the slope, he waved at Wang Chong and the others. Haha, you've worked hard. Wang Chong also laughed. Not only did they bring tools, but Wang Chong also saw that they had brought fire and food. Suddenly he gasped in surprise. When he got closer, Shinhai finally noticed that something was different. Young master, you seem different this time? Yeah, Wang Chong laughed. The last time he left the mountain, he was at Origin Energy Tier 6. Now he was at Origin Energy Tier 7. Just as he was about to tell Shinhai, Wang Chong's expression suddenly changed. A strong sense of danger rose in his heart. Be careful. Wang Chong's stern warning was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void. He raised his head abruptly and turned his head to look at a dense forest on Shinhai's right. At the same time, Shinhai and Menglong also noticed something amiss. The expressions of the two Wang clan guards changed dramatically. Which female assassin is it? Young master, be careful. Both of them turned pale with fright. To think that the female assassin who assaulted Wang Chong the other day would follow him here. This was especially so for Shinhai. He was both ashamed and regretful. His expression was extremely ugly. No matter how slow he was, he could tell that the female assassin must have been following him all the way here. Unfortunately, even after so long, he hadn't noticed anything. Protect the young master. Shanhai, Menglong, and the other Wang family guards bellowed. Without any hesitation, they dashed toward the direction of the forest. Get out of the way, you're no match for him. Wang Chong shouted anxiously. If Ablonadin and Arloja were here, that would be the case. With just them, it was impossible for them to stop that Eastern Island's female assassin. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness. A light harumph sounded from the forest. The voice was indescribably elegant, but in Wang Chong's ears it was the sound of death. So, the leaves swayed, and a black shadow shot out from the treetops on the right like an arrow. Her movements were like that of a ghost. Not only was she fast, but she was also like a ghost, twisting and turning, completely unpredictable. Wang Chong's judgment of her wasn't wrong. Amidst the towering ancient trees, this was her battlefield. Executing the spectre steps here was much more unpredictable than on flat ground. Pung pung pung. The black silhouette flashed by, and the three Wang family guards that Shenhai brought with him were sent flying like rubber balls. In a one-on-one fight, no one was a match for her. So, with just a slight shake of her body, the Eastern Island's female assassin easily evaded Shenhai and Menglong, heading straight for Wang Chong. From start to finish, it didn't even take a single breath. Seeing this, Wang Chong's scalp went numb, and he felt an intense threat of death looming over him. Wang. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong immediately executed the single-character consecutive slash. However, he didn't slash at the Eastern Island's female assassin. Instead, as though a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward. Having crossed blows with her once, Wang Chong knew that this Eastern Island's female assassin was a true martial realm expert. In this forest, even if everyone were to work together, they wouldn't be a match for her. Li Zhuxin, aren't you going to come out? Feeling the incomparably sharp sword intent trailing him like a shadow, Wang Chong couldn't hold it in any longer. He abruptly turned to the surroundings and shouted loudly. As though responding to Wang Chong's voice, a deep and calm voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Ladies, stop! Boom! Before the voice could finish, several zhang behind Wang Chong, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a raging gale blew, causing countless trees to bend. The Eastern Island's female assassin's head was facing the ground. When her sword struck the ground, it was as though she had struck an invisible wall. The immense force sent her flying several dozen zhang away. Li Zhuxin, Shenhai, and Menglong saw the figure that suddenly appeared behind Wang Chong, and they were dumbfounded. This person was the middle-aged, gray-robed man whom Wang Chong had hired for 5,000 gold taels from the home of the Four Seas. Not only was Li Zhuxin's hiring price ridiculously high, he even had a bunch of lousy rules, such as coming and going as he pleased. After receiving the first sum of money, he left on the same day. This left the two loyal guards, Xin Hai and Meng Long, extremely dissatisfied. How could this be considered as hiring an expert? It was more like hiring a master. Initially, the two of them were adamantly against Wang Chong hiring him, but they couldn't go against their young master's temper. Just that, they didn't expect Li Zhuxin to be hiding here after disappearing for so many days. This was especially so for Meng Long. He had followed Wang Chong for more than 10 days in the depths of the mountain. Yet, despite such a long period of time, he didn't notice Li Zhuxin's presence in the vicinity at all. Boom! Just as Xin Hai was contemplating over the matter, another violent gale swept through the forest, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. The Eastern Islands female assassin attempted to use the specter steps to bypass Li Zhuxin and head straight for Wang Chong. However, she was intercepted by Li Zhuxin once more. At the center of the forest, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Looking at Li Zhuxin in the forest, Xin Hai was astonished. At this moment, the strength that Li Zhuxin displayed was even greater than that of the tea house at the home of the Four Seas. Young master has really found a powerful guard. To think that I thought that he had left. Xin Hai was astonished. At this moment, he felt that the young master's decision was right. 5,000 gold taels might be a huge sum, but how could it compare to the lives of a few people? In this aspect, the young master's eye of discernment was far more formidable than his. Scatter! Scatter! All of you scatter! Suddenly, Xin Hai realized something and hurriedly shouted. Regardless of whether it was Li Zhuxin or the female assassin, they were both true martial realm experts, and their strength was simply too high. The gale that the duo stirred up felt as though it was a sharp knife slapping on their faces. A battle of this level wasn't something that the commoners could withstand. The crowd panicked and hurriedly retreated. Xin Hai and Meng Long didn't dare to get too close either. Leading the other guards, they hurriedly retreated. A battle between true martial realm experts wasn't something that they could interfere in. Young master, be careful. Hurry over. Xin Hai and Meng Long shouted to Wang Chong while protecting the commoners. Wang Chong replied, but he didn't make a move. For someone as powerful as the Eastern Islands female assassin, who possessed the specter steps and formidable assassination techniques, numbers didn't pose much of an advantage to her in a forest. The previous battle was more than enough to prove this point. His eyes were completely focused on the battle between the true martial realm experts. In the forest, a violent gale blew, and leaves fluttered in the air. In order to open up a training ground in the forest, Wang Chong had dug up a portion of the soil. However, at this moment, the soil had been swept up by the shockwaves from the battle between the duo, blurring one's vision. On top of that, the fallen trees made it difficult for even Wang Chong to get a clear view of the situation between the duo. Just that, Wang Chong was still able to vaguely make out a few things from his previous life. There's something strange about this woman. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Even though he couldn't get a clear view of the duo, he could sense that the aura of the Eastern Islands female assassin was in disarray. Furthermore, compared to the last time he met her, her cultivation seemed to have weakened. Could the flaw in the specter steps have erupted? Wang Chong was perplexed. The specter steps was a complete cultivation technique, and the higher one's cultivation, the greater the flaw. Towards the end, one's cultivation might even go berserk and explode. To a certain extent, this was actually a method used by the superior in martial arts to control the inferior. However, even though the specter steps had its flaws, based on Wang Chong's understanding, it shouldn't have erupted so quickly. Furthermore, for some reason, this Eastern Islands female assassin gave Wang Chong the feeling that she had sustained some internal injuries. It was just that she had suppressed them. This is really weird. I remember that our Loja and the others didn't injure her previously. Wang Chong was perplexed. Lady, aren't you going to stop? Li Zhuxin's voice sounded from the center of the forest. Compared to the Eastern Islands' female assassin, Li Zhuxin's figure was much easier to capture. Chapter 132. Li Zhuxin, capture her! A glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes as he suddenly commanded. Even though Wang Chong had sensed it quickly, he was still a step too late. So, the Eastern Islands' female assassin made use of Li Zhuxin's burst of strength to launch her final slash, and in an instant, she was already a dozen zhang away from Wang Chong. This time, she did not turn around. Instead, she used specter steps to propel herself through the trees and dashed out without looking back. Where do you think you're going? A glint flashed across Li Zhuxin's eyes. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward. Wait a moment. Wang Chong wanted to stop Li Zhuxin, but before he could say anything, Li Zhuxin had already dashed in the direction where the Eastern Islands' female assassin had disappeared. By the time Wang Chong spoke, the duo had already disappeared. All that was left was the howling wind and the leaves fluttering in the air. Fast! Wang Chong slowly retracted his outstretched palm. The Eastern Islands' female assassin was fast, but Li Zhuxin wasn't slow either. The two of them were using speed secret arts of completely different styles. As soon as the duo disappeared, a momentary silence fell upon the forest. Young master, what do we do now? Meng Long subconsciously turned to look at Wang Chong. Li Zhuxin hadn't captured the female assassin yet. This meant that the group wasn't safe yet. Young master, I'm sorry. I was the one who lured him over. Shanhai lowered his head, his face full of shame. He was so engrossed in his excitement that he didn't notice when he was being followed by the Eastern Islands' female assassin. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Wang Chong waved his hands casually. Actually, this female assassin doesn't have much to do with you. Her mission was not completed. Even without you, she would have found other ways to follow us, unless we don't go up and down the mountain or enter the city. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before she finds us. The reason why I hired Li Zhuxin from the House of Four Seas is to prevent such a situation. Right now, what we need to consider is what we should do next. A pensive look appeared on Wang Chong's face. Li Zhuxin had moved too quickly, leaving an opening in Wang Chong's defense. While the Eastern Islands' female assassin's fighting prowess was beneath Li Zhuxin's, the Spectre Steps was one of the secret arts of assassins, allowing her to move about unpredictably. On top of that, the environment of the forest was extremely beneficial for her to execute the Spectre Steps. Thus, Li Zhuxin was unable to take him down for the time being. Young master, why don't we leave first? It's no longer safe here. Meng Long suddenly spoke up. That female assassin had left him horrified. Without our Loja, Ablonadin, Toba and the others, they weren't a match for her at all. In an environment like the forest, she didn't even need to fight with them. She could easily bypass them with a light flash. In terms of agility, even Ten Shinhais and Meng Longs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. No. Wang Chong refused without hesitation. This place is too far from the main road. Without a day or two, it's impossible to get there. With such a long time and such a long journey, it's impossible for us to walk out of this forest. Furthermore, this will only create more opportunities for her to assassinate us. It's better for us to stay here. Besides, we're leaving. What about them? As Wang Chong spoke, he pointed to the farmers that Shanhai brought with him. The previous situation had left them dumbfounded, and one of them was trembling in fear. Upon seeing the situation, Shanhai and Meng Long frowned. Wang Chong's words weren't without reason. If they were to bring them along, their speed would be too slow. They wouldn't be able to walk far in an entire day. Yet, they couldn't bring them along. They were in the depths of the forest. Putting aside whether they knew where they came from or not, Just the tigers, leopards, and wolves here were enough to pose a huge threat to them. Furthermore, there was a limited amount of rations. If they were to run out of rations or get separated in the forest, it would be no different from the Wang clan killing them. If Madame were to learn of this, who knew how furious she would be? But it was impossible for them to stay here. Let's stay here for now. Wang Chong pondered for a moment before saying, Li Zhuxin has already chased after her. If he can't catch up to her, he will return soon. Even if we stay here, he will be able to find us in time. Right now, we can only be considered safe with him around. There was one more thing that Wang Chong didn't say. He mustn't leave the matter of the Eastern Islands' female assassin behind. Beneath his feet was a rare and large spirit vein. Who knew how many aristocratic families would be willing to pay with their blood or even their lives for it, unless he didn't want it anymore. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to resolve the matter of the Eastern Islands' female assassin. Shen Hai and Meng Long chopped down the trees in the surroundings. Her Spectre Steps specializes in leveraging the strength of others. As long as we chop down these trees, the prowess of her Spectre Steps will be greatly reduced. Wang Chong suddenly said, Yes, young master. Shen Hai and Meng Long nodded. This was the best solution they could come up with. Even though they weren't a match for the Eastern Islands' female assassin, it wasn't too difficult for them to chop down a circle of trees. As long as they gathered together, they should be able to hold on for some time on flat ground. Come, get up. Did you hear what young master said? Hurry up and chop down the trees here. Shan Hai and Meng Long immediately instructed the group behind them. This time, under the threat of death, everyone's enthusiasm was very high. Since the tools were readily available, they quickly got to work. While the group was busy chopping down the trees in the surroundings to reduce the opportunities for the female assassin to leverage her strength, Wang Chong didn't remain idle either. Let's take a look around. Wang Chong thought, just by chopping down trees wasn't enough to stop the female assassin. Wang Chong knew that he had to think of another way. After leaving the peak of the mountain, Wang Chong surveyed the surroundings carefully. When he passed by a slope, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly lit up. There's indeed such a thing. Wang Chong glanced at a short shrub with purple flowers on it. Reaching out, Wang Chong plucked a few round fruits from the shrub and crushed them lightly. Holding them in his hand, he walked up the mountain. Hua! Not too long after Wang Chong reached the peak, rustling sounds could be heard. Mr. Li is here. Li Zhuxin, Li Zhuxin. This is great. Everyone was delighted. Even Shen Hai and Meng Long heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense hearts finally relaxed. As long as Li Zhuxin was around, everything would be fine. After witnessing Li Zhuxin's incredible strength, everyone had absolute trust in him. Mr. Li, did you manage to capture the female assassin? Delighted, Shen Hai immediately rushed over. Wait a moment. Of everyone present, only Wang Chong frowned. He vaguely felt that something was amiss. Hee. Suddenly a woman's soft laughter rang out. It was indescribably strange in the forest. What a pity. I'm not your Mr. Li. From a gap in the trees, a figure fell from above. Dressed in a black tight-fitting robe, her face was covered, and she held a sword in her hand. Even though her figure was graceful in the eyes of the crowd, she looked no different from a black god of death. So, without any hesitation, with a flash of light, the Eastern Islands' female assassin charged toward Shen Hai at an incredible speed. Shen Hai, be careful! Lord Shen, be careful! Upon seeing this sight, everyone was frightened out of their wits. Chong! Without any hesitation, Meng Long and the other guards of the Wang residence drew their swords and charged forward. However, there was a figure who reacted even faster than them. At the instant the Eastern Islands' female assassin's voice sounded, Wang Chong already knew that something was amiss. Before anyone could react, Wang Chong had already executed the single-character consecutive slash and dashed forward. Once the single character consecutive slash was activated, the instantaneous speed wouldn't be inferior to any speed type secret skill. In fact, it might even surpass it. The speed at which Wang Chong executed this move was even faster than Meng Long and the others. Boom! Wang Chong's consecutive slashes struck the Eastern Islands' female assassin's saber before she could stab at Shanhai. As swift as a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong's consecutive slashes struck the Eastern Islands' female assassin's saber. Clang! The incident that happened half a month ago in the Wang family's study replayed itself. With a flash of light, the tip of the sword was sent flying. Before the sharpness of the woozy steel sword, there weren't many weapons that could withstand it head-on. You're courting death. The Eastern Islands' female assassin's eyes froze for a moment, as though a tiger whose fangs had been plucked out. However, in the next instant, intense killing intent flashed across her eyes. Chi! A cold gleam flashed, and a sharp aura burst forth from the Eastern Islands' female assassin's body. With one hand holding onto the broken sword, she thrust it toward Wang Chong while her other hand swiftly whipped out another dagger from her waist and stabbed forward like a venomous snake. As an assassin, strength, speed, and dexterity were all indispensable. In a short instant, while others could only launch a single strike, an assassin could launch 2 or even 3 strikes. This was something that others couldn't match up to. So, the blade of the sword swept across, but the Eastern Islands' female assassin's confident strike actually missed. Wang Chong's figure was like a waterfall, and he actually managed to leap into the air in this impossible situation. Chi! An intense pain came from her shoulder. The Eastern Islands' female assassin was injured. In that instant, the Eastern Islands' female assassin couldn't believe her eyes. She was actually injured by a weakling who was far beneath her. She had never seen such swordsmanship before. The swordsmanship that Wang Chong executed was something she had never seen before. I'll kill you! Humiliation, shock, and rage mixed together, and the Eastern Islands' female assassin suddenly erupted. A powerful surge of origin energy burst forth from her body. Protect the young master! Stop her! Even if I have to die, I can't allow her to get close to the young master. In the blink of an eye, Shanhai's strength struck the Eastern Islands' female assassin first, followed by Meng Long and the other guards of the Wang residence. Everyone exerted their full strength. Be careful! She's injured, Wang Chong suddenly shouted. Even if I'm injured, I can still kill you. The Eastern Islands' female assassin gritted her teeth. Hong Long, a powerful force burst forth, and Shanhai, Meng Long, and the others were sent flying. The Eastern Islands' female assassin flung them aside and charged straight for Wang Chong. If you want to kill me, come at me, Wang Chong shouted. He executed a series of consecutive slashes, and as though a silver waterfall, he dashed a dozen zhang away. Behind him, the Eastern Islands' female assassin was in hot pursuit. But this time, even Shanhai, Meng Long, and the others could tell that the female assassin was indeed injured. Compared to before, her speed was clearly much slower. Furthermore, if one were to take a closer look, her movements were clearly not as agile. Li Zhuxin really injured her. A thought flashed across everyone's mind, and they suddenly came to a realization. Even though Li Zhuxin had lost her, he had still managed to injure her. Her current fighting prowess had clearly been weakened significantly. Chapter 133. This is bad. Suddenly, Shanhai's eyes twitched and his heart sank. After receiving a blow from the female assassin, Wang Chong didn't rush over to meet up with them. Instead, he dashed into the depths of the forest. Even a group of them weren't a match for the female assassin. If he were to fight her alone, wouldn't he be courting death? Young master is in danger. Everyone stop her. Seeing that Wang Chong was in danger, the few of them charged toward the Eastern Islands' female assassin without any regard for their own safety. However, they weren't martial artists who specialized in speed, So how could they possibly lose to the Eastern Islands' female assassin? Humph. The Eastern Islands' female assassin sneered coldly. She didn't even bother to look behind her. It would be a miracle if these guards of general and minister clans could catch up to her. In her eyes, there was only Wang Chong. However, the only thing she hated about this lad was that she had no idea what kind of swordsmanship he was using. His speed was incomparably bizarre, and the way he utilized his strength was completely different from any cultivation technique she knew of. He was able to change the direction of his movements freely, and it wasn't inferior to her specter steps at all. Even with her capability, and in such a favorable forest, she was still unable to catch up to him. Let's see where you can escape to. The Eastern Islands' female assassin gritted her teeth. That ridiculously strong gray, robed, middle-aged man had already been lured away and would not leave in a short period of time. Moreover, even if he came back, as long as he captured this unfilial son of the surnamed Wang, he would not be able to bear with him. Pum! Stepping on a tree as thick as a wooden barrel, the Eastern Islands' female assassin made use of this force to charge toward Wang Chong as though an arrow released from a bow. But all of a sudden, a dull groan sounded, and before everyone's astonished gazes, the Eastern Islands' female assassin suddenly fell uncontrollably from the tree, crashing onto the ground. SSSS. At the same time, a pitch-black, triangular-headed snake, which had fused with the tree trunk, leaped down from the tree. With a chi sound, it swiftly darted into the forest and disappeared. Careful, it's a black mamba snake. At the back, a peasant exclaimed in shock. He pointed at the fleeing snake with a horrified expression. The guards of the Wang residence didn't know about that snake, but he happened to know about it. This snake was extremely venomous, and upon contact with blood, its throat was sealed. Viper. It's a poisonous snake. Shanghai Menglong and the others also came to a realization. Before entering the mountain, young master had told them that there were many poisonous snakes here and that they had to be careful. Who could have thought that even though there were venomous snakes, their target wasn't them, but the female assassin? Due to her superior cultivation technique, the female assassin was able to fly here and there in the forest. She didn't expect to be bitten by a venomous snake. Wonderful. This is retribution. Delighted, Shanhai and Menglong drew their swords and led their guards forward, surrounding the Eastern Islands' female assassin tightly. However, they did not attack. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. No one knew how much strength this female bodyguard had left, or how much power she would have when she counterattacked. Don't worry, she doesn't have the strength. Wang Chong had been using the single-character consecutive slash to weave through the forest, avoiding the pursuit of the Eastern Islands' female assassin. But at this time, with a flip, he easily jumped down from the tree. With a flip of his palm, he carefully scattered the shell of a fruit in his palm. You plotted against me. No matter how slow the Eastern Islands' female assassin's reaction was upon seeing this sight, she felt both anxious and furious. Back in the Wang residence's study, Wang Chong had used a sleeping gas grenade to plot against her. This time he had used some unknown means to use a venomous snake to plot against her. Both times, she was plotted against by a weakling who was far weaker than her. This made the Eastern Islands' female assassin seethe with anger. The path of an assassin was one that was unscrupulous as long as it could kill the other party. Yet this teenager seemed to be even more unconventional than her. An assassin attempting to assassinate the other party ended up being plotted against by the other party. If news of this were to spread, even if she wasn't poisoned, she would probably be laughed to death by her peers. Don't be angry. The snake venom will act up faster if you are angry. Wang Chong chuckled. As he spoke, he walked over and wiped away the scent of the fruit on his body. Bastard! The Eastern Islands' female assassin cursed with an awful complexion. She wanted to go all out and kill Wang Chong, but she just couldn't muster the strength to do so. Wang Chong was right. The angrier she was, the faster the venom would act up. At this moment, even her lips had turned black. The Eastern Islands female assassin couldn't do anything at all. She could only clutch the area above her injured ankle tightly in an attempt to slow down the effects of the venom. So this woman is already at the end of her tether. Seeing the female assassin's face darken, everyone knew that Wang Chong was speaking the truth. Xin Hai, Meng Long, and the others calmed down. They stepped forward and placed their swords on the female assassin's neck. "Do whatever you want of me." The Eastern Islands female assassin raised her head and closed her eyes. She had given up on resisting. She had already sustained severe internal injuries in the battle with Li Zhuxin, and now that she was bitten by a venomous snake, she had already lost all ability to resist. Even though she felt indignant, there was nothing she could say now that things had come to this. "It's a pity. I was intending to spare her life." Suddenly, a deep voice, accompanied by a light sigh, sounded from the surroundings. The gray-robed Li Zhuxin walked out from behind a camphor tree that required 2 men to wrap their arms around it. He was still wearing the tattered gray robe that Wang Chong had seen at the home of the 4 Seas. The 5,000 gold taels seemed to have gone down the drain. Not a single trace of it could be seen on him. "Li Zhuxin, you've been here for a long time." Meng Long suddenly realized what was going on. "I've been here for a long time. Rather, I've never left. I've been in the vicinity all this while, waiting for her to come over." Li Zhuxin said nonchalantly as he slowly walked over. "Then why aren't you making a move?" Xin Hai also flew into a rage. "Hee, don't worry, I've been in the vicinity all along. She isn't a threat at all. Besides, hasn't young master been cultivating recently? Only through life and death experiences will one be able to bear fruit. Isn't she the best practice target?" "You." The duo wanted to refute Wang Chong, but they couldn't find any words to say. Li Zhuxin smiled silently. However, when his gaze fell on Wang Chong, his heart couldn't help but waver. He didn't fall into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. He knew that the female assassin would surely return once she wanted to deal with Wang Chong. Li Zhuxin's original intention was that as long as the other party was in danger, he would be able to interfere and stop the battle. However, the final outcome was something that he couldn't comprehend. Wang Chong didn't even need the other party to make a move. He had already dealt with this powerful and elusive female assassin by himself. "Li Zhuxin, I couldn't tell that you're a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex." Oblivious to Li Zhuxin's thoughts, Wang Chong teased as he spoke. "How is it tender feelings for the fairer sex? It's useless even if you kill her. It's only a matter of time before the person who wants to deal with you sends someone over. Doesn't Gongzi want to know who sent her over?" Li Zhuxin said, "Haha, there's no need for that. I already know who sent her over." Wang Chong said impassively. His words immediately attracted the gazes of Li Zhuxin and the poisoned Eastern Islands female assassin. "I see. It seems like I was thinking too much." Saying so, Li Zhuxin immediately retreated to the side, not saying a word. He realized that his employer this time was much more considerate than he had imagined. "Humph, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you wasting your breath?" The Eastern Islands female assassin bellowed furiously. However, her rage only served to intensify the effects of the poison. Stinging pain shot through her entire body, and the Eastern Islands female assassin's vision darkened before she fainted. After an unknown period of time, which felt like an instant, yet felt like countless centuries, the Eastern Islands female assassin finally regained consciousness from the darkness. A voice that seemed to be near yet far sounded by her ear. "Young master, why did you save her? That woman is a dangerous person. What's the use of killing her? She's just a tool." "But she's still in danger. What if she doesn't give up and makes another move?" Don't worry." That young voice chuckled as he waved his hands to stop the argument. A wave of fatigue washed over the Eastern Islands female assassin. She slowly opened her eyes, and a ray of light shone in through the curtains. With a single glance, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw the busy farmers in the surroundings, chopping down trees and repairing buildings. After which, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw Wang Chong standing with his hands behind his back and Meng Long walking behind him. It seemed like the voice she had just heard was from them. "You didn't kill me?" The Eastern Islands female assassin was taken aback. When she finally recovered from her shock, her face was filled with astonishment. This sudden voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Hee, you're awake." Wang Chong chuckled as he turned around. Wang, the Eastern Islands female assassin, subconsciously tried to stand up, but in the next instant she felt a tightening sensation coming from all over her body. Only then did she realize that her whole body was tied up and she was firmly trapped on a big tree. "Humph, I thought that you're that female assassin. Do you believe that I won't kill you with a single slash?" Meng Long walked down the tree with widened strides and aimed his sword at the female assassin's heart. The relaxed atmosphere a moment ago suddenly turned tense. Silence reigned in all directions as countless gazes turned to look at him. "So be it. Do you think that I'm afraid?" The Eastern Islands female assassin said coldly as she turned her head to the side. "Humph, do you think that I don't dare to?" Meng Long said as he prepared to stab his sword in. Even though they didn't die under the hands of this female assassin in the previous battle, all of them were injured. This woman's strength was simply too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that she was determined to take the young master, if not for the fact that she was determined to capture the young master. "Enough! Release her!" Wang Chong's voice sounded from behind. Even though he felt indignant, Meng Long still flicked his sword and broke the ropes binding the Eastern Islands female assassin. The Eastern Islands female assassin was bewildered. Rubbing her arms, she realized that the snake venom in her body had been neutralized. Around her, there were large patches of unknown medicinal herbs and some purple leaves. All kinds of juices were squeezed out of them, covering the ground. It seemed like they had gone through a complicated process to neutralize the poison in her body. However, the origin energy in her body hadn't fully recovered yet, and she felt weak all over. "You're going to release me just like that?" Chapter 134. Do you think that you can still make a move? Misunderstanding the female assassin's intentions, Meng Long retorted impolitely. The moment Meng Long said those words, the atmosphere in the forest changed abruptly. Countless gazes turned over from all directions. One of the gazes was especially powerful. Following that gaze, the Eastern Islands female assassin saw the gray-robed, middle-aged man on the right side of the forest. He was currently leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, staring at her silently. The eyes of the Eastern Islands female assassin dimmed. She finally understood why he wasn't afraid of her. With this person around, given her current condition, she didn't stand a chance at all. "Hurry up and leave. They aren't so protective of you every single time. I believe that you should be able to tell that there are some people who are willing for you to stay behind." Li Zhuxin said calmly. As he glanced at the Eastern Islands female assassin, there was a unique gleam in his eyes. The Eastern Islands female assassin struggled for a moment before she finally stood up. Her heart was filled with uncertainty, apprehension, and longing. Step by step, she cautiously walked out of the room. Even when she reached the edge of the forest, no one dared to make a move on her. "Who?" The Eastern Islands female assassin heaved a long sigh of relief. It wasn't joy, but an indescribable feeling. Flinging her sleeves, the Eastern Islands female assassin quickly disappeared down the mountain. A long time later, "I didn't expect you to let her off." After the Eastern Islands female assassin disappeared into the distance, Li Zhuxin suddenly stared at Wang Chong's back and said, "That female assassin thought that he was the one who had let her off, but that wasn't the case. When Wang Chong found some medicinal herbs to save her, he was astonished as well." Hee. Naturally, I have my own considerations for not killing her. Wang Chong only chuckled. He didn't explain the matter in detail. Of course, it wasn't that he was being compassionate, but that he had other considerations. On top of that, this Eastern Islands female assassin was related to the 10 islands of Japan, as well as the 10 great empresses on those islands. In his previous life, even though Wang Chong had heard of the 10 great empresses, he didn't have any interactions with them. Back then, when the foreign cavalry invaded, the 10 islands of Japan suffered the least damage. Wang Chong heard that something special had happened on those islands. In this regard, Wang Chong needed a guide, and killing her wouldn't do him any good. What's more, Wang Chong was sure that she would come looking for him. Wang Chong had predicted that the Eastern Islands female assassin would return to look for him, but Wang Chong didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. Not too long after disappearing from the foot of the mountain, the Eastern Islands female assassin staggered out from the edge of the forest, appearing before everyone's eyes. Are you still unrepentant? I spared your life, yet you still dare to come back. Upon seeing this female assassin, Shen Hai and Meng Long flew into a rage. Together with the other Wang clan guards, they drew their swords and stood guard before Wang Chong. Wait! Wang Chong waved his hands to stop the crowd. Wang Chong couldn't sense any killing intent from this Eastern Islands female assassin. She probably isn't here to kill me. Speak, what do you intend to do? As Wang Chong spoke, he stepped out from the crowd and glanced at the Eastern Islands female assassin. Her body was still weak at the moment, but with Li Zhuxin around and the single-character consecutive slash, Wang Chong wasn't afraid of her making a move. I can't go back anymore. The Eastern Islands female assassin's face paled. Previously, when I left your Wang clan, I was injured by the pavilion master. This mission has failed once more, so it's impossible for me to return. An assassin doesn't have a third chance. Furthermore, my spectre steps will only lead to death. You asked your pavilion master about the spectre steps. Wang Chong suddenly asked. A bizarre expression appeared in his eyes. Surely this female assassin couldn't be so naive as to really do that? Yes. Under the black veil, the Eastern Islands female assassin lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. This time, Wang Chong's expression was truly spectacular. He knew that the people of the Eastern Islands were different from those on the mainland, but Wang Chong didn't expect her to be so direct. But thinking about it, this was indeed something they would do. I'll die if I go back, and I'll die if I don't. The pavilion master will definitely send men to hunt me down in the capital. I won't be able to escape from the capital. Furthermore, there's a huge flaw in the spectre steps. Right now, only Gongzi can save me. The Eastern Islands female assassin struggled internally. Eventually, her knees caved in and she knelt onto the floor, lowering her proud head. No matter what, Gongzi, please save me. After which, she knelt on the floor motionlessly, as though she had given up all resistance. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Li Zhuxin stood there in a daze, recalling the viciousness, sharpness, and viciousness of this female assassin. Zhang Xian felt that it wasn't too long ago. Yet, at this very moment, she was actually kneeling on the floor, pleading for Wang Chong to save her. Her attitude before and after was completely different. I can't believe that this woman would kneel before young master. Shen Hai and Meng Long were rendered speechless. Looking at the young master beside them, they couldn't help but feel admiration for him. Despite living for more than 30 years, this was the first time they had seen something like this happening to their young master. If it was anyone else, they would have long lost their lives, needless to say, for this female assassin to kneel before him and plead for his help. However, what Shen Hai and Meng Long didn't know was that at this very moment, Wang Chong's thoughts were completely different from theirs. This woman is so straightforward, so quick to react, and so pragmatic. Wang Chong thought. There was a huge flaw in the spectre steps. This was undeniable. Wang Chong wasn't lying to her. On top of that, the stronger one was, the greater the threat they posed. If she wanted to be safe, She would have to stop her cultivation and stop pursuing greater strength. Even so, as time passed, she still couldn't escape death. Even though Wang Chong didn't know what happened when the Eastern Islands female assassin returned to the assassin organization, it was clear that it was happening. The severity of her specter steps had worsened. Others might not know of this, but she should be aware of it. That was why, after thinking about it, he knelt down in front of her without any hesitation. "What benefits do I get from helping you?" Wang Chong said, impassively, his face impassive. "I have nothing to repay you with. If you save me and tell me how to resolve the flaw in my specter steps, I'm willing to serve you for eternity." Kneeling on the floor, the Eastern Islands female assassin gritted her teeth, drew out a dagger from her waist, and sliced the tip of her index finger. Crimson blood immediately gushed out from the tip of her finger. "I swear on the Black Dragon that I, Yasamiya Ayaka, am willing to serve Gongzi for eternity. I will be Gongzi's left and right arms to kill any opponent." As she spoke, the Eastern Islands female assassin drew a talisman in the air with her blood and tapped on her glabella. "Who?" The surroundings were silent, but a bizarre wind blew within a radius of several dozen zhang toward Wang Chong from the direction of the Eastern Islands female assassin, Yasamiya Ayaka. In an instant, the bizarre wind disappeared. A commotion broke out among the crowd, unable to comprehend what was going on. Wang Chong couldn't put his finger on it either. It felt like something was amiss, but at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed. Just that, when he raised his head to look at Yasamiya Ayaka, he felt an inexplicable connection between the two of them. "It's a mental-type art." A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. His soul was injured, and he hadn't fully recovered yet, so he wasn't able to sense it. However, Wang Chong was certain that it was some kind of mental-type art. "What in the world are you up to? Black Dragon, White Dragon, whatever. Hurry up and leave." Shenhai finally couldn't take it anymore. He stared at it for a long time, but he couldn't see anything at all. The only thing he could see was that this woman was trying to fool him. "Wait a moment. You're Yasamiya Ayaka, right? Get up. I promise you." "Gongzi." Shenhai and Meng Long exclaimed in shock. "Don't worry, there won't be a problem." Wang Chong waved his hands casually. Walking up to Mayase Ayaka, he stretched out his hand and said, "I accept your request. Get up and rest for a while. You'll find that your strength will recover much faster here than in other places." Mayase Ayaka subconsciously stretched out her hand, intending to grab Wang Chong's arm. But in the next instant, she suddenly realized something and retracted her hand as though she was fleeing. An extremely unnatural reaction appeared on her body, as though she wasn't used to having physical contact with others. "Yes, Gong, yes, master." Mayase Ayaka lowered her head respectfully, completely different from the haughty and arrogant attitude she had a moment ago. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he came to a realization. As an assassin, it was likely that she was unaccustomed to having physical contact with others. Heavens! There's no need to stand on ceremony. Go and cultivate by yourself. Wang Chong flung his sleeves and said. Standing up, Mayase Ayaka walked over to the tree where she was tied up, sat down, and began cultivating. Looking at Mayase Ayaka's figure, Shenhai and Menglong shook their heads. The feeling this female assassin gave them was completely different from others. It was just a moment ago that she was so haughty and arrogant. Yet, at this moment, she was able to say the word master so naturally. This was something that most people in the Tang dynasty wouldn't be able to do. In the Central Plains, there were those who addressed one as old master, Gongzi, and young master. However, there were very few who addressed one as master. The more powerful one was, the more arrogant they would be, and the less likely they would address another as master. However, this didn't seem to apply to this female assassin at all. Wang Chong took in the reactions of the duo, but he didn't bother explaining the matter. The The customs of the Eastern Islands were completely different from those of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Mayasame Ayaka's reaction might seem bizarre. However, in her homeland, Wang Chong felt that it was normal. Menglong, don't think too much into it. I still have something for you to do, Wang Chong suddenly said. After dealing with Mayasame Ayaka and keeping the spirit vein in his hands, Wang Chong suddenly recalled another matter. Most of the places where spirit veins could form had extraordinary terrain. Wang Chong could vaguely recall that there was a top-notch iron mine not too far away from this spirit vein. However, Wang Chong only remembered that there was a mine in this area. As for which area it was, he had no idea. Meng Long would have to lead a group of men to investigate, excavate, and search for it. The reason why Wang Chong remembered this place was because the iron mine seemed to be nourished by the spirit vein. The quality of the ores within was extremely high, making it an excellent material for war. Chapter 135. Soon, Meng Long left the mountain with a few guards from the Wang family residence. Shen Hai had also returned to the Wang clan, intending to call a few more people over. Even though his 2 trusted aides had left, leaving behind a bunch of commoners, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. Even so, Wang Chong wasn't worried at all. With Li Zhuxin and the newly recruited assassin Mayasame Ayaka around, Wang Chong didn't have to worry about any danger at all. As for Mayasame Ayaka, Wang Chong wasn't so foolish as to tell her everything he knew. Wang Chong only told her the first level of the secret art. Even though this level wasn't sufficient to make up for the flaws in Spectre Steps, it was sufficient to alleviate the injuries Mayasame Ayaka was suffering from. Mayasame Ayaka should be able to sense this as soon as she cultivated it. After Shen Hai and Meng Long left, Wang Chong didn't hold back. He first cultivated the single-character consecutive slash to the pinnacle before starting on the dragon bone art. Under the effects of the underground spirit vein, Wang Chong's mastery of the dragon bone art sped up significantly. Wang Chong was extremely familiar with all of this. Under the effects of the dragon bone art, Wang Chong's bones became tougher, denser, and more resilient. This was the effect of the tiger bone. The stronger the bones, the greater the endurance. A leopard would run out of energy after 100 meters, but a tiger would be able to chase after its prey. That was what Wang Chong was feeling at the moment. Even though the effects of cultivating the dragon bone art weren't too obvious, far from might of the barbaric god, Wang Chong could sense something deeper. His stamina and endurance were improving. Roughly half a month later, a bizarre sensation surged from within his body, and Wang Chong's body jolted. Under the effects of the spirit vein, he had finally broken through his bottleneck, reaching Tiger Bone 2 Dan. A surge of new energy was born within his body, and his bones seemed to be one with one. It was as though an explosive force could burst forth from any part of his body at any moment. This is the Tiger Bone 2 Dan. Wang Chong opened his eyes and felt that they were even brighter. In the past, he could only see 2 or 3 mountains ahead, but now he could clearly see 5 or 6 mountains ahead. His field of vision had increased significantly. With a twitch of his ears, Wang Chong could hear a lot of sounds that he couldn't hear before, and the range of his hearing had also increased a lot. In the distance, a deer perked up its ears on a boulder, listening warily to the Harkin's voice. Wang Chong could hear the birds gliding down from the treetops. Refining the tiger bone to a certain level can indeed greatly improve a cultivator's vision, hearing, smell, touch, and so on. Wang Chong stood on the empty ground, thoughts flashing through his mind. This time, it wasn't just in terms of strength. Wang Chong felt that he was full of energy, which was completely different from before. Of course, this was just a feeling that couldn't be seen from the outside. "Master!" A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Wang Chong saw Mayasame Ayaka's bright eyes. She was still dressed in tight black clothes and a black veil, seemingly used to this attire. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong abruptly snapped out of his daze. "Master, There's something I would like to tell you, Maya Same Ayaka said. She seemed to be filled with worries and worries. Oh. Wang Chang's interest was piqued. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to speak to him. Do you remember that we assassins have a group? And what's wrong? Wang Chong asked curiously. This group is known as the Assassin Pavilion. The Spectre Steps was taught to me by the head of our Assassin Pavilion. Now that I've betrayed him, he'll surely find a way to kill me. Also, since the mission isn't over yet, he'll surely find someone else to kill you. In fact, he might even do it himself. The Assassin Pavilion will never accept a mission failure. Maya Same Ayaka said worriedly. Is he very formidable? Wang Chong chuckled, not paying much heed to the matter. Very formidable, Maya Same Ayaka replied seriously. Even more formidable than Mr. Li? Wang Chong chuckled as he pointed to Li Zhuxin. Mr. Li isn't too bad, but I'm afraid that he isn't as formidable as our boss. Maya Same Ayaka's reply surprised Wang Chong. In an instant, the smile on Wang Chong's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Even Li Zhuxin couldn't help but turn his gaze over. Wang Chong knew how formidable Li Zhuxin was, and he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Yet, Maya Same Ayaka said that the Assassin Pavilion's boss was even more formidable than him? Wang Chong's face finally warped. If the Assassin Pavilion's boss was really that formidable, he was at least a true martial realm 8-dan expert, perhaps even a profound martial realm expert. If that was the case, things wouldn't be as simple as they seemed. However, even though the boss is powerful, he rarely makes a move on his target. Furthermore, the rules of the Assassin Pavilion are different from other places. Before finding my whereabouts and confirming my death, he won't send anyone to deal with you. Before he finds me and ascertains whether I'm dead or alive, he won't send anyone to deal with you. So, I will hide myself carefully for the time being. Master, you must be careful as well. The Assassin Pavilion's boss is extremely fearsome, Maya Same Ayaka said grimly. Seeing how grave Maya Same Ayaka's words were and how grave her face was, as if she was on the verge of death, Wang Chong couldn't help but chuckle. Master, what are you laughing at? Maya Same Ayaka suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I'm serious, I know. Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. You said that before he finds you and ascertains whether you're dead or alive, he won't make a move, right? Yes, Maya Same Ayaka replied seriously. How long do you think you can last without them noticing? Wang Chong asked once more. 3 months. No, if I work hard, I should be able to reach 3.5 months. That's my limit. Maya Same Ayaka pondered for a moment before replying. Hee, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Why would there be a need for 3 months? To me, a single month is more than enough to solve this problem. Wang Chong knew that he was confident in his words. Maya Same Ayaka widened her eyes in shock as she stared at the young man before her in shock. Impossible. Maya Same Ayaka's first reaction was that it was impossible. Wang Chong would find it hard to deal with even her. Needless to say, the Assassin Pavilion's boss. You can't be thinking that I'm alone, right? Your Assassin Pavilion's boss has a bunch of subordinates. Do you think that I would be so reckless as to fight him barehanded? Wang Chong chuckled. The Assassin Pavilion's boss was indeed formidable. If Wang Chong were an ordinary person, he would be helpless against him. But Wang Chong wasn't an ordinary person. Maya Same Ayaka was right. He had to be careful against top-notch experts. However, Wang Chong wasn't one to resign himself to his fate. You intend to mobilize the guards from the manor? It's useless. The guards in the master's manor, the 2 monks, the archer, Mr. Li, and I might not be a match for the assassins from the Assassin Pavilion. Maya Same Ayaka shook her head. She soon understood Wang Chong's intentions. As a descendant of ministers and generals, Wang Chong did possess an advantage that ordinary people didn't. However, these advantages were useless against assassins. Wang Chong's thoughts were extremely dangerous, and Mayasame Ayaka couldn't help but worry. Haha, you've misunderstood my intentions. Wang Chong waved his hands and hurriedly denied it. Why would I use the guards of the manor to deal with assassins? These guards were personally handpicked by my father from the battlefield. Even the death of a single one of them would make my heart ache. Naturally, I have to use the Imperial Army to deal with assassins. Hong Long. Even Li Zhuxin couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression on his face. The huge forest suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The people who were eavesdropping in the surroundings froze, and their eyes were filled with shock. The Imperial Army was the guardian of the Emperor, tasked to protect the capital. Only the current Holy Emperor had the authority to mobilize them. Yet the young man behind them said that he could mobilize the Imperial Army. This was a taboo. You're actually able to mobilize the Imperial Army? Unknowingly, Li Zhuxin had walked over and assessed the young man before him in astonishment. But, of course, most of it was disbelief. Wang Chong was just a teenager. Even if he came from a clan of generals, it was impossible for him to mobilize the Imperial Army. Wang Chong simply smiled, not bothering to explain. In his mind, he thought of Zhao Fengchen. He was already the commander of the Imperial Army. The master of the Assassin Pavilion might be powerful, but there was no way he would be stronger than the future commander of the Imperial Army. As for mobilizing the Imperial Army, there was a group of assassins in the capital. It was only right for the Imperial Army to be mobilized after such a huge incident. No matter how formidable an assassin was, it was impossible for them to stand against an army, not to mention the elite Imperial Army. Do you know the location of the Assassin Pavilion? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Mayasame Ayaka subconsciously nodded with a dazed look on her face. Even though there isn't a fixed location, there will be a monthly gathering at a specific location. That's enough, Wang Chong replied calmly. However, he had already made up his mind to inform Uncle Li Lin of the matter after he returned. He would leave this matter to Uncle Li Lin. Mayasame Ayaka didn't know that the fate of the organization she was in had been decided by a single word from Wang Chong. After cultivating for a few more days on the peak of the mountain, the guards that Shanhai dispatched from the Wang residence finally arrived. Gongzi, Mr. Tuoba has sent me to invite you over. He said that the saber has been forged, and Gongzi will have to deal with the rest. Madam has also sent word that something has happened in the residence, and she requests Gongzi to return to the residence as soon as possible. A guard of the Wang family knelt on one knee on the ground, his expression respectful. Oh, upon hearing those words, Wang Chong's eyes fell into a daze. Unknowingly, so much time had passed in the mountain, and Tuoba Guiwen's narrow, thick saber had already been forged. Now that he thought about it, it should have been done long ago. The experts of the Imperial Army had probably trampled through the doorstep of the Wang family residence, and they were already impatient from waiting. As for his mother, thinking about it, it had indeed been a long time since he had gone back. As a son, strength was important, but he couldn't ignore his family as well. Mr. Li, make some preparations. Let's descend the mountain. Wang Chong suddenly said. It was finally time to descend the mountain. Chapter 136. It had been a long time since Wang Chong had returned to the capital. Now that he was back from the mountain, he suddenly had a different feeling. The mood in the capital suddenly became rather strange, one of poetry reciting. Although there had been people who had composed poems in the past, they had never reached such a level. Gongzi still doesn't know, right? Now, there was a poem circulating in the palace about the number one beauty in the world, Consort Taijin. It was said that the poem was beautifully written. Do you see that place, young master? Places like the parlor of clouds and rain, the parlor of spring breeze, the parlor of jade, the parlor of immortals, and the parlor of beauties are everywhere in the city. They're like bamboo shoots after the rain. Many of them aren't new either. They're old restaurants and tea houses that followed the trend and changed their names. Some even hang the poem on the door and make it into a plaque as a couplet. Amidst the surging crowd, the clueless Wang clan guard asked with great interest. Wang Chong did not look carefully at first, but after being reminded, he looked carefully. Sure enough, Wang Chong saw some extremely familiar scenery. On the left, clouds think of clothes, flowers think of beauty. On the right, the spring breeze caresses the balustrade, and the dew is dense. On the banner, parlor of clouds and rain. In another restaurant, there was a completely different picture hanging on the wall. Left, if not for the Jade Mountain. Right, we will meet under the moon at the Yaotai. Horizontal line, Beauty House. Each and every one of them was a huge plaque. Beauty wine, beauty wine. A great hero should drink the wine of beauties. Fairy tea, come, come, come. Drink a bowl, you will feel refreshed. Loud shouts came from the two restaurants and tea houses facing the street. Hearing these shouts, Wang Chong's expression suddenly became very interesting. Not many people knew that he had helped the King of Song and that he had written a poem. At least, the Wang family didn't know about it. The sudden change in the capital caught everyone off guard, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But soon, Wang Chong smelled something. It's very difficult for ordinary people to know about the affairs of the palace. This matter was most likely spread by that person in the Yuzhen Palace. At least, she agreed. Wang Chong thought to himself. After cultivating on the spirit vein for more than a month, he didn't care much about the affairs of the court. However, since Consort Taizhen was willing to post this poem, it meant that Consort Taizhen had accepted his kindness. In other words, although the King of Song and the Consort Taizhen had disagreements and conflicts, with his matchmaking, at least the impact of this matter had been minimized. The fact that Consort Taizhen was willing to spread this poem meant that she didn't care much about the King of Song. The fact that such words could be heard in the marketplace meant that the Consort Taizhen incident's influence in the court had been minimized. If there were no accidents, this matter could be considered over. This song of purity and peace is indeed powerful. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and then he began to walk toward the Wang clan. Upon returning to the residence, the first thing Wang Chong did was to summon Tuoba Guiyuan. Gongzi, the saber you wanted has been forged. In Wang Chong's room, Tuoba Guiyuan was holding onto a 7 chi long saber. His head was lowered, and his eyes were deeply sunken. It seemed like he had spent a lot of time on it. It's heavy. The first thought that struck Wang Chong upon receiving the saber was how heavy it was. If one didn't possess immense strength, it would be impossible for one to move this saber. At the very least, it would be impossible for those below Origin Energy Tier 6 to use this saber. It's indeed different after adding a June of Hyderabad ores. Wang Chong thought. The Wuzi steel saber forged by Tuoba Guiyuan was almost identical to the one on Wang Chong's blueprint. In certain aspects, it was even more demanding than Wang Chong's. Just from the color contrast, brightness, texture, and uniformity, Wang Chong could tell that the quality of the saber was much higher than the 4 Wuzi steel sword embryos he forged back then, as expected of the #1 swordsmith in the future. Wang Chong was impressed. Wang Chong's Wuzi steel saber was forged by a few high-tier blacksmiths in the Wei residence, and his younger sister, Wang Xiaoyao, was also a part of it. However, this combination clearly couldn't match up to Tuoba Guiyuan, the #1 swordsmith in the future. In terms of pursuing certain details, Wang Chong realized that Tuoba Guiyuan shared the same ideals as him. In fact, in certain aspects, they were even striving for perfection. Not bad. You've worked hard. Wang Chong nodded as he looked at Tuoba Guiyuan. As long as Gongzi is satisfied. Tuoba Guiyuan replied with a respectful expression. To Wang Chong, Tuoba Guiyuan was the #1 swordsmith in the world. However, to Tuoba Guiyuan, Wang Chong was the true #1 swordsmith. Tuoba Goyuan had immersed himself in the field of weapons for a long time, but he had never seen anyone who could design a weapon of this level. After forging it, Tuoba Goyuan gave it a try. The slash and slash prowess were extremely powerful, far surpassing other weapons that Tuoba Goyuan had seen before. Furthermore, it was extremely smooth to use, making it impossible for one to stop. Needless to say, put it down to a saber cultivator. This saber would definitely possess an incredible allure. You can go and rest first. Leave the rest to me. Yes, Gongzi. Tuoba Guiyuan bowed and left quickly. What is hard is easy to break. This was an irrefutable logic. Tuoba Guiyuan's initial forging was completed. However, such a saber was far from what Wang Chong required. The subsequent steps, quenching and tempering, were the most crucial. Without these two steps, the 7 feet long, narrow, thin, and thick saber might not even be able to reach the battlefield and encounter those powerful experts in weapons. It wouldn't be long before it broke because of its rigidity. However, quenching and tempering could greatly increase the toughness of a weapon, preventing it from breaking too easily. If one didn't know these 2 steps, even if one were to imitate the outer appearance of Wang Chong's weapon, one wouldn't be able to obtain the essence of the saber, and it would still break easily. After placing the 7 chi-long saber in his room, Wang Chong first washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes, after which he ran over to pay his respects to his mother. Mother! Wang Chong bowed respectfully to his mother. I'm sorry for worrying you over the past few days. In Wang Chong's heart, his mother would always be the most important. Hee, it's good that you're back. Madame Wang sat on a dark-colored wooden armchair. Upon seeing Wang Chong's return, she pointed to the seat beside her and said, "Sit." Wang Chong obeyed and sat down. However, he was curious. He received a message from his mother at the spirit vein. If it wasn't something important, his mother wouldn't call for him. "Chong-ah, I called you back this time. I have something to discuss with you." Madame Wang's expression softened. Even though Wang Chong was only 15 years old, he rarely caused her to worry. This was unimaginable in the past. "Chong-ah, do you still remember how you said that you wanted to enter the Kunwu training camp?" Wang. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Wang Chong's heart jolted. He abruptly raised his head with a solemn expression. He had thought about why his mother would look for him, but he didn't expect it to be this matter. "Mother, is there any news regarding the Kunwu training camp?" Wang Chong asked with a concerned expression. The consort Taizhen incident and regional commander's incident were closely related to the royal court, but the 3 great training camps were the most closely related to him. In his previous life, because he didn't enter the 3 great training camps, Wang Chong had to take many detours. Eventually, due to his talent in the art of war, he caught the eye of the elders and became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. However, it was already too late by then. His defeat was already decided. The heavens help those who help themselves. One's fate had to be grasped in one's own hands. Thus, while Wang Chong paid attention to the matters of the royal court, Wang Chong also paid attention to the 3 great training camps. In Wang Chong's plan, the 3 great training camps was an important part of it. Madame Wang wasn't aware of Wang Chong's thoughts. She only thought that he was desperate to enter the 3 great training camps. The matter regarding the 3 great training camps has been decided, and they are currently constructing 3 large-scale training camps. Also, the slots have been confirmed. The first batch of slots is extremely tight, and all of the clans are hoping to send their children there. In the capital, all of the prestigious clans are working hard on this matter, hoping to snatch a slot for the training camps. I remembered that you said that you wanted to enter the Kunwu training camp, so I called you over. Madame Wang said. How can that be? Hearing his mother's solemn tone, Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. He was surprised. The slots for the 3 great training camps were tight, but in Wang Chong's memories, it shouldn't have reached such a level yet. When the three great training camps were first established, the scope of attention wasn't small. It was only after the first batch that the prestigious clans began to chase after them. If what his mother said was true, then the attention that the three great training camps garnered was much greater than what he remembered in his previous life. You don't have to worry about the slots for now. 2 days ago, your big uncle sent me a message. The King of Song has already secured 2 slots for you. However, this isn't a guarantee. I heard that the Holy Emperor has given his approval for the training camp this time around, and no one is allowed to tamper with it. If you wish to enter the training camp, you have to pass an examination. The slot that the King of Song has given you isn't a guarantee either. So, I intend to find you a teacher. The King of Song, the King of Song. Wait a moment, Mother, what did you just say? Teacher? What teacher? You want to find me a teacher? Wang Chong was astonished. Her words were still fine at the start, but the tone of her words changed completely. Why did she bring up the topic of the Kunwu training camp to a teacher? Indeed, Madame Wang didn't think much of it. She thought that Wang Chong was just a little embarrassed. There are quite a few prestigious clans in the capital, and the competition is too intense. I asked around, and the madams in the capital are all running around worrying about this matter. Some of them even went to the royal palace to plead with the concubines. Given how intense the competition is, I've thought about it for a long time, and I think that it's better for you to find a teacher. This is also the main reason why I brought you back. With a teacher, nothing will go wrong. Otherwise, if you fail, our Wang clan is a clan of generals. Our Wang clan is a clan of generals. At that time, we will lose face greatly. Madame Wang said with a worried look. Chapter 137. Mother, there's no need. Wang Chong quickly said. Why? Madame Wang was surprised. Wang Chong's reaction was far beyond her expectations. Chonga, I'm doing this for your sake. Actually, I should have hired a master for you long ago. It was only because of my father's absence and my negligence that this happened. Listen to your mother this time. Mother, wait a moment. The Kunwu training camp hasn't officially started yet, right? Let's talk about it after some time. Wang Chong hurriedly dodged the question. Wang Chong knew that his mother meant well, but with his situation, he didn't need a master at all. On the other hand, he could be someone else's master. Bringing a master over, not knowing his background or depth, would instead restrict Wang Chong. He would have to consider many things, and he would not be able to do as he pleased. For example, Wang Chong would have a lot of concerns about the secret alchemist teams in the Imperial Palace and the Prince's mansions. After spending so much time together, he would eventually be discovered. If that kind of secret was exposed and the Wang family was implicated, it would cause a huge uproar. What do you mean, wait a while? By that time, it would be too late. Nonsense. Listen to me this time. I'll find a master for you. It's settled then. Madame Wang finally put on a stern face and displayed the authority of a parent. By the time the 3 great training camps started, what was the point of looking for a master? Wasn't that just fooling around? Ah, Mother, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I already have a master. Seeing that his mother was going to make decisions for him, Wang Chong finally confessed. You have a master? Madame Wang's face was filled with astonishment. Yeah, Mother, haven't you noticed that my strength has increased a lot? Didn't I defeat Duke of Su's grandson, Su Xian, at the 4 Quarters Embassy? Actually, I already have a master. It was Uncle who arranged it for me. At the critical moment, Wang Chong hurriedly summoned his uncle, Li Lin. His uncle was an expert from the Imperial Army. His presence would definitely be convincing. Your uncle? As expected, when she heard Uncle Li Lin's name, her mother frowned deeply, but she did not pursue the matter further. If it's a master that your uncle found for you, then it's possible. Your uncle is in the Imperial Army, and there are many experts in the Imperial Palace. With his ability, it would be more than enough for him to find a teacher for you. After saying so, Madame Wang finally gave up. Wang Chong quickly changed the topic and found an excuse to change the topic, which made his mother laugh. Coming out of the room, Wang Chong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I'll have to inform Uncle about this matter, lest we expose ourselves, Wang Chong thought to himself. Although he temporarily used his uncle as a shield, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. Although his mother was easy to talk to at times, she wasn't easy to fool at other times. Perhaps one day he would ask about his master on a whim. Looks like that matter has to be brought forward, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he recalled that matter. Setting off from his residence, Wang Chong drove straight to the Wei residence. Wang Chong, ha ha ha, you're finally back. Upon hearing the news, Wei Hao ran out of his residence, excitedly with a look of anticipation on his face. It had been a while since they last met, and Wei Hao's frame seemed to have grown significantly. His spirit was completely different from before. Furthermore, he even brought along a few lackeys from the prestigious clans. I heard that you were out of the city, so I went to your residence a few times. The guards at your residence have no idea where you went. Right, these are my new lackeys, Tao Chun and Lu Jin. Hurry up and pay respect to young Master Chong. Wei Hao laughed as he looked behind him. Paying respect to young Master Chong. Upon hearing Wei Hao's words, the two scions hurriedly bowed. When he stood up, he glanced at Wang Chong in the carriage with a tinge of fear in his eyes. There was probably no one in the 8 Gods Pavilion who didn't know of Wang Chong. It seems like you've been doing well recently. Wang Chong looked at the two scions in surprise. Wei Hao was known as a lone wolf in the 8 Gods Pavilion. Other than him, he didn't have any friends. But now this fellow actually took in lackeys. Not bad. You've been living well recently. Wang Chong was here to look for Wei Hao, but at this moment he wasn't in a hurry anymore. He, of course. You might not know, but that lad Gao Fei has become extremely obedient after beating him up. Ha! Do you think it'll be that easy for that lad Su Bai to lay a finger on me? Right now, in the 8 Gods Pavilion, I, Wei Hao, am an 8-legged crab. Wei Hao patted his chest gleefully. Haha, youngster Wei, cut it out. I still don't know who you are. Wang Chong exposed him with a single sentence and beckoned him over. Come up. I have something to talk to you about. Oh, you guys can return first. I'll look for you later. Seeing that Wang Chong was serious, Wei Hao beckoned to the two scions behind him, and without any hesitation, he immediately dived into Wang Chong's carriage. The carriage began moving, and Wei Hao sat down opposite to Wang Chong. Wang Chong, what's the matter? Wei Hao, do you remember what I told you previously? That I wanted you to look for someone for me? Zhang Manian? No, the other one. You can't have forgotten about it, right? Wang Chong said. You mean that? Wei Hao immediately understood what he meant. Regarding the matter regarding the charity hall, I've done as you instructed. Right now, there are around 30 shops in the capital that are run by us. Every day, we would give out porridge, clothes, and blankets to the vagabonds and beggars. However, the daily expenses for these are huge, and you should be able to afford it. As for the old man you wanted me to look for, I've paid attention to him as well. I really didn't see him. Back then, after the incident at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong's uncle interceded on his behalf, and he sold the first Wuzi steel sword to Zhao Fengqin for 37,000 taels. Wang Chong gave half of the money to Ablonadin and Arloja, and the other half to Wei Hao. It was then that Wang Chong requested Wei Hao to do him a favor. The first matter was to set up the charity hall. In his previous life, when the Wang clan fell, Wang Chong's entire family wandered from place to place, experiencing all kinds of hardships in the world. They were treated coldly, looked down on, and starved. This was because he had experienced such a life, and he had accepted gifts and help from others. Thus he could understand why, regardless of the era, space-time continuum, or even the most prosperous era, there was no lack of vagabonds and beggars who wandered from place to place. There were all sorts of reasons why these people wandered from place to place. Some of them were like Wang Chong in his previous life. Some were born with a disability, some met with an unexpected calamity, some suffered a huge mental trauma, and some lost the land that they relied on for survival, regardless of the reason. Every single one of them had a different tragedy to face. Due to his own experience, Wang Chong wanted to set up the charity hall to help those in need. It was just like those people whose names he didn't know, but who had helped him in his previous life. This was one of Wang Chong's wishes in his previous life. The other matter was to look for a mysterious old man. In his previous life, there were a few things that Wang Chong wanted the most, but he had never been able to obtain them. Even in his death, he had no fate with these things. One of them was So Yung-sun's art of god and demon obliteration. In the Battle of the Capital, So Yung-sun had used his own strength to display a world-shaking sword art, killing thousands of the otherworldly invaders and stopping their offensive. This supreme art had just revealed its edge and shocked the world when it was buried together with So Yung-sun in the ruins of the capital, becoming a lost art. In the days to come, there would be countless bloody battles that required this art, but no one would be able to use it. Countless people sighed endlessly when they brought it up, revealing endless regret. The other was the great Yin-yang heaven creation art. In the war against the otherworldly invaders in the Central Plains, there was one person who stood out the most. He didn't need any weapons, but he could easily kill a large number of the otherworldly invaders. Before him, all the otherworldly invaders would be turned into withered corpses, their deaths extremely gruesome. In the war against the otherworldly invaders, the might displayed by the great Yin-yang heaven creation art was not one bit inferior to that of So Yung-sun, who had fought against 10,000 in the capital. In the apocalyptic era, this was publicly acknowledged as one of the 5 great arts. Unfortunately, even though this person had obtained the world mining art, his talent was far too lacking. His combat experience, reaction speed, agility, and adaptability were all incomparable to this supreme art. Given this person's mediocre talent, he should never have learned this art. Later on, he learned that this was indeed the case. When this person was 27 or 28, he had accomplished nothing and was working as a hired laborer in a wealthy clan. He didn't have much of a cultivation in martial arts, and he didn't even have much interest in it. However, his greatest merit was that he had a kind heart. Normally, he would often help those in need. Then, one day, for some unknown reason, he actually saved a peerless devil. When this demon was young, he committed all sorts of evil and killed countless people, inspiring fear in the world of sections. But after he was betrayed and saved by that person, his personality underwent a huge change. He abandoned evil and became a kind and benevolent old man. The old man had forced him to accept the great Yin-yang heaven creation art and had even led him onto a completely different path. As if to atone for his sins and also to change that person's overly ordinary and mediocre aptitude, the old man gave up all of his power and even his life. He used the great enlightenment technique to transfer all of his power to that person. And from then on, he created a peerless genius. As for the old man himself, he died from the dissipation of his cultivation. Just like that, an ordinary 28-year-old man with mediocre talent became a top-notch expert in the span of a single night. In order to repay the old man's kindness, he hardened his heart and killed those who had betrayed the old man. At the same time, he also walked a path that he had never wanted to tread. Wang Chong had never met that person, but all of this, including all of his encounters, had been spread by that person himself. When a person stepped onto a path that he didn't like, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be happy. When a person was born with mediocre talent and had no intention of stepping onto the martial path, his fate was already sealed the moment he stepped onto this path in order to repay the old man's kindness. In the end, that peerless expert who possessed the great Yin-yang heaven creation art fell into a heavy encirclement because of his mediocrity in combat. He was surrounded and killed by the horsemen of the foreign lands. The great Yin-yang heaven creation art was lost in the later stages as a result. At that time, Wang Chong hadn't become the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains yet, and the martial artists of the Central Plains hadn't begun the campaign to promote martial arts to the public. Chapter 138. Wang Chong remembered all of these things deeply. These were the things that Wang Chong deeply regretted after he became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. It was precisely because of this that his path to saving the Central Plains was filled with twists and tribulations. Even until his death, Wang Chong was unable to surpass his limits and reach those legendary realms. As such, in this reincarnation, Wang Chong's greatest wish was to make up for the regrets in his heart. He wanted to obtain these ultimate arts that were destined to be forgotten in the future. Not only was it for himself, but it was also so that these top-notch ultimate arts wouldn't be buried in the dust of history like in his previous life. As such, on Wang Chong's list of names, the old man who possessed the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art had always been an important figure. However, it was a pity that the old man was too mysterious. Even that old man was extremely secretive about his unorthodox teacher, only addressing him as the evil emperor. The capital was massive, so how could Wang Chong know when he would be ambushed or where he would appear? In this aspect, Wang Chong could only ask for Wei Hao's help. There's no need to rush this matter. Just help me keep a lookout. See if there's any special old man. Wang Chong knew that he had given Wei Hao too few details, and it was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be too difficult for Wei Hao to find the evil emperor with just these few details. After driving Wei Hao around the city, Wang Chong took a look at the charity hall. Wei Hao had indeed done a good job. The entrance of the charity hall was packed with people. Clothes, food, water, and a place to rest. All of these were well prepared. In this aspect, it was much better for the Wei clan to have a specialized talent than for him to do it himself. I will have Shen Hai prepare another 50,000 gold taels for you. Open more of these charity halls. Other than the capital, you can open more of them in other places as well. Also, help me keep an eye on the old man I mentioned. When you have the time, inform me as soon as you receive any news. All right. Wei Hao agreed without hesitation. After chatting with Wei Hao for a while, Wang Chong put Wei Hao down and walked toward the Ghost Tree District. Now that he thought about it, it had been more than a month since he last went to the Ghost Tree District to play chess. Big brother, under the huge locust tree, most of the people had dispersed. However, there was another kid squatting on the ground. When he saw Wang Chong, his eyes lit up and he stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Little guy, you're still here. Wang Chong smiled and patted his head, handing over a candy man he had bought on the way. Big brother, why were you gone for so long? The old grandpa had asked several times. I thought you weren't coming, the child named Jian Jian said. His words were unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man, Jian Jian, mentioned several times. After playing chess for so long, this was the first time Wang Chong had heard of that person. There was no doubt that his performance in chess had finally attracted his attention. Don't worry, how could Big Brother not come? I'm just going on a long trip. Wang Chong smiled. Then, will Big Brother go on a long trip again? I don't think so, Wang Chong said. The opening of the 3 major training camps was a major event that could affect one's career and fate for the rest of one's life. In comparison, advancing 1 or 2 levels in the spirit vein wasn't that important. In any case, he could go there again in the future. That's great. The child wasn't a scheming person. When he heard that Wang Chong wouldn't be going on a long trip again, he immediately jumped up in excitement. As he shouted, he reached his chubby hand into the chess jar and took out a black piece. Big brother, here's a piece for you. Wang Chong smiled and held the black piece in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the chessboard. The first time Wang Chong had come here, the game on the golden chessboard had been a one-sided battle. There were only a dozen or so pieces on the chessboard, but now the chessboard was densely packed with 80 or 90 black and white pieces. With a glance, Wang Chong knew that the white pieces were at an absolute disadvantage. The white pieces aren't far from losing. Looking at the golden chessboard, Wang Chong smiled. So, Young Sun might be unparalleled in martial arts and was a war god, but when it came to the art of war, he was no match for him. When it came to commanding battles, he had probably experienced more battles than Wang Chong in his previous life, not less. Moreover, before he transmigrated, he was already the publicly acknowledged war saint in a global strategy game. In terms of martial arts, he was naturally miles behind So Young-sun. But when it came to the art of war, there was probably no one in this world who could beat him. In a few more days, the white pieces will probably have to admit defeat. Wang Chong laughed in his heart. His way of playing chess was completely different from others. From the first day, his black pieces had been laying out a game. Looking at the situation, Su Jiangqin felt that he only held a slight advantage at the moment. But after a few days, his plan would be completed. So Young-sun would know that he had no hope at all. Wang Chong might have challenged him to a duel, but to play chess with him, even if it was the war god that he respected, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Pah! As these thoughts flashed past his mind, Wang Chong put down his piece and pressed it neatly on the golden chessboard. One more thing. After leaving the Ghost Tree District, Wang Chong thought of Liu Zhizhang. It had been more than a month, and logically speaking, he should have at least 3 elixirs. Turning his horse around, Wang Chong headed straight for the falling Jade Pavilion. "Io, my little ancestor, eldest young master, you're finally here. If you're any later, something big is going to happen." In the falling Jade Pavilion, a lamp was lit. Seeing Wang Chong appear, Liu Zhizhang slapped his thigh with a frightened expression. "Do you know that if you don't appear, the qualification that you obtained with great difficulty will be revoked?" Then the qualification to become a shadow that he had worked so hard to obtain would be revoked. That's 200,000 gold taels. Haha, don't exaggerate it. If something really goes wrong, can you handle it? Where's the elixir? Hurry up and hand it over. Wang Chong laughed heartily, not falling for his trick. Liu Zhizhang was from the Alchemist Alliance, and given his strength, it was only a matter of a few days. It was impossible for him to stall for time. As expected, after hearing Wang Chong's words, Liu Zhizhang chuckled awkwardly. This young master of the Wang clan might be young, but it wasn't easy to fool him. "Where's the elixir?" 3, right? Hand it over. Wang Chong said as he lifted his robe and sat down on the tiger skin chair in the room. The falling Jade Pavilion looked eerie from the outside, but it was luxurious on the inside. Hee, as expected. I can't hide it from young master. Liu Zhizhang didn't beat around the bush and walked into the room. When he came out, there were a few purple brocade boxes in his hands. "Young master, please open it. This is something that I exchanged for with a few others for you this month." Liu Zhizhang said with a fawning expression. The Alchemist Alliance wouldn't easily do business with outsiders. For example, the Wang clan might be a family with 3 generations of generals and ministers, but they didn't enter the eyes of the Alchemist Alliance. Their partners were all longtime allies. Some of them even originated from the previous dynasty and were extremely secretive. However, the Wang clan was the most special one. Not only did they have a huge influence in the court, but they also made up for their biggest shortcoming: wealth. It was just like the embryonic form of the empire's largest family in the future, at least in Liu Zhizhang's eyes, as long as everything remained unchanged. In the future, they might become the newest and eternal partner of the Alchemist Alliance. "It's been hard on you. Don't worry. I won't mistreat you for helping me." Wang Chong patted Six-Fingered Zhang's shoulders, as though he was impartial in his punishment and reward. "Pa." When Wang Chong opened the first box, a familiar smell assailed his nostrils. Within the brocade box, a white pill lay at the bottom of the box. Its surface was emitting a faint aura. Tiger Bone Small Rejuvenation Pill. Wang Chang's eyes lit up as he called out. Among all the pills, the one he liked the most was this pill that could raise one's aptitude. This kind of pill was really too rare. It was impossible to buy it in the outside world. This was the exclusive trade of the Alchemist Alliance in the palace. This small rejuvenation pill seems a little different. Suddenly, Wang Chang's eyelids twitched. He noticed something different. This tiger bone, small rejuvenation pill seemed to be different from the one he had consumed before. Hee, young master has good eyesight. The one you consumed before was just a defective product. This was the pill that had been refined to perfection. The effect is completely different. Six-fingered Zhang chuckled, revealing Zhang Xian's secret. What? Wang Chong was taken aback. He immediately looked at the pills in the brocade box. Hee, young master, don't be nervous. Our Alchemist Alliance doesn't sell defective products. All of these pills were of good quality. The so-called defective products are only in the eyes of us alchemists. In the outside world, they are still top-notch pills. I know that young master wants top-notch pills that can raise one's aptitude. That's why I spent a lot of effort to get them for you. Liu Zhang began to take credit. Did you go gambling again? Hearing this, Wang Chong smiled. He didn't even look at the pills. He raised his head and looked at Liu Zhang. Listen to me. If you want to gamble, you can. But don't go to those galley gambling houses anymore. At that time, you will be in trouble. I won't be able to save you every time, Wang Chong said. Young master's eyes are really sharp. Liu Zhang smiled embarrassedly. Being stared at by a 15-year-old boy made him feel like a child doing something wrong in front of an adult. Liu Zhang knew that this was wrong, but he couldn't help but have such a feeling. This young master of the Wang clan was simply too cunning. He could see through one's heart with just a glance. He didn't say anything at all. He just knew that he went to gamble and was short of money. In just a few interactions, Six-Fingered Zhang already felt that there was no secret he could hide from the other party. Don't worry. There will be plenty of benefits for you, Wang Chong just casually said and didn't pursue the matter seriously. With a snap, Wang Chong opened the box. A dense wave of elemental energy immediately emitted from the brocade box. Smelling this scent, Wang Chong's expression changed. Elemental Qi Pill. You guys can actually refine such a thing. Chapter 139. It's not that powerful. Hearing the name Vitality Pill, Liu Zhang was startled. That wasn't the name of the pill. However, he quickly understood what Wang Chong meant. This is an acquired pill. It's a new pill recipe that a young alchemist in the palace recently researched. It has never appeared before. It's very difficult to refine, and it has exploded many times. Right now, it's only a few defective products. It hasn't been perfected yet. This kind of defective product that was first refined cannot be presented to the Holy Emperor or the princes in the palace. If there's a problem, their heads will fall off. In the end, they brought it here. I can't help it. This is a hard sell. Every month, there would always be some pills like this that were forced to be distributed. They're expensive and not very good. At the end, Six-Fingered Zhang had an embarrassed look on his face. Defective product? Wang Chong turned around with a surprised look. He looked at the pill on the table again. Sure enough, the pill didn't emit pure vitality, but some other impurities. He was too shocked before, so he didn't notice it. What you see is actually just a layer of wax on the outside. This way, the impurities in the pill can be sealed. Liu Zhang said embarrassedly. This was a small trick in alchemy. He was an alchemist himself, so he naturally knew about it. Wang Chong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. He grabbed the acquired pill on the table and stuffed it into his mouth. After the skin of the pill broke, a messy smell immediately came out. It's the smell of medicinal herbs, and it should be the kind of high-grade spiritual herbs. Wang Chong suddenly came to a realization. The alchemist probably wanted to extract the spiritual energy in the medicinal herbs and then use some special method to refine something like the vitality pill. However, this matter was obviously not that easy. Gulp! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong mumbled and quickly swallowed the pill. A wave of heat exploded in his body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. Wang Chong felt warm all over. With the help of the Dan Qi, Wang Chong felt that his strength had increased by a notch in just a moment. Compared to before, the essence in his body had also increased a little. After a while, when the medicinal efficacy of the pill disappeared, Wang Chong finally calmed down. What 6 batches Zhang said was right. This was indeed not some essence qi pill. There was only a small amount of essence qi in the elixir, not as much as Wang Chong had imagined. Liu Zhang didn't think much of it. From an alchemist's point of view, a defective product was worthless, but Wang Chong was different. I didn't expect that I could actually use money to buy something similar to the essence qi pill. Wang Chong's heart rose and fell, and it was difficult for him to calm down. To a martial artist, the most precious thing was undoubtedly yuan qi. In the imperial palace, there was actually someone who could refine something similar to the essence qi pill. This truly shocked Wang Chong. Wang Chong finally understood why this alchemist's secret alliance was so mysterious. The items were sold at such a high price, yet there were so many powerful forces that flocked to it. There were many things here that couldn't be bought with money in the outside world. This was truly a priceless treasure. How much does one acquired pill cost? Wang Chong asked, opening his eyes. 6,000 taels. Liu Zhang said. He wasn't talking about silver here, but actual gold. This was an alchemist used by the imperial palace. He had never sold an elixir that was priced in silver. How many can you refine in a month? 3. Liu Zhang said. I want all of them. Bring them all over for me. Wang Chong said. Ah, 6-fingered Zhang was astonished. But this is a defective product of the elementary level. I know. Wang Chong smiled and said in an unquestionable tone. The last one was a healing elixir. Although it looked ordinary, how could a healing elixir concocted by the imperial palace's alchemist be comparable to an ordinary one? With 2 elixirs, Wang Chong left the falling jade pavilion. After solving all the problems at once, Wang Chong focused all his attention on the 7 qi-long saber. This was Wang Chong's second weapon, which was very important to Wang Chong. Moreover, one wouldn't know the cost of daily necessities. Previously, when Wang Chong received more than 600,000 taels of gold, he felt that he would never be able to finish spending it. But when he really put it to use, he felt that he was spending money like water. Joining the alchemist's secret alliance cost him more than 200,000 taels of gold. After giving Wei Hao 50 to 60 taels of gold and adding other miscellaneous items, Wang Chong only had about 200,000 taels of gold left. At this rate, he was afraid that he would soon run out of money. If so, he would fall back to his previous penniless state. It's about time for me to bring out my new work, Wang Chong thought to himself. Driving the car, Wang Chong made sure that no one was tailing him before entering the cavern of the Wei clan's smithy once more. The surroundings of the smithy were silent. Wei Hao had already given this place to Wang Chong. As long as Wang Chong needed it, this place could become Wang Chong's personal smithy. The Wei clan had many businesses, and smithy was only one of them. Take this smithy as an example. As long as Wei Hao made up for its loss, even his father, the Duke of Wei, wouldn't be able to notice that something had been done to it. Help me guard the outside. Don't let anyone get close. Wang Chong arranged for Li Zhuxin to guard the outside before entering the cavern alone. Wang Chong was already very familiar with quenching weapons. Even though quenching was very important to a weapon, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, it wasn't actually that complicated to operate. The key was the change in thinking and the change in the quenching fluid. The quenching that Wang Chong had mastered was completely beyond this era. Walking into the cavern, Wang Chong poured the quenching fluid that was a mixture of sesame oil, sheep oil, butter, and asphalt brought by the Western region merchants into the metal trough. Then he went to the nearby area to cut some pine branches, piled them on the ground, and started burning them. The temperature at which woozy steel was quenched was very important. Otherwise, even if one mastered the right quenching fluid, the quality of the final product could be worlds apart, and it might even turn into a waste product. From night till dawn, Wang Chong was extremely busy. Around daybreak, the morning sun rose. A sizzling black smoke rose from the metal trough. A moment later, Wang Chong took out a pair of metal pliers and fished out the narrow, thin, and thick saber from the trough. Oil flowed everywhere, and a shiny saber with beautiful patterns appeared in front of Wang Chong. This was the world's first narrow, thin, and thick saber. When the morning sun shone in from outside the cavern, it reflected a dazzling, cold light. Just by looking at it, Wang Chong could feel that this saber was extremely sharp and indestructible. Clang! With a flash of cold light, the metal trough containing the quenching fluid was immediately cut into two. It was so soft that it looked like it was rotting. Good saber. Wang Chong looked at the saber and smiled. Even without the praise of others, Wang Chong could feel that this saber was probably even sharper than his woozy steel sword. This saber combined the skills of the world's #1 swordsmith, Tuoba and his epic-making skills. In terms of quality, it had already reached the peak of this world. Moreover, the unique arc and weight of the blade were enough to make it the favorite of experts in the saber Dao. It's a pity that I only use swords, Wang Chong thought to himself. He used a sword for his single-character consecutive slash, and this saber wasn't suitable for him. However, even a swordsman like Wang Chong couldn't bear to let go of this saber when he held it in his hands. Needless to say, those saber experts would feel the same way. This saber wasn't just sharp. Its exterior design was originally very suitable for slashing, and slashing. Now, all that's left is to temper it. Wang Chong thought to himself. To many people, a saber like Wang Chong's was already a finished product. Even if he took it out, it would be sought after by tens of thousands of people. However, Wang Chong knew that this wasn't the way to go. Although such a saber was sharp and easy to use, it was easy to break. If it was too rigid, it might not be a good thing for a saber. If he didn't solve this problem, it might be broken at a crucial moment in the hands of a top-notch martial artist. In this world, although there weren't many people who forged sabers, there were definitely people who understood sabers. At least, many people knew the principle of rigid but easy to break. For those top-notch martial artists, they could use brute force to hit the middle of the saber or close to 70% of the hilt. They would most likely be able to break the saber with brute force. If that happened, the reputation of woozy steel in this world would be ruined. The reputation that Wang Chong had painstakingly built up would also be destroyed. In the future, it wouldn't be so easy to make money from Hyderabad ores. That would be destroying his own reputation. Of course, Wang Chong wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, he had to temper it. Many people thought that after quenching, the saber and sword were considered complete. However, almost no one knew that after quenching, there was actually another process called temper. This was the last process in the entire process of forging a sword, and it was also the highest and pinnacle of the process. In this world, many people hadn't even mastered the skill of quenching, let alone the epic-making skill of temper. This was a skill that Wang Chong had mastered alone. At the same time, it was his biggest and final secret in the field of swordsmithing. Without the technique of temper, a weapon like the 7-foot narrow, thick saber would never be made. If it was made, it would only be a joke and not a real weapon. Temper could eliminate the quenching and the small internal cracks caused by the hammering of the saber and sword. It could also repair and prevent the saber from deforming. This was one of the reasons. In addition, Temper could further increase the performance of the saber and sword in all aspects, including sharpness, hardness, durability, and most importantly, toughness. Toughness might not sound like much, but if one thought about it, adding toughness to an extremely hard weapon was incredible. It was like wrapping a piece of ice in a fire and not melting it. Once a 7-foot narrow, thick saber had toughness, even if it was just a little bit, it would make a huge difference in performance. With toughness, the saber could be considered to have truly made up for its shortcomings and become a real top-notch weapon. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about being snapped by the fingers of those top-notch fighters in battle. With temper, he could add toughness to a weapon. This meant that in this world, Wang Chong had truly mastered a never-before-seen weapon-making technique. Chapter 140. The Nurturing of Uncle in the Cavern. Wang Chong chopped some pine branches and started a new fire. Unlike quenching, this was a small fire. There were only a few pine branches. The temperature of tempering was even lower than that of quenching, around 150 degrees Celsius. Thus, a small fire with a few pine branches sufficed. It's about time. Wang Chong placed a hand on top of the fire and felt that it was about time. Thus, he placed the quenched saber on top of the fire. A temperature of 150 degrees Celsius was extremely low, far from being able to melt woozy steel. In fact, it would be hard for the saber to even heat it until it was slightly red. Under such circumstances, and after being quenched, the toughness of the saber had reached an astonishing level. This meant that the tempering process was much more energy-consuming than quenching, and it required much more time and effort. If it was in the past, it would have been difficult for Wang Chong to complete the tempering of a finished, woozy steel product. However, after reaching Origin Energy Tier 7 and cultivating Might of the Barbaric God, Wang Chong's strength had increased significantly, allowing him to complete this process alone. Boom! As though a bolt of lightning, Wang Chong brandished his metal hammer and smashed it heavily against the surface of the saber. The heavy smithing platform trembled under Wang Chong's hammer, and a lot of stone powder and stone fragments fell from the cavern. Boom! Once, twice, thrice. Wang Chong exerted his full strength, and the metal hammer in his hand fell time and time again. He exerted his full strength every single time. Regarding the first woozy steel saber that he was about to forge, Wang Chong was filled with anticipation. The sound of Wang Chong's hammer echoed throughout the cavern. The tempering process required much more time than quenching. The tough nature of the woozy steel meant that Wang Chong needed to spend more time on this weapon. For the whole day, from sunrise to sunset, until all the pine branches that Wang Chong had cut down were burned, Wang Chong finally completed the tempering process. Sweating profusely, Wang Chong stood at the edge of the iron platform. His clothes were soaked, and the ground within 3 zhang of his feet was wet. Wang Chong had spent a lot of time and energy to forge this narrow, thin, and thick saber. However, Wang Chong's heart was filled with gratification and satisfaction as he looked at the new narrow, thin, and thick blade in his hand. After spending a day and a night, it's all worth it. Wang Chong gripped the hilt and raised the narrow, thin, and thick saber in his hand. This saber was gorgeous and beautiful, and its surface was filled with magical patterns that flowed like clouds and flowing water. At the same time, behind the gorgeous and beautiful appearance, there was an extreme coldness and bloodthirst. This was a weapon that was born to kill. However, in Wang Chong's hands, it was brought to perfection, reaching the level of art. Shwa! Wang Chong held the saber in his wrist and shook it lightly. The air in the cavern immediately rippled like ripples, as though the air itself had been sliced into countless pieces. Amidst the embers of the pine branches, one could see that the sharpness of the narrow, thin, and thick saber was even more terrifying than before. What a good saber! Such a good saber should have its own name. Have you thought of what to call it? A series of footsteps sounded from behind. Li Zhuxin's robes fluttered as he walked into the cavern. looking at the narrow, thin, and thick saber in Wang Chong's hands. His usually calm eyes couldn't help but waver. I've thought of it. Let's call it Death's Abyss. Wang Chong said with a smile. He seemed to have long known of Li Zhuxin's appearance. Death's Abyss? What a good name. If I knew that you had such a weapon, I might have changed my employment condition to this saber. Li Zhuxin stared at the Death's Abyss in Wang Chong's hands as he spoke. Even though he wasn't a saber user, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness for it, and he wanted to claim it for himself. To those true saber users, it was easy to imagine how attractive this saber was. Even if you want it, I won't agree to it. Wang Chong chuckled. 2 June of Hyderabad ores were used to forge this Death's Abyss. Just its normal price alone would fetch at least 80,000 gold taels. Furthermore, this weapon was much more formidable than any weapon Wang Chong had forged before. On top of that, it even harnessed the tempering technique that Wang Chong had mastered. In terms of value, Wang Chong estimated it to be worth at least 100,000 gold taels. This price was much higher than the price he had to pay to hire Li Zhuxin. This was truly a priceless treasure. It represented the highest level of saber arts in this world. Leaving the cavern with Li Zhuxin, Wang Chong headed straight for the capital and handed the newly forged Death's Abyss to Uncle Li Lin. Upon seeing the newly forged Death's Abyss, Li Lin was overjoyed. Wang Chong had disappeared for more than a month, and in this period of time, Li Lin felt as if a year had passed. The Imperial Army commanders who came to demand for the Wuzi steel weapon had trampled through Li Lin's doorstep. Yet, most of them were Li Lin's superiors, and there were some whom even Zhao Fengchen couldn't afford to offend. The pressure that Li Lin was under was unimaginable. Chong-er, if you had come any later, you would have been collecting my corpse. Li Lin said with a look of relief. Uncle, aren't you being too exaggerated? Wang Chong chuckled. I'm not exaggerating. Don't worry. Chong-er, leave this matter to me. Without any hesitation, Li Lin was about to enter the royal palace with the Death's Abyss. Wait a moment. Wang Chong hurriedly stopped Uncle Li Lin. Death's Abyss might be important, but this wasn't the only reason why Wang Chong came here this time. There are a few things that I'll have to trouble Uncle to help me with. As Wang Chong spoke, he explained the matter regarding the assassin pavilion to Li Lin. To think that there would be such a thing. After hearing the entire matter, Li Lin harumphed coldly. A rare sliver of killing intent surfaced on his face. It's one thing for them to deal with others, but to think that they would try to kill you as well, we can't let them live. Don't worry. I'll inform Lord Zhao of this matter and have him help us deal with it. You don't know. You're the apple of everyone's eye in the Imperial Army. If anything were to happen to you, even without me and Lord Zhao making a move, the commanders of the Imperial Army would tear them to shreds. Li Lin wasn't spouting nonsense. At this moment, Wang Chong had already formed a huge chain of relationships. Based on what Wang Chong said, Li Lin had received money from many people in the Imperial Army. Yet, these people were still willing to send their money over. Furthermore, after the battle between Zhao Fengchen and Huang Xiaotian, the Wuzi steel sword forged by Wang Chong had gained the recognition of the entire Imperial Army, becoming the #1 blade of the Imperial Army. In the eyes of the Imperial Army in the entire capital or even the entire Central Plains, only the weapons forged by Wang Chong were worthy of the identity of an Imperial Army member. At this moment, as long as one was capable, every single Imperial Army member would look forward to receiving a Wuzi steel sword. Li Lin couldn't even collect enough money every month. If something were to happen to such a master swordsmith, it was easy to imagine how the Imperial Army would react. Don't worry, I know that at least 3 commanders of the Imperial Army would be willing to make a move on this malignant tumor. What profound martial realm expert! What assassin pavilion! In the capital, going against you is equivalent to going against the entire Imperial Army. I'll get rid of every single one of these malignant tumors. Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, looked at Wang Chong with disdain and a domineering aura flowed out from him. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but stare at him in astonishment. He had known his uncle for a long time, but he had never seen such domineering aura from him. The appearance is born from the heart, and the heart changes from the state. After being transferred out of the North Gate and promoted, my uncle's state of mind has changed as well. He has already nurtured his own domineering aura. Wang Chong thought. Wang Chong was delighted by this change. In his previous life, his uncle had always been a little fearful due to his relationship with the old master. However, things were different now. Men were ambitious. This was their nature. In Wang Chong's view, this was his uncle's true self. Perhaps it's time for that matter to be brought forward. Wang Chong thought. In Wang Chong's heart, every single one of his family members was his left and right arms, and they were an important force that could change his fate. This time Wang Chong was only here to hand over the death's abyss and have his uncle deal with the Assassin Pavilion. However, the domineering aura from his uncle had stirred Wang Chong's heart. The reason why Wang Chong helped his uncle wasn't because he wanted him to spend the rest of his life on the walls of the royal palace, or to serve as Zhao Fengchen's lackey. Toward his uncle, Wang Chong had greater expectations and ambitions. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to accomplish all of this. Uncle, wait a moment. Under Uncle Li Lin's astonished gaze, Wang Chong suddenly dived into the carriage. When he came out, he was holding a handwritten secret manual in his hand. Uncle, this is for you. Wang Chong took the secret manual that he had hidden in the secret chamber beneath the carriage and passed it over with a single hand. Ah, for me? What is it? Li Lin looked at Wang Chong in confusion, unable to make head or tail of what was going on. As he spoke, he subconsciously took it from Wang Chong. Initially, Li Lin was still in a daze, but after flipping through 2 pages, his face warped in astonishment. Martial Arts Secret Manual. What Wang Chong passed him was a martial arts secret manual, and an extremely formidable one at that. Just by flipping through a few pages, Li Lin could tell that this martial art was far more formidable than any of the martial arts he had learned before. Chonger, how did you get such a thing? Li Lin was astonished. This martial art was of an extremely high tier. Li Lin didn't believe that a teenager like Wang Chong could possess it. Uncle, this was actually given to me by my grandfather. Wang Chong pointed it out and pushed all of the credit to his grandfather. Even though Wang Chong was able to purchase the Hyderabad and forge the Wuzi steel sword, it wasn't completely inconceivable. At the very least, it was within reason. However, for a top-notch martial arts secret manual to be taken out all of a sudden, it was impossible for one not to be suspicious. This wasn't something that could be explained by intelligence. It was precisely because of this that even though Wang Chong had already made a copy of this secret manual, he didn't find a suitable opportunity to pass it to him until the 4 Quarters Embassy. Old Master? Li Lin was astonished. That's right. Do you still remember the 4 Quarters Embassy? It was after my birthday that my grandfather asked my grandmother to pass it to me. Grandfather probably felt embarrassed, so he asked me to pass it to you. Feigning ignorance, Wang Chong said insincerely. Grandfather had been suppressing uncle to the position of the North Gate's underling. Even though it was for his own good, uncle was a man. It was hard to say that he wouldn't hold a grudge against uncle. In a sense, Wang Chong was helping to mend the rift between uncle and grandfather. Old master! As expected. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Li Lin seemed to have understood something, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. However, in front of Wang Chong, he managed to hold himself back. I understand. Li Lin smiled. If there's a chance, help me thank the old master. Tell him that uncle won't let him down. Leave the matter of the Wuzi steel saber to me. I'll be heading in now. After which, he turned around and walked toward the royal palace with Death's Abyss in tow. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Wang Chong felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his back, or as though a burden buried deep in his heart had been lifted. Chapter 141. After resolving the matter regarding the woozy steel, Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't let up. Instead, he continued to search for traces of the evil emperor, while heading to the Ghost Tree District to play chess. On the other hand, Uncle Li Lin's side was progressing swiftly as well. Seemingly out of anger at the assassin pavilion for attempting to assassinate Wang Chong, he vanished after just 2 days. While the imperial army was patrolling the capital, they discovered a nest of assassins with malicious intentions. All of them were killed, and their corpses piled up in the courtyard. This matter caused a huge uproar in the capital. It was said that a large number of imperial army experts were mobilized for this matter, and there were even 5 to 6 commanders of the imperial army. Many people witnessed it personally, and they said that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, there was one thing that was certain. These people were dressed in black and were dressed like assassins. This point was certain. Thus, no one spoke up for them. When Wang Chong heard of this matter, he chuckled lightly. He only sent a letter to Mayasame Ayaka before tossing the matter to the back of his mind. While Wang Chong was living his life peacefully, the depths of the royal palace wasn't peaceful at all. Deep in the night, somewhere in the abandoned cold palace of the imperial palace, the lights were brightly lit. Rows of lanterns were hung from the trees and the eaves. Outside the cold palace was a huge crowd. Imperial army members surrounded the area, and with a single glance, one could tell that there were at least 1,000 of them. Today was a big day for the imperial army. Everyone knew that the #1 swordsmith of the Tang dynasty would be auctioning off his second weapon. In the royal palace, there were many imperial army commanders who had been eagerly anticipating the auction. After witnessing the battle between Zhao Fengqin and Huang Xiaotian, everyone knew that this weapon was incomparably sharp, beautiful, and rare. To the imperial army, it could raise their fighting prowess by leaps and bounds. More importantly, this weapon was priceless, and it was something that could only be chanced upon. To the imperial army, only this weapon could serve as a foil to their standing. After so long, it's finally time for that Gongzi to forge a new weapon. He only makes a single one every month. It really makes one drool. If only there were more of them. The first weapon was taken by Commander Zhao. I just don't know who will be so lucky this time. Yeah, if only I had a woozy steel weapon like that. What a pity, it was so expensive. I can't afford it, so I can only look around. Outside the cold palace, there was a lot of discussion. Now, everyone knew that the son of a general or minister had handed over all the woozy steel weapons in the imperial army to his uncle, Li Lin. There was no one in the imperial army who didn't know of Li Lin. He's here, he's here. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front. Everyone looked up and saw that the door was open. A brilliant light shone through the door. Li Lin, clad in heavy armor and a long sword at his waist, appeared in front of everyone with a dignified expression. In an instant, the noisy imperial army fell silent. Now, those who want to auction weapons can come in with the slip from before, Li Lin said solemnly. The moment these words were spoken, the imperial army commanders walked in with smiles on their faces, holding the slips of paper that Wang Chong had given them. Everyone knew that the competition for this auction would be intense. That woozy steel weapon definitely wasn't cheap. But money? Who the heck cared about money? As long as they could buy that invincible weapon that could cut through metal as though mud, what did money matter? In any case, the imperial army didn't have much expenditure. Furthermore, even if they were to run into trouble in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell this weapon. The 20 to 30 imperial army leaders walked in together. Next, those with wooden tokens can come in. Li Lin said. This was Li Lin's idea. Even though Wang Chong wanted to sell batches of credentials, Li Lin didn't think that it was necessary. As a member of the imperial army, he knew how popular the woozy steel was. No matter where he went, there would be people talking about the auction at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. There were also people discussing the battle between Zhao Fengqin and Huang Xiaotian. A woozy steel weapon that was said to be indestructible and could even cut a strand of hair with the slightest breeze was enough to make one's blood boil and tremble, as if they wanted to get their hands on it. It was precisely because he was part of the Imperial Army that he knew how intense this hunger was that Li Lin dared to do it. One must know that this was an Imperial Army of more than 100,000 soldiers. However, Wang Chang's woozy steel sword was only produced once a month. It would be strange if the Imperial Army didn't go crazy over it. Therefore, Li Lin decided to divide the auction into 2 levels of qualifications. Wang Chang's slip was the first batch, and he could enjoy a discount. The wooden plate that Li Lin opened was from the second batch, which belonged to a lower level. With a wooden token, one could participate in the auction as well. However, they had to pay 10% more than the auction price. Moreover, it was different from the ones Wang Chang had written. Li Lin's wooden token was a one-time use item. Each wooden token cost 200 taels of gold, and it would become useless after a single match. If they wanted to participate next time, they would have to buy it again. Don't think it's too expensive. In Li Lin's view, it was still too cheap. There were more than 100,000 soldiers in the Imperial Army. Even if one didn't buy it, someone else would. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. Furthermore, those who were able to come here and spend tens of thousands of gold taels on woozy steel swords would definitely not be short of 200 taels of gold. In Li Lin's view, this was the correct way to auction the woozy steel swords. Through this method, he could distinguish who the real buyers of the woozy steel swords were. As for Wang Chang's slips, what a waste! However, what was done could not be undone. Li Lin couldn't say anything more. In an instant, 70 to 80 Imperial Army leaders rushed in. Just these people alone had earned more than 15,000 taels of gold. To be able to earn more than 10,000 taels of gold from an auction of swords and sabers, only a fool wouldn't do such a good thing. Next, those with metal slips can come in. Li Lin said this was the lowest level. In the Imperial Army, there were many who were curious about the woozy steel swords and had a strong desire for them. To Li Lin, since that was the case, why not make use of them as well? The more people that saw it, the better its reputation would be, and the faster it would spread. At the same time, more hidden buyers would appear in the Imperial Army. Thus, Li Lin signed the 3rd level metal slips. These metal slips were priced at 10 gold taels each, and it wasn't expensive. Those with metal slips were allowed to spectate by the side. However, they could only spectate by the side. They couldn't buy anything, and there weren't any seats. Don't complain about the poor service and lack of seats. One must know that there were more than 100,000 Imperial Army members waiting outside. In an instant, hundreds of Imperial Army members rushed forward. This was another few thousand gold taels of gold. Just this auction alone would earn Li Lin at least 20,000 gold taels. After doing all of this, Li Lin returned to the inner chamber. The cold palace of the royal palace was massive, and the small residences outside couldn't compare to it. The main hall was brightly lit, and at the very top of the hall sat 3 commanders. At the very center was Commander Zhao Fengchen. Time flew, and it had been more than a month since Zhao Fengchen took the position of commander. Compared to before, Zhao Fengchen's aura had clearly grown stronger and more authoritative. Li Lin entered the room and bowed slightly to Zhao Fengchen. Then he walked up to a large rectangular wooden platform at the center of the hall. Lord Li wears the woozy steel sword. Hurry up and take it out. Don't keep us in suspense. That's right, everyone is waiting. Lord Li, it's been more than a month. Our brothers have been waiting anxiously for it. Don't tease us anymore. Everyone jeered impatiently. They couldn't wait any longer. Lord Li, you can't be joking with us, right? Some of the Imperial Army commanders even expressed their displeasure. So anxious? Can't you wait even a moment? Li Lin chuckled. This was the effect he wanted. Since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense. The second Wuzi steel sword is right here. Pa. Right after saying those words, Li Lin slammed his palm on the wooden platform before him. Pum! The wooden platform was smashed into pieces, and underneath the chest was a pitch-black weapon that was 7 feet long. The weapon was placed on a similarly long, hollow, pitch-black metal table. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone thought that Li Lin was the one hosting the auction, but who could have thought that there would be a hidden mechanism hidden within the wooden platform? Lord Li, what's this? An Imperial Army commander stood up from his seat and pointed to the bizarre weapon on the hollow metal table. Many people thought that Wang Chong's work would be a sword, just like the previous one. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. The weapon was around 2 fingers wide, but it was 7 chi long. Furthermore, it had a certain curve to it, making it look extremely beautiful. It was sheathed in a black wooden sheath, and it looked completely different from any weapon that they had seen before. Ha ha ha, good question. This is the first saber that my nephew, Wang Chong, has forged. Just this point alone makes this saber extremely valuable as a collector's item. Furthermore, I believe that all of you can tell that this saber is extremely long. That's right, the craftsmanship of this saber is completely different from before. The materials used to forge this saber are twice that of swords. On top of that, this saber is just as sharp, perhaps even sharper. According to my nephew, this saber is made for killing, so he named it Death's Abyss. Around this saber, no one can escape death. Li Lin spoke with confidence and composure. Even before so many Imperial Army commanders, he didn't lose his composure at all. Death's Abyss. Everyone turned to look at him. Just the name itself was enough to tell that this saber was a famous one, and it was worth collecting. More importantly, this was the first saber creation of the number 1 swordsmith in the world. Just this alone would be able to fetch a high price in the future. It's indeed worth it. This is the first saber creation. Such an item is priceless. In the hall, the Imperial Army commanders were trembling in agitation. They didn't lack money, but they had money that they couldn't spend. Not only could this weapon display their identity and raise their fighting prowess, it was also a collector's item. Wasn't this the best weapon? Li Lin, how much is this weapon? That's a good question. Li Lin's eyes lit up as he announced the starting bid. The starting bid for this Death's Abyss is 80,000 gold taels. There's only one, and it goes to the highest bidder. The auction begins now. Boom!